Chapter 15, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 15, Section 1, The Sons of the Covenant. The B'nai Bris, the Sons of the Covenant, sent no representative to the club balls, knowing neither of waltzes nor of dress coats, and preferring death to the embrace of a strange dancing woman. They were the congregation of which Mr. Belcovitch was president, and whose synagogue was the ground floor of No. 1 Royal Street, 2 large rooms knocked into one, and the rear partitioned off for the use of the bewigged, heavy-jawed women who might not sit with the men, lest they should fascinate their thoughts away from things spiritual. Its furniture was bare benches, a raised platform with a reading desk in the centre, and a wooden curtained ark at the end containing 2 parchment scrolls of the law, with a silver pointer and silver bells and pomegranates. The scrolls were in manuscript, for the printing press has never yet sullied the sanctity of the synagogal editions of the Pentateuch. The room was badly ventilated, and what little air there was generally sucked up by a greedy company of wax candles, big and little, stuck in brass holders. The back window gave on the yard and the contiguous stables of a dairyman, and the lowing of his cows mingled with the impassioned supplications of the worshippers, who came hither 2 or 3 times per day to batter the gates of heaven and to listen to sermons more exegetical than ethical. They dropped in mostly in their workaday garments and grime, and rumbled and roared and chorused prayers with a zeal that shook the window panes, and there was never lack of a minyan, the congregational quorum of 10. In the West End, synagogues are built to eke out the income of poor minyan men or paid congregants. In the East End, rooms are tricked up for prayer. This synagogue was all of luxury many of its sons could boast. It was their salon and their lecture hall. It supplied them not only with their religion, but their art and letters, their politics and their amusements. It was their home as well as the Almighty's, and on occasion they were familiar and even a little vulgar with him. It was a place in which they could sit in their slippers, metaphorically that is, for though they frequently did so literally, it was by way of reverence, not ease. They enjoyed themselves in this shul of theirs. They shouted and skipped and shook and sang and wailed and moaned. They clenched their fists and thumped their breasts, and they were not the least happy when they were crying. There is an apocryphal anecdote of one of them being caught in the act of taking a pinch of snuff when the vidui, the confession, caught him unexpectedly. "Ashamnu, we have trespassed," he wailed mechanically, as he spasmodically put the snuff into his bosom and beat his nose with his clenched fist. They prayed metaphysics, acrostics, angelology, Kabbalah, history, exegesis, Talmudical controversies, menus, recipes, priestly prescriptions, the canonical books, the psalms, love poems, an undigested hotchpotch of exalted and questionable sentiments, of communal and egotistical aspirations of the highest order. It was a wonderful liturgy, as grotesque as it was beautiful, like an old cathedral in all styles of architecture, stored with shabby antiques and side-shows, and overgrown with moss and lichen, a heterogeneous blend of historical strata of all periods, in which the gems of poetry and pathos and spiritual fervour glittered, and pitiful records of ancient persecutions lay petrified. And the method of praying these things was equally complex and uncouth, equally the bond-slave of tradition. Here a rising, and there a bow. Now 3 steps backwards, and now a beating of the breast. This bit for the congregation, and that for the minister. Variants of a page, a word, a symbol, even a vowel, ready for every possible contingency. Their religious consciousness was largely a musical box, a thrill of the ram's horn, the cadenza of a psalmic phrase, the jubilance of a festival Amen, and the sobriety of a workaday Amen. The Passover melodies and the Pentecost, the minor keys of atonement and the hilarious rhapsodies of rejoicing, the plain chant of the law and the more ornate intonation of the prophets. All this was known and loved, and was far more important than the meaning of it all, or its relation to their real lives. For page upon page was gabbled off at rates that could not be excelled by automata. But if they did not always know what they were saying, they always meant it. If the service had been more intelligible, it would have been less emotional and edifying. There was not a sentiment, however incomprehensible, for which they were not ready to die or to damn. Kol Yisrael Chavarim. All Israel are brethren. And indeed there was a strange antique clannishness about these sons of the covenant, which in the modern world, where the ends of the ages meet, is socialism. They prayed for one another while alive, visited one another's bedsides when sick, buried one another when dead. No mercenary hands poured the yolks of eggs over their dead faces and arrayed their corpses in their praying shawls. No hired masses were said for the sick or the troubled, for the psalm-singing services of the B'nai Bris were always available for petitioning the heavens. Even though their brothers were arrested for buying stolen goods, and the service might be an invitation to Providence to compound a felony, little charities of their own they had too, a Sabbath meal society and a marriage portion society to buy the sticks for poor couples. And when a pauper countryman arrived from Poland, one of them boarded him, and another lodged him, and a third taught him a trade. Strange exotics in a land of prose, carrying with them through the paved highways of London the odour of continental ghettos, and bearing in their eyes through all the shrewdness of their glances the eternal mysticism of the Orient where God was born. Hawkers and peddlers, tailors and cigar makers, cobblers and furriers, glaziers and cap makers. This was in sum their life, to pray much and to work long, to beg a little and to cheat a little, to eat not overmuch and to drink scarce at all, to beget annual children by chaste wives, disallowed them half the year, and to rear them not over well, to study the law and the prophets, and to reverence the rabbinical tradition and the chaos of commentaries expounding it, to abase themselves before the Life of Man and Joseph Caro's Shulchan Aruch, the set table, as though the authors had presided at the foundations of the earth, to wear phylacteries and fringes, tefillin and tzitzits, to keep the beard unshaven and the corners of the hair uncut, to know no work on Sabbath and no rest on weekday. It was a series of recurrent landmarks, ritual and historical, of intimacy with God so continuous that they were in danger of forgetting his existence as of the air they breathed. They ate unleavened bread on Passover and blessed the moon, and counted the days of the Omer until Shavuos, Pentecost, saw the synagogue dressed with flowers in celebration of an Asiatic fruit harvest by a European people divorced from agriculture. They passed to the terrors and triumphs of the New Year, with its domestic symbolism of apple and honey, and its procession to the river, and the revelry of repentance on the great white fast, Yom Kippur, when they burned long candles and whirled fowls round their heads, and attired themselves in grave clothes, and saw from their seats in synagogue the long fast day darken slowly into dusk, while God was sealing the decrees of life and death. They passed to Sukkos, tabernacles, when they ran up rough booths in backyards, draped with their bed sheets and covered with greenery, and bore through the streets citrons in boxes, and waving a combination of myrtle and palm and willow branches, wherewith they made a pleasant rustling in the synagogue, and thence to Simchas Torah, rejoicing of the law, when they danced and drank rum in the house of the Lord, and scrambled sweets for the little ones, and made a sevenfold circuit with the two scrolls, supplemented by toy flags and children's candles stuck in hollow carrots. And then on to Chanukah, dedication, with its celebration of the Maccabean deliverance and the miracle of the unwaning oil in the temple, and to Purim, with its masquerading and its execration of Haman's name, boo, by the banging of little hammers. And so back to Passover. And with these larger cycles, epicycles of minor fasts and feasts, multiplex, not to be overlooked, from the fast of Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Ab, fatal day for the race, when they sat on the ground in shrouds and wailed for the destruction of Jerusalem, to the feast of the great Hosanna, when they whipped away willow leaves on the shul benches in symbolism of forgotten sins, sitting up the whole of the night before in a long paroxysm of prayer, mitigated by coffee and cakes, from the period in which nuts were prohibited to the period in which marriages were commended. And each day, too, had its cycles of religious duty, its comprehensive and cumbrous ritual, with accretions of commentary and tradition, and every contingency of the individual life was equally provided for, and the writings that regulated all this complex ritual are a marvellous monument of the patience, piety, and juristic genius of the race, and of the persecution which threw it back upon its sole treasure, the Torah, the law. Thus they lived and died, these Bnei Bris, these sons of the covenant, half automata, sternly disciplined by voluntary and involuntary privation, hemmed and mewed in by iron walls of form and poverty, joyfully ground under the perpetual rotary wheel of ritualism, good-humored withal, and caustic like all people whose religion stands much upon ceremony, inasmuch as a ritual law comes to count equally with a moral, and a man is not half bad who does 3/4 of his duty. And so the stuffy room, with its guttering candles and its chameleon-coloured paroches, the ark curtain, was the pivot of their barren lives. Joy came to bear to it the offering of its thanksgiving, and to vow sixpenny bits to the Lord. Prosperity came in a high hat to chaffer for the holy privileges, and grief came to rent garments, to lament the beloved dead, and to glorify the name of the Eternal. The poorest life is to itself the universe and all that therein is, and these humble products of a great and terrible past, strange fruits of a motley flowering secular tree, whose roots are in Canaan, and whose boughs overshadow the earth, were all the happier for not knowing that the fulness of life was not theirs. And the years went rolling on, and the children grew up, and here and there a parent. End of chapter 15, section 1. Chapter 15, section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 15, the B'nai Bris, Part 2. The elders of the synagogue were met in council. "He is greater than a prince," said the Shlotten Shammos. "If all the princes of the earth were put in one scale," said Mr. Belcovitch, "with our Maggid Moses on the other, he would outweigh them all. He is worth 100 of the chief Rabbi of England, who has been seen bareheaded." "From Moses to Moses there has been none like Moses," said old Mendel Hyams, interrupting the Yiddish with a Hebrew quotation. "Oh no," said the Shlotten Shammos, who was a great stickler for precision, being, as his nickname implied, a master of ceremonies. "I can't admit that. Look at my brother Nachman." There was a general laugh at the Shlotten Shammos's bull, the proverb dealing only with Moseses. "He has the true gift," observed Frum Karlkammer, shaking the flames of his hair pensively. "For the letters of his name have the same numerical value as those of the great Moses de Leon." Frum Karlkammer was listened to with respect, for he was an honorary member of the committee, who paid for 2 seats in a larger congregation and only worshipped with the Sons of the Covenant on special occasions. The Shalotten Shammos, however, was of a contradictory temperament, a born dissident, upheld by a steady consciousness of highly superior English, the drop of bitter in Belcovitch's presidential cup. He was a long, thin man who towered over the congregation and was as tall as the bulk of them, even when he was bowing his acknowledgments to his Maker. "How do you make that out?" he asked Karlkammer. "Moses, of course, adds up the same as Moses, but while the other parts of the Maggid's name make 73, De Leon's makes 91. "Ah, that's because you're ignorant of Gematria," said little Karlkammer, looking up contemptuously at the cantankerous giant. "You reckon all the letters of the same system, and you omit to give yourself the license of deleting the ciphers." In philology it is well known that all consonants are interchangeable, and vowels don't count. In Gematria any letter may count for anything, and the total may be summed up anyhow. Karlkammer was one of the curiosities of the Ghetto. In a land of frum men he was the frummest. He had the very genius of fanaticism. On the Sabbath he spoke nothing but Hebrew, whatever the inconvenience, and however numerous the misunderstandings, and if he perchance paid a visit, he would not perform the work of lifting the knocker. Of course he had his handkerchief girt round his waist to save him from carrying it, but this compromise being general was not characteristic of Karlkammer, any more than his habit of wearing 2 gigantic sets of phylacteries where average piety was content with 1 of moderate size. One of the walls of his room had an unpapered and unpainted scrap in mourning for the fall of Jerusalem. He walked through the streets to synagogue attired in his praying shawl and phylacteries, and knocked 3 times at the door of God's house when he arrived. On the Day of Atonement he walked in his socks, though heavens fell, wearing his grave clothes. On this day he remained standing in synagogue from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. with his body bent at an angle of 90 degrees. It was to give him bending space that he hired 2 seats. On Sukkot, not having any ground whereupon to create a booth, by reason of living in an attic, he knocked a square hole in the ceiling, covered it with branches, through which the free air of heaven played, and hung a quadrangle of sheets from roof to floor. He bore to synagogue the tallest lulav of palm branches that could be procured, and quarrelled with a rival pietist for the last place in the floral procession, as being the lowliest and meekest man in Israel, an ethical pedestal equally claimed by his rival. He insisted on bearing a corner of the biers of all the righteous dead. Almost every other day was a fast day for Karlkammer, and he had a host of supplementary ceremonial observances which are not for the vulgar. Compared with him, Moses Ansel and the ordinary B'nai Bris were mere heathens. He was a man of prodigious distorted mental activity. He had read omnivorously amidst the vast stores of Hebrew literature, was a great authority on Kabbalah, understood astronomy, and still more astrology, was strong on finance, and could argue coherently on any subject outside religion. His letters to the press on specifically Jewish subjects were the most hopeless, involved, incomprehensible, and protracted puzzles ever penned, bristling with Hebrew quotations from the most varying, the most irrelevant, and the most mutually incongruous sources, and peppered with the dates of birth and death of every rabbi mentioned. No one had ever been known to follow one of these argumentations to the bitter end. They were written in good English, modified by a few peculiar terms used in senses unspecified by dictionary makers, in a beautiful hand, with the T's uncrossed, but crowned with the side stroke, so as to avoid the appearance of the symbol of Christianity, and with the dates expressed according to the Hebrew calendar, for Karlkammer refused to recognize the chronology of the Christian. He made 3 copies of every letter, and each was exactly like the others in every word and every line. His bill for midnight oil must have been extraordinary, for he was a business man and had to earn his living by day. Kept within the limits of sanity by religion without apocalyptic visions, he was saved from predicting the end of the world by mystic calculations, but he used them to prove everything else, and fervently believed that endless meanings were deducible from the numerical value of biblical words, that not a curl at the tail of any letter or any word in any sentence but had its supersubtle significance. The elaborate cipher with which Bacon is alleged to have written Shakespeare's plays was mere child's play compared to the infinite revelations which, in Karlkammer's belief, the Deity left latent in writing the Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi, and in inspiring the Talmud and the holier treasures of Hebrew literature. Nor were those ideas of his own origination. His was an eclectic philosophy and religionism, of which all the elements were discoverable in old Hebrew books. Scraps of Alexandrian philosophy inextricably blent with Aristotelian, Platonic, mystic. He kept up a copious correspondence with scholars in other countries, and was universally esteemed and pitied. "We haven't come to discuss the figures of the Maggid's name, but of his salary," said Mr. Belcovitch, who prided himself on his capacity for conducting public business.
"I have examined the finances," said Karlkammer, "and I don't see how we can possibly put aside more for our preacher than £1 a week."
"But he is not satisfied," said Mr. Belcovitch.
"I don't see why he shouldn't be," said the Shalotten Shammos. £1 a week is luxury for a single man.
The Sons of the Covenant did not know that the poor consumptive Maggid sent half his salary to his sisters in Poland, to enable them to buy back their husbands from military service. Also they had vague, unexpressed ideas that he was not mortal, that Heaven would look after his larder, that, if the worst came to the worst, he could fall back on Kabbalah and engage himself with the mysteries of food creation.
"I've a wife and family to keep on £1 a week," grumbled Greenberg the Chazan.
Besides being reader, Greenberg blew the horn and killed cattle and circumcised male infants and educated children and discharged the functions of beadle and collector. He spent a great deal of his time in avoiding being drawn into the contending factions of the congregation and in steering equally between Belcovitch and the Shalotten Shammos. The Bnei Bris only gave him 50 a year for all his trouble, but they eked it out by allowing him to be on the committee, where, on the question of a rise in the reader's salary, he was always an ineffective minority of one. His other grievance was that for the high festivals the Sons temporarily engaged a finer-voiced reader and advertised him at raised prices to repay themselves out of the surplus congregation. Not only had Greenberg to play second fiddle on these grand occasions, but he had to iterate pom as a sort of musical accompaniment in the pauses of his rival's vocalization.
"You can't compare yourself with the Maggid," the Shalotten Shammos reminded him consolingly. "There are hundreds of you on the market. There are several more so of the service which you do not sing half so well as your predecessor. Your horn-blowing cannot compete with Friedman's of the Fashion Street Chavarah, nor can you read the law as quickly and accurately as Praczynski. I've told you over and over again you confound the air of the Passover Magnificat with the New Year ditto, and that your preliminary flourish in the confession of sin, it goes ay, 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 ay. He mimicked Greenberg's melody, whereas it should be ay, 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 ay.
"Oh no," interrupted Belcovitch.
"All the Chazanim I've ever heard of do it ay, ay, ay."
"You are not entitled to speak on this subject, Belcovitch," said the Shalotten Shammos warmly. "You are an Am Haaretz. I have heard every great Chazan in Europe."
"What was good enough for my father is good enough for me," reported Belcovitch. "The shul he took me to at home had a beautiful Chazan, and he always sang it ay, ay, ay."
"I don't care what you heard at home. In England every Chazan sings oi, oi, oi."
"We can't take our tune from England," said Karlkammer reprovingly. "England is a polluted country by reason of the reformers, whom we were compelled to excommunicate." "Do you mean to say that my father was an Epicurean?" asked Belcovitch indignantly. "The tune was as Greenberg sings it." That there are impious Jews who play bareheaded and sit in the synagogue side by side with the women has nothing to do with it."
The reformers did neither of these things, but the Ghetto, to a man, believed they did, and it would have been countenancing their blasphemies to pay a visit to their synagogues and see. It was an extraordinary example of a myth flourishing in the teeth of the facts, and as such should be useful to historians sifting out the evidence of contemporary writers. The dispute thickened. The synagogue hummed with eyes and oys, not in accord.
"Shah!" said the President at last. "Make an end, make an end." "You see, he knows I'm right," murmured the Shalotten Shammos to his circle. "And if you are," burst forth the impeached Greenberg, who had by this time thought of a retort, "and if I do sing the Passover Magnificat instead of the New Year, have I not reason, seeing as I have no bread in the house? With my salary I have Passover all the year round."
The Chazan's sally made a good impression on his audience, if not on his salary. It was felt that he had a just grievance, and the conversation was hastily shifted to the original topic.
"We mustn't forget the Maggid draws crowds here every Saturday and Sunday afternoon," said Mendel Hyams. "Suppose he goes over to a Chavarah that will pay him more?" "No, he won't do that," said another of the committee. "He will remember that we brought him out of Poland." "But we shan't have any room for the audiences soon," said Belcovitch. "There are so many outsiders turned away every time that I think we ought to let half the applicants enjoy the first 2 hours of the sermon and the other half the second 2 hours." "No, no, that would be cruel," said Karlkammer. "He will have to give the Sunday sermons at least in a larger synagogue. My own shul, the German, will be glad to give him facilities." "But what if they want to take him altogether at a higher salary?" said Mendel. "No, I'm on the committee. I'll see to that," said Karlkammer reassuringly. "Then do you think we shall tell him we can't afford to give him more?" asked Belcovitch. There was a murmur of assent with a fainter mingling of dissent. The motion that the Maggid's application be refused was put to the vote and carried by a large majority. It was the fate of the Maggid to be the one subject on which Belcovitch and the Shalotten Shammos agreed. They agreed as to his transcendent merits, and they agreed as to the adequacy of his salary. "But he's so weakly," protested Mendel Hyams, who was in the minority. "He coughs blood." "He ought to go to a sunny place for a week," said Belcovitch compassionately. "Yes, he must certainly have that," said Karlkammer. "Let us add a rider that although we cannot pay him more a week, he must have a week's holiday in the country. The Shalotten Shammos shall write a letter to Rothschild." Rothschild was a magic name in the Ghetto. It stood next to the Almighty's as a redresser of grievances and a friend to the poor. And the Shalotten Shammos made a large part of his income by writing letters to it. He charged twopence halfpenny per letter, for his English vocabulary was larger than any other scribe's in the Ghetto, and his words were as much longer than theirs as his body. He also filled up printed application forms for soup or Passover cakes, and had a most artistic sense of the proportion of orphans permissible to widows, and a correct instinct for the plausible duration of sickness. The committee agreed nem con to the grant of a seaside holiday, and the Shalotten Shammos, with a gratified feeling of importance, waived his twopence halfpenny. He drew up a letter forthwith,
not of course in the names of the sons of the covenant, but in the Maggid's own. He took the magniloquent sentences to the Maggid for signature. He found the Maggid walking up and down Royal Street, waiting for the verdict. The Maggid walked with a stoop that was almost a permanent bow, so that his long black beard reached well down towards his baggy knees. His curved eagle nose was grown thinner, his long coat shinier, his look more haggard. His corkscrew earlocks were matted, and when he spoke, his voice was a tone more raucous. He wore his high hat, a tall cylinder that reminded one of a weather-beaten turret. The Shalotten Shammos explained briefly what he had done. "Yasher koach, may thy strength increase," said the Maggid in the Hebrew formula of gratitude. "No, thine is more important," replied the Shalotten Shammos with hilarious heartiness, and he proceeded to read the letter as they walked along together, giant and doubled-up wizard. "But I haven't got a wife and 6 children," said the Maggid, for whom one or two phrases stood out intelligible. "My wife is dead, and I never was blessed with a Kaddish." "It sounds better so," said the Shalotten Shammos authoritatively. "Preachers are expected to have heavy families dependent upon them. It would sound lies if I told the truth." This was an argument after the Maggid's own heart, but it did not quite convince him. "But they will send and make inquiries," he murmured. "Then your family are in Poland. You send your money over there." "That is true," said the Maggid feebly, "but still it likes me not." "You leave it to me," said the Shalotten Shammos impressively. "A shamefaced man cannot learn, and a passionate man cannot teach. So said Hillel. When you are in the pulpit, I listen to you. When I have my pen in my hand, you listen to me. As the proverb said, if I were a rabbi, the town would burn, but if you were a scribe, the letter would burn. I don't pretend to be a Maggid. Don't you set up to be a letter writer." "Well, but do you think it's honourable?" "Shema Yisrael," cried the Shalotten Shammos, spreading out his palms impatiently. "Haven't I written letters for 20 years?" The Maggid was silenced. He walked on broodingly. "And what is this place, Burn Mud, I asked to go to?" he inquired. "Bournemouth," corrected the other. "It is a place on the south coast where all the most aristocratic consumptives go." "But it must be very dear," said the poor Maggid, affrighted. "Dear? Of course it's dear," said the Shalotten Shammos pompously. "But shall we consider expense where your health is concerned?" The Maggid felt so grateful he was almost ashamed to ask whether he could eat kosher there, but the Shalotten Shammos, who had the air of a tall encyclopaedia, set his soul at rest on all points. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 16. Sugarman's Bar Mitzvah Party. The day of Ebenezer Sugarman's Bar Mitzvah duly arrived. All his sins would henceforth be on his own head, and everybody rejoiced. By the Friday evening, so many presents had arrived, 4 breastpins, 2 rings, 6 pocket knives, 3 sets of Mochsarim or festival prayer books, and the like, that his father barred up the door very carefully, and in the middle of the night, hearing a mouse scampering across the floor, woke up in a cold sweat and threw open the bedroom window and cried, "Oh, burglars!" But the burglars made no sign of being scared. Everything was still and nothing purloined. So Jonathan took a reprimand from his disturbed wife and curled himself up again in bed. Sugarman did things in style, and through the influence of a client the confirmation ceremony was celebrated in Duke's Plaizer Shul. Ebenezer, who was tall and weak-eyed, with lank black hair, had a fine new black cloth suit and a beautiful silk praying shawl with blue stripes, and a glittering watch chain, and a gold ring, and a nice new prayer book with gilt edges, and all the boys under 13 made up their minds to grow up and be responsible for their sins as quick as possible. Ebenezer walked up to the reading desk with a dauntless stride, and intoned his portion of the law with no more tremor than was necessitated by the musical roulades, and then marched upstairs as bold as brass to his mother, who was sitting up in the gallery, and who gave him a loud smacking kiss that could be heard in the four corners of the synagogue, just as if she were a real lady. Then there was the Bar Mitzvah breakfast, at which Ebenezer delivered an English sermon and a speech, both written by the Shalotten Shammos, and everyone commended his beautiful sentiments and the beautiful language in which they had been couched. Mrs. Sugarman forgot all the trouble Ebenezer had given her in the face of his assurances of respect and affection, and she wept copiously. Having only one eye, she could not see what her Jonathan saw, and what was spoiling his enjoyment of Ebenezer's effusive gratitude to his dear parents for having trained him up in lofty principles. It was chiefly male cronies who had been invited to breakfast, and the table had been decorated with biscuits and fruit and sweets not appertaining to the meal, but provided for the refreshment of the less favoured guests, such as Mr. and Mrs. Hyams, who would be dropping in during the day. Now nearly every one of the guests had brought a little boy with him, each of whom stood like a page behind his father's chair. Before starting on their prandial fried fish, these trenchermen took from the dainties wherewith the ornamental plates were laden, and gave thereof to their offspring. Now this was only right and proper, because it is the prerogative of children to nosh on these occasions. But as the meal progressed, each father from time to time, while talking briskly to his neighbour, allowed his hand to stray mechanically into the plates, and thence negligently backward into the hands of his infant, who stuffed the treasure into his pockets. Sugarman fidgeted about uneasily. Not one surreptitious seizure escaped him, and every one pricked him like a needle. Soon his soul grew punctured like a pincushion. The Shalotten Shammos was among the worst offenders, and he covered his backhanded proceedings with a ceaseless flow of complimentary conversation. "Excellent fish, Mrs. Sugarman," he said, dexterously slipping some almonds behind his chair. "What?" said Mrs. Sugarman, who was hard of hearing. "First-class place," shouted the Shalotten Shammos, negligently conveying a bunch of raisins. "So they ought to be," said Mrs. Sugarman in her thin tinkling accents. "They were all alive in the pan." "Ah, did they twitter?" said Mr. Belcovitch, pricking up his ears. "No," Bessie interposed. "What do you mean?" "At home in my town," said Mr. Belcovitch impressively, "a fish made a noise in the pan one Friday." "Well, and suppose," said the Shalotten Shammos, passing a fig to the rear, "the oil frizzles." "Nothing of the kind," said Belcovitch
angrily. "A real living noise. The woman snatched it out of the pan and ran with it to the Rabbi. But he did not know what to do. Fortunately there was staying with him for the Shabbos a travelling tzaddik from the far city of Ridnik, a chassid, very skilful in plagues and purifications, and able to make clean a creeping thing by 150 reasons. He directed the woman to wrap the fish in a shroud and give it an honourable burial as quickly as possible. The funeral took place the same afternoon, and a lot of people went in solemn procession to the woman's back garden and buried it with all seemly rites. And the knife with which it had been cut was buried in the same grave, having been defiled by contact with the demon. One man said it should be burnt, but that was absurd, because the demon would be only too glad to find himself in his native element. But to prevent Satan from rebuking the woman any more, its mouth was stopped with furnace ashes. There was no time to obtain Palestine earth, which would have completely crushed the demon." "The woman must have committed some nevirah," said Karlkammer. "A true story," said the Shalotten Shammos ironically. "That tale has been over Warsaw this 12 months." "It occurred when I was a boy," affirmed Belcovitch indignantly. "I remember it quite well. Some people explained it favorably. Others were of the opinion that the soul of the fishmonger had transmigrated into the fish, an opinion borne out by the death of the fishmonger a few days before. And the Rabbi is still alive to prove it. May his light continue to shine, though they write that he has lost his memory." The Shalotten Shammos sceptically passed a pear to his son. Old Gabriel Hamburg, the scholar, came compassionately to the raconteur's assistance. "Rabbi Solomon Maimon," he said, "has left it on record that he witnessed a similar funeral in Posen." "It was well she buried it," said Karlkammer. "It was an atonement for a child and saved its life." The Shalotten Shammos laughed outright. "Oh, laugh not," said Mrs. Belcovitch, "or you might laugh with blood. It isn't for my own sins that I was born with ill-matched legs." "I must laugh when I hear of God's fools burying fish anywhere but in their stomachs," said the Shalotten Shammos, transporting a Brazil nut to the rear, where it was quickly annexed by Solomon Ansell, who had sneaked in uninvited and ousted the other boy from his position of vantage. The conversation was becoming heated. Breckelov turned the topic. "My sister has married a man who can't play cards," he said lugubriously. "How lucky for her," answered several voices. "Oh no, it's just her bad luck," he rejoined, "for he will play." There was a burst of laughter, and then the company remembered that Breckelov was a Badchen, or jester. "Why, your sister's husband is a splendid player," said Sugarman with a flash of memory, and the company laughed afresh. "Yes," said Breckelov, "but he doesn't give me the chance of losing to him now. He's got such a stuck-up kotzen. He belongs to Duke's Plaizer Shul and comes there very late, and when you ask him his birthplace, he forgets he was a Pole, and he says he comes from behind Berlin." These strokes of true satire occasioned more merriment and were worth a biscuit to Solomon Ansell via the son of the Shalotten Shammos. Among the inoffensive guests were old Gabriel Hamburg, the scholar, and young Joseph Strelitsky, the student, who sat together. On the left of the somewhat seedy Strelitsky, pretty Bessie,
in blue silk presided over the coffee pot. No one knew where Bessie had stolen her good looks from, probably from some remote ancestress. Bessie was in every way the most agreeable member of the family, inheriting some of her father's brains, but wisely going for the rest of herself to that remote ancestress. Gabriel Hamburg and Joseph Strelitsky had both had relations with No. 1 Royal Street for some time, yet they had hardly exchanged a word, and their meeting at this breakfast table found them as great strangers as though they had never seen one another. Strelitsky came because he boarded with the Sugarmans, and Hamburg came because he sometimes consulted Jonathan Sugarman about a Talmudical passage. Sugarman was charged with the oral tradition of a chain of rabbis, like an actor who knows all the business elaborated by his predecessors, and even a scientific scholar like Hamburg found him occasionally and fortuitously illuminating. Even so, Karlkammer's red hair was a pillar of fire in the trackless wilderness of Hebrew literature. Gabriel Hamburg was a mighty savant who endured all things for the love of knowledge and the sake of 6 men in Europe who followed his work and profited by its results. Verily fit audience, though few. But such is the fate of great scholars whose readers are sown throughout the lands more sparsely than monarchs. One by one, Hamburg grappled with the countless problems of Jewish literary history, settling dates and authors, disintegrating the books of the Bible into their constituent parts, now inserting a gap of centuries between 2 halves of the same chapter, now flashing the light of his new theories upon the development of Jewish theology. He lived at Royal Street and the British Museum, for he spent most of his time groping among the folios and manuscripts, and had no need for more than the little back bedroom, behind the Ansells, stuffed with mouldy books. Nobody who was anybody had heard of him in England, and he worked on unencumbered by patronage or a full stomach. The Ghetto itself knew little of him, for there were but few with whom he found intercourse satisfying. He was not orthodox in belief, though eminently so in practice, which is all the Ghetto demands, not from hypocrisy, but from ancient prejudice. Scholarship had not shrivelled up his humanity, for he had a genial fund of humour and a gentle play of satire, and loved his neighbours for their folly and narrow-mindedness. Unlike Spinoza, he did not go out of his way to inform them of his heterodox views, content to comprehend the crowd rather than be misunderstood by it. He knew that the bigger soul includes the smaller, and that the smaller can never circumscribe the bigger. Such money as was indispensable for the endowment of research he earned by copying texts, and hunting out references for the numerous scholars and clergymen who infest the museum and prevent the general reader from having elbow-room. In person he was small and bent and snuffy. Superficially more intelligible, Joseph Strelitsky was really a deeper mystery than Gabriel Hamburg. He was known to be a recent arrival on English soil, yet he spoke English fluently. He studied at Jews' College by day, and was preparing for the examinations at the London University. None of the students knew where he lived, nor bits of his past history. There was a vague idea afloat that he was an only child whose parents had been hounded to penury and to death by Russian persecution, but who launched it nobody knew. His eyes were sad and earnest. A curl of raven hair fell forward on his high brow. His clothing was shabby and darned in places by his own hand. Beyond accepting the gift of education at the hands of dead men, he would take no help. On several distinct occasions, the magic name Rothschild was appealed to on his behalf by well-wishers, and through its avenue of almoners it responded with its eternal, quenchless, unquestioning generosity to students. But Joseph Strelitsky always quietly sent back these bounties. He made enough to exist upon by touting for a cigar firm in the evenings. In the streets he walked with tight-pursed lips, dreaming no one knew what. And yet there were times when his tight-pursed lips unclenched themselves, and he drew in great breaths even of Ghetto air, with the huge contentment of one who has known suffocation. One can breathe here, he seemed to be saying. The atmosphere, untainted by spies, venal officials, and jeering soldiery, seemed fresh and sweet. Here the ground was stable, not mined in all directions. No arbitrary ukase, veritable sword of Damocles, hung over the head and darkened the sunshine. In such a country, where faith was free and action untrammelled, mere living was an ecstasy when remembrance came over one. And so Joseph Strelitsky sometimes threw back his head and breathed in liberty. The voluptuousness of the sensation cannot be known by born free men. When Joseph Strelitsky's father was sent to Siberia, he took his 9-year-old boy with him in infringement of the law which prohibits exiles from taking children above 5 years of age. The police authorities, however, raised no objection, and they permitted Joseph to attend the public school at Kansk, Yenisei province, where the Strelitsky family resided. A year or so afterwards, the Yenisei authorities accorded the family permission to reside in Yenisei, and Joseph, having given proof of his brilliant abilities, was placed in the Yenisei gymnasium. For nigh 3 years the boy studied here, astonishing the gymnasium with his extraordinary ability, when suddenly the government authorities ordered the boy to return at once to the place where he was born. In vain the directors of the gymnasium, won over by the poor boy's talent and enthusiasm for study, petitioned the government. The Yenisei authorities were again ordered to expel him. No respite was granted, and the 13-year-old lad was sent to Sokolk in the government of Grodno, at the other extreme of European Russia, where he was quite alone in the world. Before he was 16, he escaped to England, his soul branded by terrible memories and steeled by solitude to a stern strength. At Sugarman's he spoke little, and then mainly with the father on scholastic points. After meals he retired quickly to his business or to his sleeping den, which was across the road. Bessie loved Daniel Hyams, but she was a woman, and Strelitsky's neutrality piqued her. Even now it is possible he might not have spoken to Gabriel Hamburg if his other neighbor had not been Bessie. Gabriel Hamburg was glad to talk to the youth, the outlines of whose English history were known to him. Strelitsky seemed to expand under the sunshine of a congenial spirit. He answered Hamburg's sympathetic inquiries about his works without reluctance, and even made some remarks on his own initiative. And as they spoke, an undercurrent of pensive thought was flowing in the old scholar's soul, and his tones grew tenderer and tenderer. The echoes of Ebenezer's effusive speech were in his ears, and the artificial notes rang strangely genuine. All round him sat happy fathers of happy children, men who warmed their hands at the home fire of life, men who lived while he was thinking. Yet he too had had his chance far back in the dim and dusty years. his chance of love and money with it. He had let it slip away for poverty and learning, and only 6 men in Europe cared whether he lived or died. The sense of his own loneliness smote him with a sudden aching desolation. His gaze grew humid. The face of the young student was covered with a veil of mist and seemed to shine with the radiance of an unstained soul. If he had been as other men, he might have had such a son. At this moment Gabriel Hamburg was speaking of paragoge in Hebrew grammar, but his voice faltered, and in imagination he was laying the hands of paternal benediction on Joseph Strelitsky's head. Swayed by an overmastering impulse, he burst out at last, "An idea strikes me." Strelitsky looked up in silent interrogation at the old man's agitated face. "You live by yourself. I live by myself. We are both students. Why should we not live together as students?" A swift wave of surprise traversed Strelitsky's face, and his eyes grew soft. For an instant the one solitary soul visibly yearned toward the other. He hesitated. "Do not think I am too old," said the great scholar, trembling all over. "I know it is the young who chum together, but still I am a student, and you shall see how lively and cheerful I will be." He forced a smile that hovered on tears. "We will be 2 rackety young students every night, raising 1,000 devils." He began to hum in his cracked, hoarse voice the Burschenlied of his early days in the Berlin Gymnasium. But Strelitsky's face had grown dusky with a gradual flush and a deepening gloom. His black eyebrows were knit and his lips set together and his eyes full of sullen ire. He suspected a snare to assist him. He shook his head. "Thank you," he said slowly, "but I prefer to live alone." And he turned and spoke to the astonished Bessie. And so the 2 strange lonely vessels that had hailed each other across the darkness drifted and apart for ever in the waste of waters. But Jonathan Sugarman's eye was on more tragic episodes. Gradually the plates emptied, for the guests openly followed up the more substantial elements of the repast by dessert, more devastating even than the rear manoeuvres. At last there was nothing but an aching china blank. The men looked round the table for something else to nosh, but everywhere was the same depressing desolation. Only in the centre of the table towered in awful intact majesty the great Bar Mitzvah cake, like some mighty sphinx of stone surveying the ruins of empires, and the least reverent shrank before its austere gaze. But at last the Shalotten Shammos shook off his awe and stretched out his hand leisurely toward the cake, as became a master of ceremonies. But when Sugarman the Shadchan beheld his hand moving like a creeping flame forward, he sprang towards him as the tigress springs when the hunter threatens her cub, and speaking no word, he snatched the great cake from under the hand of the spoiler and tucked it under his arm in the place where he carried Nehemiah, and sped therewith from the room. Then consternation fell upon the scene, till Solomon Ansell, crawling on hands and knees in search of windfalls, discovered a basket of apples stored under the centre of the table, and the Shalotten Shammos's son told his father thereof ere Solomon could do more than secure a few for his brother and sisters. And the Shalotten Shammos laughed joyously. Apples! And dived under the table, and his long form reached to the other side and beyond, and grey-bearded men echoed the joyous cry and scrambled on the ground like schoolboys. Leom tichach, always take, quoted the Bodchen gleefully. When Sugarman returned radiant, he found his absence had been fatal. "Piece of fool, two-eyed lump of flesh," said Mrs. Sugarman in a loud whisper, "flying out of the room as if thou hadst the ague. Shall I sit still like thee while our house is being eaten up around us?" Sugarman whispered back. "Couldst thou not look to the apples? Plaster image, leaden fool, see, they've emptied the basket too. Well, dost thou expect luck and blessing to crawl into it? Even 5 shillings worth of nosh cannot last for ever. May 10 ammunition wagons of black curses be emptied upon thee," replied Mrs. Sugarman, her one eye shooting fire. This was the last straw of added insult to injury. Sugarman was exasperated beyond endurance. He forgot that he had a wider audience than his wife. He lost all control of himself and cried out in a frenzy of rage, "What a pity thou hast not a 4th uncle!" Mrs. Sugarman collapsed, speechless. "A greedy lot, ma'am," Sugarman reported to Mrs. Hyams on the Monday. "I was very glad you and your people didn't come. There was nothing left except the prospectuses of the Hamburg Lottery, which I left laying about for the guests to take. Being Shabbos, I couldn't give them out." "We were sorry not to come, but neither Mr. Hyams nor myself felt well," said the white-haired, broken-down woman with her painfully slow enunciation. Her English words rarely went beyond 2 syllables. "Oh," said Sugarman, "but I've come to give you back your corkscrew." "Why, it's broken," said Mrs. Hyams as she took it. "So it is, ma'am," he admitted readily. "But if you think that I ought to pay for the damage, you're mistaken. If you lend me your cat," here he began to make the argumentative movement with his thumb as though scooping out imaginary kosher cheese with it. "If you lend me your cat to kill my rat," his tones took on the strange Talmudic sing-song, "and my rat instead kills your cat, then it is the fault of your cat and not the fault of my rat." Poor Mrs. Hyams could not meet this argument. If Mendel had been at home, he might have found a counter-analogy. As it was, Sugarman retucked Nehemiah under his arm and departed triumphant, almost consoled by the raid on his provisions by the thought of money saved. In the street he met the Shalotten Shammos. "Baruch haba," said the giant in Hebrew. Then, relapsing into Yiddish, he cried, "I've been waiting to see you. What did you mean by telling your wife you were sorry she had not a 4th uncle?" "She knew what I meant," said Sugarman with a little croak of victory. "I have told her the story before. When the Almighty Jargon was making marriages in heaven, before we were yet born, the name of my wife was coupled with my own. The spirit of her eldest uncle, hearing this, flew up to the angel, who made a proclamation and said, 'Angel, thou art making a mistake. The man of whom thou makest mention will be of lower status than this future niece of mine.' Says the angel, 'Hush, it's all right. She will halt one leg.' Came then the spirit of her second uncle and said, 'Angel, what blazonest thou? A niece of mine marry a man of such family.' Says the angel, 'Sure, it's all right. She will be blind in one eye.' Came the spirit of her third uncle and said, 'Angel,
Hast thou not heard? Surely thou canst not mean to marry my future niece into such a humble family. Says the angel, sure, it's all right. She will be deaf in one ear. Now do you see? If she had only a fourth uncle, she would have been dumb into the bargain. There is only one mouth, and my life would have been a happy one. Before I told my wife that history, she used to throw up her better breeding and finer family to me. Even in public she would shed my blood. Now she does not do it even in private.
Sugarman the Shadchan winked, readjusted Nehemiah, and went his way. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 17, The Hope of the Family. Section 1. It was a cold, bleak Sunday afternoon, and the Ansells were spending it as usual. Little Sarah was with Mrs. Simons. Rachel had gone to Victoria Park with a party of schoolmates, and the grandmother was asleep on the bed, covered with one of her son's old coats, for there was no fire in the grate, with her pious Vedi Mecum in her hand. Esther had prepared her lessons and was reading a little brown book at Dutch Debbie's, not being able to forget the London Journal sufficiently. Solomon had not prepared his, and was playing rounders in the street, Isaac being permitted to feed the strikers in return to a prospective occupation of his new bed. Moses Ansell was at shul, listening to a hesped or funeral oration at the German synagogue preached by Reb Shmuel over one of the lights of the Ghetto, prematurely gone out, none other than the consumptive young Maggid, who had departed suddenly for a less fashionable place than Bournemouth. "He has fallen," said the Reb, "not laden with age, not sighing for release because the grasshopper was a burden. But he who holds the keys said, Thou hast done thy share of the work. It is not thine to complete it. It was in thine heart to serve me. From me thou shalt receive thy reward." And all the perspiring crowd in the black draped hall shook with grief, and thousands of working men followed the body, weeping, to the grave, walking all the way to that great cemetery in Bow. A slim, black-haired, handsome lad of about 12, dressed in a neat black suit with a shining white Eton collar, stumbled up the dark stairs of No. 1 Royal Street with an air of unfamiliarity and disgust. At Dutch Debbie's door he was delayed by a brief altercation with Bobby. He burst open the door of the Ansell apartment without knocking, though he took off his hat involuntarily as he entered. Then he stood still with an air of disappointment. The room seemed empty. "What dost thou want, Esther?" murmured the grandmother, rousing herself sleepily. The boy looked toward the bed with a start. He couldn't make out what the grandmother was saying. It was 4 years since he had heard Yiddish spoken, and he had almost forgotten the existence of the dialect. The room, too, seemed chill and alien, so unspeakably poverty-stricken. "Oh, how are you, grandmother?" he said, going up and kissing her perfunctorily. "Where's everybody?" "Art thou Benjamin?" said the grandmother, her stern, wrinkled face shadowed with surprise and doubt. Benjamin guessed what she was asking and nodded. "But how richly they have dressed you! Alas!
Alas, I suppose they've taken away thy Judaism instead. For 4 whole years, is it not, thou hast been with the English? Vey. If thy father had married a pious woman, she would have still been living, and thou wouldst have been able to live happily in our midst, instead of being exiled among strangers who feed thy body and starve thy soul. If thy father had left me in Poland, I should have died happy, and my old eyes would never have seen the sorrow. Unbutton thy waistcoat. Let me see if thou wearest the tzitzit at least."
Of this harangue poured forth at the rate natural to thoughts running over and over in the same groove, Benjamin understood a word here and there. For 4 years he had read and read and read English books, absorbed himself in English composition, heard nothing but English spoken about him. Nay, he had even deliberately put the jargon out of his mind at the commencement as something degrading and humiliating. Now it struck vague notes of old outgrown associations, but called up no definite images. "Where's Esther?" he said.
"Esther?"
grumbled the grandmother, catching the name.
"Esther is with Dutch Debbie. She's always with her. Dutch Debbie pretends to love her like a mother. And why? Because she wants to be her mother. She aims at marrying my Moses, but not for us. This time we shall marry the woman I select. No person like that, who knows as much about Judaism as a cow of Sunday, nor like Mrs. Simmons, who coddles our little Sarah because she thinks my Moses will have her. It's as plain as the eye in her head what she wants. But the widow Finkelstein is the woman we're going to marry. She is a true Jewess. Shuts up her shop at the moment Shabbos comes in. Not works right into the Sabbath like so many, and goes to shul even on Friday nights. Look how she brought up her little Avromki, who intoned the whole portion of the law and the prophets in shul before he was 6 years old. Besides, she has money and has cast her eyes upon my Moses."
The boy, seeing conversation was hopeless, murmured something inarticulate and ran down the stairs to find some traces of the intelligible members of his family. Happily, Bobby, remembering their former altercation and determining to have the last word, barred Benjamin's path with such pertinacity that Esther came out to quiet him, and leapt into her brother's arms with a great cry of joy, dropping the book she held full on Bobby's nose.
"Oh, Benji, is that really you? Oh, I'm so glad. I am so glad. I knew you would come some day. Oh, Benji! Down, Bobby, you bad dog. This is Benji, my brother. Debbie, I'm going upstairs. Benjamin's come back. Benjamin's come back." "All right, dear," Debbie called out. "Let me have a look at him soon. Send me in, Bobby, if you're going away."
The words ended in a cough. Esther hurriedly drove in Bobby, and then half led, half dragged Benjamin upstairs. The grandmother had fallen asleep again and was snoring peacefully.
"Speak low, Benji," said Esther. "Grandmother's asleep."
"All right, Esther. I don't want to wake her, I'm sure. I was up here just now and couldn't make out a word she was jabbering."
"I know. She's losing all her teeth, poor thing."
"No, it isn't that. She speaks that beastly Yiddish. I was sure she'd have learned English by this time. I hope you don't speak it, Esther."
"I must, Benji. You see, father and grandmother never speak anything else at home, and only know a few words of English. But I don't let the children speak it, except to them. You should hear little Sarah speak English. It's beautiful. Only when she cries, she says Weisst mir in Yiddish. I've had to slap her for it, but that makes her cry, I weiß mir, all the more. Oh, how nice you look, Benji, with your white collar, just like pictures of little Lord Launson in the 4th Standard Reader. I wish I could show you to the girls. Oh my, what'll Solomon say when he sees you? He's always wearing his corduroys away at the knees.
But where is everybody? And why is there no fire? Said Benjamin impatiently. It's beastly cold.
Father hopes to get a bread, coal and meat ticket tomorrow, dear.
Well, this is a pretty welcome for a fellow, grumbled Benjamin.
I'm so sorry, Benji. If I'd only known you were coming, I might have borrowed some coals from Mrs. Belcovitch. But just stamp your feet a little, if they freeze. No, do it outside the door. The grandmother is asleep. Why didn't you write me that you were coming?
I didn't know. Old Four Eyes, that's one of our teachers, was going up to London this afternoon, and he wanted a boy to carry some parcels, and as I'm the best boy in the class, he let me come. He let me run up and see you all, and I'm to meet him at London Bridge Station at 7 o'clock. You're not much altered, Esther.
Ain't I?
She said, with a pathetic smile.
Ain't I bigger?
Not 4 years bigger. For a moment I could have fancied I'd never been away. How the years slip by. I shall be bar mitzvah soon.
Yes, and now I've got you all again, I've got so much to say, I don't know where to begin. That time Father went to see you, and I couldn't get much out of him about you, and your letters have been so few.
A letter costs a penny, Esther. Where am I to get pennies from?
I know, dear. I know you would have liked to have written. But now you shall tell me everything. Have you missed us very much?
No, I don't think so, said Benjamin.
Oh, not at all?
Asked Esther in disappointed tones. Yes, I missed you, Esther, at first, he said soothingly. But there's such a lot to do and to think about. It's a new life.
And have you been happy, Benji?
Oh, yes, quite. Just think, regular meals with oranges and sweets and entertainments every now and again. A bed all to yourself, good fires, a mansion with a noble staircase and hall, a field to play in with balls and toys.
A field,
echoed Esther.
Why, it must be like going to Greenwich every day.
Oh, better than Greenwich, where they take you girls for a measly half-day holiday once a year.
Better than the Crystal Palace, where they take the boys?
Why, the Crystal Palace is quite near. We can see the fireworks every Thursday night in the season. Esther's eyes opened wider.
And have you been inside?
Lots of times.
Do you remember the time you didn't go?
Esther said softly. A fellow doesn't forget that sort of thing, he grumbled. I so wanted to go. I'd heard such a lot about it from the boys who'd been. When the day of the excursion came, my Shabbos coat was in pawn, wasn't it?
Yes,
said Esther, her eyes growing humid.
I was so sorry for you, dear. You didn't want to go in your corduroy coat and let the boys know you didn't have a best coat. It was quite right.
I remember Mother gave me a treat instead, said Benjamin with a comic grimace. She took me round to Zachariah Square and let me play there when she was scrubbing Malka's floor. I think Milly gave me a penny, and I remember Leah let me take a couple of licks from a glass of ice cream she was eating on the ruins. It was a hot day. I shall never forget that ice cream. But fancy parents pawning a chap's only decent coat. He smoothed his well-brushed jacket complacently.
Yes, but don't you remember, Mother took it out the very next day with the money she earned at Malka's.
But what was the use of that? I put it on, of course, when I went to school and told the teachers I had been ill the day before, just to show the boys I was telling the truth. But it was too late to take me to the palace."
"Ah, but it came in handy. Do you remember, Benji, how one of the great ladies died suddenly the next week?"
"Oh, yes! Yoicks! Tally-ho!" cried Benjamin with sudden excitement. "We went down on hired omnibuses to the cemetery, ever so far into the country, 6 of the best boys in each class, and I was on the box seat next to the driver, and I thought of the old mail coach days and looked out for highwaymen. We stood along the path in the cemetery, and the sun was shining, and the grass was so green, and there were such lovely flowers on the coffin when it came past with the gentleman crying behind it, and we had lemonade and cakes on the way back. Oh, it was just beautiful. I went to 2 other funerals after that, but that was the one I enjoyed the most. Yes, that coat did come in useful after all, for a day in the country."
Benjamin evidently did not think of his own mother's interment as a funeral. Esther did, and she changed the subject quickly.
"Well, tell me more about your place."
"Well, it's like going to funerals every day. It's all country all about, with trees and flowers and birds. Why, I have helped make hay in the autumn." Esther drew a sigh of ecstasy.
"It's like a book," she said.
"Books?" he said. "I've got hundreds and hundreds, a whole library. Dickens, Mayne Reid, George Eliot, Captain Marryat, Thackeray. I've read them all."
"Oh, Benji,"
said Esther, clasping her hands in admiration, both of the library and her brother.
"I wish I were you."
"Well, you could be me easily enough."
"How?"
said Esther eagerly. "Why, we have a girls' department too. You're an orphan as much as me. You get father to enter you as a candidate."
"Oh, but how could I, Benji?"
said Esther, her face falling.
"What would become of Solomon and Ikey and little Sarah?"
"They've got a father, haven't they? And a grandmother?"
"Father can't do washing and cooking, you silly boy, and grandmother's too old."
"Well, I call it a beastly shame. Why can't father earn a living and give out the washing? He never has a penny to bless himself with."
"It isn't his fault, Benji. He tries hard. I'm sure he often grieves that he's so poor that he can't afford the railway fare to visit you on visiting days.
That time he did go, he only got the money by selling a workbox I had for a prize. But he often speaks about you." "Well, I don't grumble at his not coming," said Benjamin. "I forgive him that because, you know, he's not very presentable, is he, Esther?" Esther was silent.
"Oh, well, everybody knows he's poor. They don't expect father to be a gentleman."
"Yes, but he might look decent. Does he still wear those 2 beastly little curls at the side of his head? Oh, I did hate it when I was at school here, and he used to come to see the master about something. Some of the boys had such respectable fathers. It was quite a pleasure to see them come in and overawe the teacher. Mother used to be just as bad, coming in with a shawl over her head."
"Yes, Benji, but she used to bring us bread and butter when there had been none in the house at breakfast time. Don't you remember, Benji?"
"Oh, yes, I remember. We've been through some beastly bad times, haven't we, Esther? All I say is, you wouldn't like father coming in before all the girls in your class, would you now?" Esther blushed.
"There's no occasion for him to come," she said evasively.
"Well, I know what I shall do," said Benjamin decisively. "I'm going to be a very rich man."
"Are you, Benji?" inquired Esther.
"Yes, of course. I'm going to write books like Dickens and those fellows. Dickens made a pile of money just by writing down plain everyday things going on around him."
"But you can't write."
Benjamin laughed, a superior laugh. "Oh, can't I? What about Our Own, then?"
"What's that?"
"That's our journal. I edit it. Didn't I tell you about it? Yes, I'm running a story through it. It's called The Soldier's Bride, all about life in Afghanistan."
"Oh, where can I get a number?"
"You can't get a number. It ain't printed, stupid. It's all copied by hand, and we've only got a few copies. If you came down, you could see it."
"Yes, but I can't come down," said Esther, with tears in her eyes.
"Well, never mind. You'll see it some day. Well, what was I telling you? Oh, yes, about my prospects. You see, I'm going in for a scholarship in a few months, and everybody said I shall get it. Then perhaps I might go to a higher school, perhaps to Oxford or Cambridge."
"And row in the boat race?"
said Esther, flushing with excitement. "No, bother the boat race. I'm going in for Latin and Greek. I've begun to learn French already, so I shall now know 3 foreign languages."
"4," said Esther.
"You forget Hebrew." "Oh, of course, Hebrew. I don't reckon Hebrew. Everybody knows Hebrew. Hebrew's no good to anyone. What I want is something that'll get me on in the world and enable me to write my books."
"But Dickens, did he know Latin or Greek?"
asked Esther. "No, he didn't," said Benjamin proudly. "That's just where I shall have the pull of him. Well, when I've got rich, I shall buy father a new set of clothes and a high hat. It is so beastly cold here, Esther. Just feel my hands, like ice. And I shall make him live with grandmother in a decent room, and give him an allowance so he can study those beastly big books all day long. Does he still take a week to read a page? And Sarah and Isaac shall go to a proper boarding school. And Solomon, how old will he be then?" Esther looked puzzled.
"But suppose it takes you 10 years getting famous. Solomon will be nearly 20.
"Oh, it can't take me 10 years. But never mind. We shall see what is to be done with Solomon when the time comes. As for you—"
"Well, Benjy?"
she said, for his imagination was breaking down. "I'll give you a dowry and you'll get married. See," he concluded triumphantly.
"Oh, but suppose I shan't want to get married?"
"Nonsense. Every girl wants to get married. I overheard old Four Eyes say that all the teachers in the girls' department were dying to marry him. I've got several sweethearts already, and I dare say you have." He looked at her quizzingly.
"No, dear," she said earnestly. "There's only Levi Jacobs, Reb Shmuel's son, who's been coming round sometimes to play with Solomon, and brings me almond rock. But I don't care for him, at least not in that way. Besides, he's quite above us."
"Oh, is he indeed? Wait till I write my novels."
"I wish you'd write them now, because then I should have something to read." "Oh!"
"What's the matter?"
"I've lost my book. What have I done with my little brown book?"
"Didn't you drop it on that beastly dog?"
"Oh, did I? People'll tread on it on the stairs. Oh dear, I'll run down and get it. But don't call Bobby beastly, please."
"Why not? Dogs are beastly, aren't they?" Esther puzzled over the retort as she flew downstairs, but could find no reply. She found the book, however, and that consoled her. End of section 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 17, The Hope of the Family, Part 2. "What have you got hold of?" replied Benjamin when she returned. "Oh, nothing. It wouldn't interest you." "All books interest me," announced Benjamin with dignity. Esther reluctantly gave him the book. He turned over the pages carelessly. Then his face grew serious and astonished. "Esther," he said, "how did you come by this?" "Oh, one of the girls gave it to me in exchange for a stick of slate pencil. She says she got it from the missionaries. She went to their night school for a lark, and they gave it to her, and a pair of boots as well." "And have you been reading it?" "Yes, Benjy," said Esther meekly. "You naughty girl! Don't you know the New Testament is a wicked book? Look here, there's the word Christ on nearly every page, and the word Jesus on every other, and you haven't even scratched them out. Oh, if anyone was to catch you reading this book—" "I don't read it in school hours," said the little girl deprecatingly. "But you've no business to read it at all." "Why not?" she said doggedly. "I like it. It seems just as interesting as the Old Testament, and there are more miracles to the page." "You wicked girl," said her brother, overwhelmed by her audacity. "Surely you know that all these miracles were false." "Why were they false?" persisted Esther. "Because miracles left off after the Old Testament. There are no miracles nowadays, are there?" "No," admitted Esther. "Well then," he said triumphantly, "if miracles had gone on overlapping into New Testament times, we might as well expect to have them now." "But why shouldn't we have them now?" "Esther, I'm surprised at you. I should like to set old Four Eyes on you. He'd soon tell you why. Religion all happened in the past. God couldn't always be talking to his creatures." "I wish I'd lived in the past, when religion was happening," said Esther ruefully. "But why do Christians all reverence this book? I'm sure there are many more millions of them than of Jews." "Of course there are, Esther. Good things are always scarce. We are so few because we are God's chosen people." "But why do I feel good when I read what Jesus said?" "Because you're so bad," he answered in a shocked tone. "Here, give me the book. I'll burn it." "No, no," said Esther. "Besides, there's no fire." "No, hang it," he said, rubbing his hands. "Well, it'll never do to have you fall back on this sort of thing. I tell you what I'll do. I'll send you Our Own." "Oh, will you, Benjy? That is so good of you," she said joyfully, and was kissing him when Solomon and Isaac came romping in and woke up the grandmother. "How are you, Solomon?" said Benjamin. "How are you, my little man?" he added, patting Isaac on his curly head. Solomon was overawed for a moment. Then he said, "Hello, Benjy, have you got any spare buttons?" But Isaac was utterly ignorant who the stranger could be, and hung back with his finger in his mouth. "That's you brother Benjamin, Ikey," said Solomon. "Don't want no more brothers," said Ikey. "But I was here before you," said Benjamin, laughing. "Does your birthday come before mine, then?" "Yes, if I remember." Isaac looked tauntingly at the door. "See!" he cried to the absent Sarah. Then, turning graciously to Benjamin, he said, "I shan't kiss you, but I'll let you in my new bed." "But you must kiss him," said Esther, and saw that he did it before she left the room to fetch little Sarah from Mrs. Simons. When she came back, Solomon was letting Benjamin inspect his Plevna peep show without charge, and Moses Ansell was back too. His eyes were red with weeping, but that was on account of the Maggid. His nose was blue with the chill of the cemetery. "He was a great man," he was saying to the grandmother. "He would lecture for 4 hours together on any text, and he would always manage to get back to the text before the end. Such exegetics, such homiletics! He was greater than the Emperor of Russia." "Vay, vay,"
echoed the grandmother. If women were allowed to go to funerals, I would gladly have followed him. Why did he come to England? In Poland he would still have been alive. And why did I come to England? Oy vey, vey.
Her head dropped back on the pillow, and her sighs passed gently into snores. Moses turned again to his eldest born, feeling that he was secondary in importance only to the Maggid, and proud at heart of his genteel English appearance. "Well, you'll soon be bar mitzvah, Benjamin," he said with clumsy gentility blent with respect, as he patted his boy's cheeks with his discoloured fingers. Benjamin caught the last two words and nodded his head. "And then you'll be coming back to us. I suppose they will apprentice you to something?" "What does he say, Esther?" asked Benjamin impatiently. Esther interpreted. "Apprentice me to something?" he repeated, disgusted. "Father's ideas are so beastly humble. He would like everybody to dance on him. Why, he'd be content to see me a cigar maker or a presser. Tell him I'm not coming home, that I'm going to win a scholarship and to go to the university." Moses' eyes dilated with pride. "Ah, you will become a Rav," he said, and lifted up his boy's chin and looked lovingly into the handsome face. "What's that about a Rav, Esther?" said Benjamin. "Does he want me to become a rabbi? Ugh! Tell him I'm going to write books." "A blessed boy! A good commentary on the Song of Songs is much better. Perhaps you will begin by writing that." "Oh, it's no good talking to him, Esther. Let him be. Why can't he speak English?" "Oh, he can, but you'd understand even less," said Esther with a sad smile. "Well, all I say is it's a beastly disgrace. Look at all the years he's been in England, just as long as we have." Then the humour of the remark dawned upon him, and he laughed. "I suppose he's out of work as usual," he added. Moses' ears pricked up the syllables "out of work," which to him was a single word of baneful meaning. "Yaw," he said in Yiddish. "But if I only had a few pounds to start with, I could work up a splendid business." "Wait, he shall have a business," said Benjamin, when Esther interpreted. "Don't listen to him," said Esther. "The Board of Guardians has started him again and again, but he likes to think he is a man of business." Meanwhile, Isaac had been busy explaining Benjamin to Sarah and pointing out the remarkable confirmation of his own views as to birthdays. This will account for Esther's next remark being, "Now, dears, no fighting to-day. We must celebrate Benji's return. We ought to kill a fatted calf, like the man in the Bible." "What are you talking about, Esther?" said Benjamin suspiciously. "I'm so sorry. Nothing, only foolishness," said Esther. "We really must do something to make a holiday of the occasion. Oh, I know. We'll have a tea before you go, instead of waiting till supper time. Perhaps Rachel will be back from the park. You haven't seen her yet." "No, I can't stay," said Benjy. "It'll take me 3/4 of an hour getting to the station, and you've got no fire to make tea with either." "Nonsense, Benjy. You seem to have forgotten everything. We've got a loaf and a pennyworth of tea in the cupboard. Solomon, fetch a farthing's worth of boiling water from the widow Finkelstein." At the words "widow Finkelstein," the grandmother awoke and sat up. "No, I'm too tired," said Solomon. "Isaac can go." "No," said Isaac. "Let Esty go." Esther took a jug and went to the door. "Moshe," said grandmother, "go thou to the widow Finkelstein." "But Esther can go," said Moses. "Yes, I'm going," said Esther.
Moshe, repeated the booby inexorably, go thou to the widow Finkelstein.
Moses went.
Have you said the mincha, boys? The old woman asked.
Yes, said Solomon, while you were asleep.
Oh,
said Esther under her teeth, and she looked reproachfully at Solomon. Well, didn't you say we must make a holiday today? He whispered back. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 18, The Holy Land League, Part 1.
Ach, these English Jews,
said Melchizedek Pinchas in German.
What have they done to you now?
Said Gedalia, the greengrocer, in Yiddish. The two languages are relatives and often speak as they pass by.
I have presented my book to every one of them, but they have paid me scarce enough to purchase poison for them all,
said the little poet, scowling. The cheekbones stood out sharply beneath the tense bronzed skin. The black hair was tangled and unkempt. The eyes darted venom.
One of them, Gideon, the stockbroker, MP, engaged me to teach his son for his bar mitzvah. But the boy is so stupid, just like his father. I have no doubt he will grow up to be a rabbi. I teach him his sidra, I sing the words to him with the most beautiful voice, but he has as much ear as soul. Then I write him a speech, a wonderful speech for him to make to his parents and the company at the breakfast. And in it, after all he thanks them for their kindness, I make him say how, with the blessing of the Almighty, he will grow up to be a good Jew and munificently support Hebrew literature and learned men like his revered teacher, Melchizedek Pinchas. And he shows it to his father, and his father says it's not written in good English and that another scholar has already written him a speech. Good English! Gideon has as much knowledge of style as the Rev Elkan Benjamin of decency. I will shoot them both. I know I do not speak English like a native, but what language under the sun is there I cannot write? French, German, Spanish, Arabic, they flow from my pen like honey from a rod. As for Hebrew, you know, Gedalia, I and you are the only two men in England who can write the holy language grammatically. And yet these miserable stockbrokers, Am Haaretz, they dare to say I cannot write English, and they've given me the sack. I, who was teaching the boy true Judaism and the value of Hebrew literature.
What? They didn't let you finish teaching the boy his sidra because you couldn't write English?
No, they had another pretext for it. One of the servant girls said I wanted to kiss her. Lies and falsehood. I was kissing my finger after kissing the mezuzah, and the stupid abomination thought I was kissing my hand to her. It sees itself that they don't kiss the mezuzahs often in that house, the impious crew. And what will be now? The stupid boy will go home to breakfast in a bazaar of costly presents, and he will make the stupid speech written by the fool of an Englishman, and the ladies will weep. And where will be the Judaism in all this? Who will vaccinate him against free thinking as I would have done? Who will infuse into him the true patriotic fervor, the love of his race, the love of Zion, the love of his fathers?
You are verily a man after my own heart, said Gedalia, the greengrocer, overswept by a wave of admiration.
Why should you not come with me to my Beth Medrash tonight to meet for the foundation of the Holy Land League?
That cauliflower will be fourpence, mum."
"Eh? What's that?"
said Pinchas. "I have an idea. A score of us meet tonight to discuss it."
"Oh, yes, you always have ideas. You are a sage and a saint, Gedalia. The Beth Medrash which you established is the only centre of real orthodoxy and Jewish literature in London. The ideas you expound in the Jewish papers for the amelioration of the lot of our poor brethren are most statesmanlike. But these donkey-head English rich people, what help can you expect from them? They don't even understand your plans. They have only sympathy with needs of the stomach."
You are right, Pinchas," said Gedalia, the greengrocer, eagerly. He was a tall, loosely built man with a pasty complexion, capable of shining with enthusiasm. He was dressed shabbily, and in the intervals of selling cabbages projected the regeneration of Judah. "That is just what is beginning to dawn upon me, Pinchas," he went on. "Our rich people give plenty away in charity. They have good hearts, but not Jewish hearts. As the verse says, a bundle of rhubarb and 2 pounds of Brussels sprouts and 3pence halfpenny change. Thank you, ma'am, much obliged. Now, I've bethought myself, why should we not work out our own salvation? It is the poor, the oppressed, the persecuted, whose souls pant after the land of Israel as the hart after the water brooks. Let us help ourselves. Let us put our hands in our own pockets. With our groschen, let us rebuild Jerusalem and our holy temple. We will collect a fund slowly but surely from all parts of the East End and the provinces. The pious will give. With the first fruits we will send out a little party of persecuted Jews to Palestine, and then another and another. The movement will grow like a sliding snowball that becomes an avalanche." "Yes, yes, then the rich will come to you," said Pinchas, intensely excited. "Ah, it is a great idea, like all yours. Yes, I will come. I will make a mighty speech, for my lips, like Isaiah's, have been touched with the burning coal. I will inspire all hearts to start the movement at once. I will write its Marseillaise this very night, bedewing my couch with a poet's tears. We shall no longer be dumb. We shall roar like the lions of Lebanon. I shall be the trumpet to call the dispersed together from the 4 corners of the earth. Yea, I shall be the Messiah himself," said Pinchas, rising on the wings of his own eloquence and forgetting to puff at his cigar. "I rejoice to see you so ardent, but mention not the word Messiah, for I fear some of our friends will take alarm and say that these are not messianic times, that neither Eliyahu nor Og, king of Magog, nor any of the portents have yet appeared. Kidneys or regents, my child?"
"Stupid people. Hillel said more wisely, if I help not myself, who will help me? Do they expect the Mashiach to fall from heaven? Who knows but I am the Messiah? Was I not born on the 9th of Av?"
"Hush, hush," said Gedalia, the greengrocer. "Let us be practical. We're not yet ready for the Marseillaise or Messiahs. First step is to get funds enough to send one family to Palestine."
"Yes, yes,"
said Pinchas, drawing vigorously at his cigar to rekindle it.
"but we must look ahead. Already I see it all. Palestine in the hands of Jews, the Holy Temple rebuilt, a Jewish state, a president who is equally accomplished with the sword and the pen. The whole campaign stretches before me. I see things like Napoleon, general and dictator alike."
"Truly we wish that," said the greengrocer cautiously. But tonight it is only a question of a dozen men founding a collecting society."
Of course, that I understand. You're right. People about here say Guedalyah the greengrocer is always right. I will come beforehand to supper with you and talk it over, and you shall see what I shall write for the Mizpah and for the Arbeiter Freund. You know all these papers jump at me. Their readers are the class to which you appeal. In them I will write my burning verses and leaders advocating the cause. I shall be your Titatus, your Mazzini, your Napoleon. How blessed that I came to England just now. I have lived in the Holy Land. The genius of the soil is blent with mine. I can describe its beauties as no other can. I am the very man at the hour. And yet I will not go rashly. Slow and sure. My plan is to collect small amounts from the poor, to start by sending one family at a time to Palestine. That is how we must do it. How does that strike you, Guedalyah? You agree?
Yes, that is also my opinion.
You see, I am not a Napoleon only in great ideas. I understand detail, though as a poet I abhor it. The Jew is king of the world. He alone conceives great ideas and executes them by petty means. The heathen are so stupid. Yes, you shall see at supper how practically I will draw up the scheme. And then I will show you too what I have written about Gideon, the dog of a stockbroker, a satirical poem I have written about him in Hebrew, an acrostic with his name for the mockery of posterity. Stocks and shares I have translated into Hebrew with new words which will at once be accepted by the Hebraists of the world and added to the vocabulary of modern Hebrew. Oh, I am terrible in satire. I sting like the hornet, witty as Emmanuel, but mordant as his friend Dante. It will appear in the Mizpah tomorrow. I will show this Anglo-Jewish community that I am a man to be reckoned with. I will crush it, not it me.
But they don't see the Mizpah, and couldn't read it if they did.
No matter, I send it abroad. I have friends, great rabbis, great scholars everywhere who send me their learned manuscripts, their commentaries, their ideas for revision and improvement. Let the Anglo-Jewish community hug itself in its stupid prosperity. I will make it the laughing-stock of Europe and Asia. Then some day it will find out its mistake. It will have ministers like the Rev. Elkin Benjamin, who keeps 4 mistresses. It will depose the lump of flesh who reigns over it, and it will seize the hem of my coat and beseech me to be its rabbi.
We should have a more orthodox chief rabbi, certainly, admitted Guedalyah.
Orthodox? Then and only then shall we have true Judaism in London, and a burst of literary splendour far exceeding that of the much overpraised Spanish school, none of which had that true lyrical gift which is like the carol of the bird in the pairing season. Oh, why have I not the bird's privileges as well as its gifts of song? Why can I not pair at will? Oh, the stupid rabbis who forbade polygamy. Verily, as the verse says, the law of Moses is perfect, enlightening the eyes. Marriage, divorce, all is regulated with the height of wisdom. Why must we adopt the stupid customs of the heathen? At present I have not even one mate, but I love, oh Guedalyah, I love. The women are so beautiful. You love the women, eh?
I love my Rivkah, said Guedalyah. A penny on each ginger beer bottle, sir.
Yes, but why haven't I got a wife, eh? Demanded the little poet fiercely, his black eyes glittering. I am a fine, tall, well-built, good-looking man. In Palestine and on the continent all the girls would go about sighing and casting sheep's eyes at me. for there the Jews love poetry and literature. But here, pah! I can go into a room with a maiden in it, and she makes herself unconscious of my presence. There is Reb Shmuel's daughter, a fine, beautiful virgin. I kiss her hand, and it is ice to my lips. Ah, if I only had money! And money I should have if these English Jews were not so stupid, and if they elected me chief rabbi. Then I would marry 1, 2, 3 maidens. Ha! Talk not such foolishness, said Guedalyah, laughing, for he thought the poet jested. Pinchas saw his enthusiasm had taken him too far, but his tongue was the most reckless of organs, and often slipped into the truth. He was a real poet, with an extraordinary faculty for language and a gift for unerring rhythm. He wrote after the medieval model, with a profusion of acrostics and double rhyming, not with the bald duplications of primitive Hebrew poetry. Intellectually he divined things like a woman, with marvellous rapidity, shrewdness, and inaccuracy. He saw into people's souls through a dark refracting suspiciousness. The same bent of mind, the same individuality of distorted insight made him overflow with ingenious explanations of the Bible and the Talmud, with new views and new lights on history, philology, medicine, anything, everything. And he believed in his ideas because they were his, and in himself because of his ideas. To himself his stature sometimes seemed to expand till his head touched the sun, but that was mostly after wine, and his brain retained a permanent glow from the contact. "Well, peace be with you," said Pinchas. "I will leave you to your customers, who besiege you as I have been besieged by the maidens. But what you have told me has gladdened my heart. I always had an affection for you, but now I love you like a woman. We will found this Holy Land League, you and I. You shall be president. I waive all claims in your favor, and I will be treasurer, eh?"
"We shall see, said Guedalyah, the greengrocer.
"No, we cannot leave it to the mob. We must settle it beforehand. Shall we say done?"
He laid his finger cajolingly to the side of his nose.
"We shall see," repeated Guedalyah, the greengrocer, impatiently.
"No, say, I love you like a brother. Grant me this favor, and I will never ask anything of you so long as I live."
"Well, if the others," began Guedalyah feebly.
"Ah, you are a prince in Israel," Pinchas cried enthusiastically. "If I could only show you in my heart how it loves you."
He capered off at a sprightly trot, his head haloed by huge volumes of smoke. Guedalyah the greengrocer bent over a bin of potatoes. Looking up suddenly, he was startled to see the head fixed in the open front of the shop window. It was a narrow, dark, bearded face, distorted with an insinuative smile. A dirty-nailed forefinger was laid on the right of the nose.
"You won't forget," said the head coaxingly.
"Of course I won't forget," cried the greengrocer querulously.
End of section 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 18, The Holy Land League, Part 2. The meeting took place at 10 that night in the Beth Hamedrash founded by Guedalyah, a large unswept room rudely fitted up as a synagogue and approached by reeking staircases unsavoury as the neighbourhood. On one of the back benches a shabby youth with very long hair and lank fleshless limbs shook his body violently to and fro, while he vociferated the sentences of the Mishnah in the traditional argumentative sing-song. Near the central raised platform was a group of enthusiasts, among whom Frum Karlkammer, with his thin ascetic body and the mass of red hair that crowned his head like the light of a pharos, was a conspicuous figure. "A peace be to you, Karlkammer," said Pinchas to him in Hebrew. "To you be peace, Pinchas," replied Karlkammer. "Ah," went on Pinchas, "sweeter than honey it is to me, yea, than fine honey, to talk to a man in the Loishon HaKodesh. Woe, the speakers are few in these latter days. I and thou, Karlkammer, are the only two people who can speak the holy tongue grammatically on this isle of the sea. Lo, it is a great thing that we are met to do this tonight. I see Zion laughing on her mountains and her fig trees skipping for joy. I will be the treasurer of the fund, Karlkammer. Do thou vote for me, for so our society shall flourish as the green bay tree." Karlkammer grunted vaguely, not having humour enough to recall the usual associations of the simile, and Pinchas passed on to salute Hamburg. To Gabriel Hamburg, Pinchas was occasion for half-respectful amusement. He could not but revere the poet's genius, even while he laughed at his pretensions to omnificence, and at the daring and unscientific guesses which the poet offered as plain prose. But when in their arguments Pinchas came upon Jewish ground, he was in presence of a man who knew every inch of it. "Blessed art thou who arriveth," he said when he perceived Pinchas. Then, dropping into German, he continued, "I did not know thou wouldst join in the rebuilding of Zion." "Why not?" inquired Pinchas. "Because thou hast written so many poems thereupon." "Do not be so foolish," said Pinchas, annoyed. "Did not King David fight the Philistines as well as write the Psalms?" "Did he write the Psalms?" said Hamburg quietly, with a smile. "No, not so loud. Of course he didn't. The Psalms are written by Judas Maccabeus, as I proved in the last issue of the Stuttgart Zeitschrift. But that only makes my analogy more forcible. You shall see how I will gird on sword and armour, and I shall yet see even you in the forefront of the battle. I will be treasurer. You shall vote for me, Hamburg. For I and you are the only people who know the holy tongue grammatically, and we must work shoulder to shoulder and see that the balance sheets are drawn up in the language of our fathers." In like manner did Melchizedek Pinchas approach Hiram Lyons and Simon Grodkotsky, the former a poverty-stricken pietist who added day by day to a furlong of crabbed manuscript, embodying a useless commentary on the first chapter of Genesis, the latter the portly fancy-good dealer in whose warehouse Daniel Hyams was employed. Grodkotsky rivalled Reb Shmuel in his knowledge of the exact loci of Talmudical remarks, page this and line that, and secretly a tolerant latitudian, enjoyed the repudiation of a bulwark of orthodoxy too well to give it up. Grodkotsky passed easily from writing an invoice to writing a learned article on Hebrew astronomy. Pinchas ignored Joseph Strelitsky, whose raven curl floated wildly over his forehead like a pirate's flag, though Hamburg, who was rather surprised to see the taciturn young man at a meeting, strove to draw him into conversation. The man to whom Pinchas ultimately attached himself was only a man in the sense of having attained his religious majority. He was a Harrow boy named Raphael Leon, a scion of a wealthy family. The boy had manifested a strange premature interest in Jewish literature, and had often seen Gabriel Hamburg's name in learned footnotes, and, discovering that he was in England, had just written to him. Hamburg had replied, and they had met that day for the first time, and at the lad's own request the old scholar brought him to this strange meeting. The boy grew to be Hamburg's one link with wealthy England, and though he rarely saw Leon again, the lad came in a shadowy way to take the place he had momentarily designated for Joseph Strelitsky. Tonight it was Pinchas who assumed the paternal manner, but he mingled it with a subtle obsequiousness that made the shy, simple lad uncomfortable, though when he came to read the poet's lofty sentiments, which arrived, with an acrostic dedication, by the first post next morning, he conceived an enthusiastic admiration for this neglected genius. The rest of the remnant who met to save Israel looked more commonplace. A furrier, a slipper-maker, a locksmith, an ex-glazier, Mendel Hyams, a confectioner, a malamed, or Hebrew teacher, a carpenter, a presser, a cigar-maker, a small shopkeeper or two, and last and least, Moses Ansel. They were of many birthplaces: Austria, Holland, Poland, Russia, Germany, Italy, Spain. Yet they felt themselves of no country, and of one. Encircled by the splendours of modern Babylon, their hearts turned to the east, like passion flowers seeking the sun. Palestine, Jerusalem, Jordan, the Holy Land were magic symbols to them. The sight of a coin struck in one of Baron Edmund's colonies filled their eyes with tears. In death they craved no higher boon than a handful of Palestine earth sprinkled over their graves. But Gedalia, the greengrocer, was not the man to encourage idle hopes. He explained his scheme lucidly, without highfalutin. They were to rebuild Judaism as the coral insect rebuilds its reefs, not, as the prayer went, speedily and in our days. They had brought themselves up to expect more, and were disappointed. Some protested against peddling little measures. Like Pinchas, they were for high heroic deeds. Joseph Strelitsky, student and cigar commission agent, jumped to his feet and cried passionately in German, "Everywhere Israel groans and travails. Must we indeed wait and wait till our hearts are sick and strike never a decisive blow? It is nigh 2,000 years since across the ashes of our holy temple we were driven into the exile, clanking the chains of pagan conquerors. For nigh 2,000 years have we dwelt on alien soils, a mockery and a byword for the nations, hounded out from every worthy employ, and persecuted for turning to the unworthy, spat upon and trodden under foot, suffusing the scroll of history with our blood, and illuminating it with the lurid glare of the fires to which our martyrs have ascended gladly for the sanctification of the name. We who 20 centuries ago were a mighty nation, with a law and a constitution and a religion which have been the keynotes of the civilization of the world, we who sat in judgment by the gates of great cities, clothed in purple and fine linen, are the sport of people who were then roaming wild in woods and marshes, clothed in the skins of the wolf and the bear. Now in the east there gleams again a star of hope. Why shall we not follow it? Never has the chance of the restoration flamed so high as today. Our capitalists rule the markets of Europe. Our generals lead armies. Our great men sit in the councils of every state. We are everywhere. 1,000 stray rivulets of power that could be blent
into a mighty ocean. Palestine is one if we wish. The whole house of Israel has but to speak with a mighty unanimous voice. Poets will sing for us, journalists will write for us, diplomats haggle for us, millionaires pay the price for us. The Sultan would restore our land to us tomorrow, did we but bestir. There are no obstacles but ourselves. It is not the heathen that keeps us out of our land. It is the Jew, the rich and prosperous Jew. Jerusalem grown fat and sleepy, dreaming the false dream of assimilation with the peoples of the pleasant places in which our lines have been cast. Give us back our country. This alone will solve the Jewish question. Our paupers shall become agriculturalists, and like Antiochus, the genius of Israel shall gain fresh strength by contact with Mother Earth. And for England, it will help to solve the Indian question. Between European Russia and India, there will be planted a people fierce, terrible, hating Russia for her wild beast deeds. Into the exile we took with us all of our glories, only a spark of the fire by which our temple, the abode of our great one, was engirdled. And this little spark kept us alive, while the towers of our enemies crumbled to dust. And this spark leapt into celestial flame and shed light upon the faces of the heroes of our race, and inspired them to endure the horrors of the dance of death and the tortures of the auto da fe. Let us fan the spark again till it leap up and become a pillar of flame going before us and showing us the way to Jerusalem, the city of our sires. And if gold will not buy our land, we must try steel. As the national poet of Israel, Naphtali Herz Imber, has so nobly sung. And here he broke into the Hebrew Wacht am Rhein, of which an English version would run thus: like the crash of the thunder which splitteth asunder the flame of the cloud, on our ears ever falling, a voice is heard calling from Zion aloud. Let your spirit's desires for the land of your sires eternally burn, from the foe to deliver our own holy river, to Jordan return, where the soft flowing stream murmurs low as in dream. There set we our watchword the sword of our land and the Lord. By the Jordan there set we our watch. Rest in peace, loved land, for we rest not, but stand, off shaken our sloth. When the bolts of war rattle, to shirk not the battle, we make thee our oath. As we hope for a heaven, thy chains shall be riven, thine ensign unfurled, and in pride of our race we will fearlessly face the might of the world. When our trumpet is blown and our standard is flown, then set we our watchword, the sword of our land and our Lord. By Jordan then set we our watch. Yea, as long as there be birds in air, fish in sea, and blood in our veins, and the lions in might, leaping down from the height, shake roaring their manes, and the dew nightly laves the forgotten old graves where Judah's sires sleep. We swear who are living to rest not in striving, to pause not to weep. Let the trumpet be blown, let the standard be flown. Now set we our watch. Our watchword, the sword of our land and our Lord. In Jordan now set we our watch. He sank upon the rude wooden bench, exhausted, his eyes glittering, his raven hair dishevelled by the wildness of his gestures. He had said. For the rest of the evening he neither moved
nor spake. The calm, good-humoured tones of Simon Gradkoski followed like a cold shower.
We must be sensible, he said, for he enjoyed the reputation of a shrewd, conciliatory man of the world, as well as a pillar of orthodoxy. The great people will come to us, but not if we abuse them. We must flatter them up and tell them they are the descendants of the Maccabees. There is much political kudos to be got out of leading such a movement. This, too, they will see. Rome was not built in a day, and the temple will not be rebuilt in a year. Slow and sure, and the blessing of God over all. Besides, we are not soldiers now. We must recapture our land by brain, not sword.
After such wise Simon Gradkoski. But Gradkoski, the Hebrew teacher, crypto-atheist and overt revolutionary, who read a Hebrew edition of the Pickwick Papers in the synagogue on the Day of Atonement, was with Strelitsky, and a bigot whose religion made his wife and children wretched was with the cautious Simon Gradkoski. Frum Karlkammer followed, but his drift was uncertain. He apparently looked forward to miraculous interpositions. Still, he approved of the movement from one point of view. The more Jews lived in Jerusalem, the more would be enabled to die there, which was the aim of a good Jew's life. As for the Messiah, he would come assuredly in God's good time. Thus Karlkammer, at enormous length, with frequent intervals of unintelligibility, and huge chunks of irrelevant quotation, and much play of Kabbalistic conceptions. Pinchas, who had been fuming throughout this speech, for to him Karlkammer stood for the archetype of all donkeys, jumped up impatiently when Karlkammer paused for breath, and denounced as an interruption that gentleman's indignant continuance of his speech. The sense of the meeting was with the poet, and Karlkammer was silenced. Pinchas was dithyrambic, sublime, with audacities which only genius can venture upon. He was pungently merry over Imber's pretensions to be the national poet of Israel, declaring that his prosody, his vocabulary, even his grammar, were beneath contempt. He, Pinchas, would write Judea a real patriotic poem, which would be sung from the slums of Whitechapel to the veldts of South Africa, and from the Mellah of Morocco to the Judengassen of Germany, and should gladden the hearts and break from the mouths of the poor immigrants saluting the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor. When he walked in Victoria Park of a Sunday afternoon and heard the band play, the sound of the cornet always seemed to him, said he, like the sound of Bar Kokhba's trumpet, calling the warriors to battle. And when it was all over and the band played God Save the Queen, it sounded like the paean of victory when he marched, a conqueror, to the gates of Jerusalem. Wherefore he, Pinchas, would be their leader. Had not the providence, which concealed so many revelations in the letters of the Torah, given him the name Melchizedek Pinchas, whereas one initial stood for the Messiah and the other for Palestine? Yes, he would be their Messiah. But money nowadays was the sinews of war, and the first step to Messiahship was the keeping of the funds. The Redeemer must, in the first instance, be the treasurer. With this anticlimax, Pinchas wound up, his childishness and naivete conquering his cunning. Other speakers followed, but in the end Gedalia the greengrocer prevailed. They appointed him president and Simon Gradkoski treasurer, collecting 25 shillings on the spot, 10 from the lad Raphael Leon. In vain Pinchas reminded the President that they would need collectors to make house-to-house calls. 3 other members were chosen to district the Ghetto. All felt the incongruity of hanging money-bags at the saddle-bow of Pegasus, whereupon Pinchas relit his cigar, and, muttering that they were all fool men, betook himself unceremoniously without. Gabriel Hamburg looked on throughout with something like a smile on his shrivelled features. Once, while Joseph Strelitsky was holding forth, he blew his nose violently. Perhaps he had taken too large of a pinch of snuff, but not a word did the great scholar speak. He would give up his last breath to promote the return, provided the Hebrew manuscripts were not left behind in alien museums. But the humours of the enthusiasts were part of the great comedy in the only theatre he cared for. Mendel Hyams was another silent member, but he wept openly under Strelitsky's harangue. When the meeting adjourned, the lank, unhealthy, swaying creature in the corner, who had been mumbling the tractate Baba Kama out of courtesy, now burst out fresh in his quaint, argumentative recitative. What then does this refer to his stone, or his knife, or his burden, which he has left on the highway, and it injures a passer-by? How is this? If he gave up his ownership, whether according to Rav or according to Shmuel, it is a pit, and if he retained his ownership, if according to Shmuel, who holds that all are derived from his pit, then it is a pit, and if according to Rav, who holds that all are derived from his ox, then it is an ox. Therefore the derivatives of an ox are the same as an ox itself. He had been at it all day, and he went on far into the small hours, shaking his body backwards and forwards without remission. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 19. The Courtship of Shosshi Shmendrik, Part 1. Mekich was a chassid, which in the vernacular is a saint, but in the actual a member of the sect of the Chassidim, whose centre is Galatia. In the 18th century, Israel Baal Shem, the master of the name, retired to the mountains to meditate on philosophical truths. He arrived at a creed of cheerful and even stoical acceptance of the cosmos in all its aspects, and a conviction that the incense of an enjoyed pipe was grateful to the Creator. But it is the inevitable misfortune of religious founders to work at apocryphal miracles, and to raise up an army of disciples who squeeze the teaching of their master into their own mental moulds, and are ready to die for the resultant distortion. It is only by being misunderstood that a great man can have any influence upon his kind. The Baal Shem was succeeded by an army of thaumaturgists, and the wonder-working rabbis of Sadagora, who were in touch with all the spirits of the air, and enjoy the revenue of princes and the reverence of popes. To snatch a morsel of such a rabbi's Sabbath kugel or pudding is to ensure paradise, and the scramble is a scene to witness. Chassidism is the extreme expression of Jewish optimism. The Chassidim are the Koribants or Salvationists of Judaism. In England, their idiosyncrasies are limited to noisy, jubilant services in their chevra, the worshippers dancing or leaning or standing or writhing or beating their heads against the wall as they will, and frisking like happy children in the presence of their father. Mekich also danced at home,
and sang Tiddy toi 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 ta, varied by rom pom pom and a bim bum, in such a quaint melody to express his personal satisfaction with existence. He was a wizened little widower with a deep yellow complexion, prominent cheekbones, a hook nose, and a scrubby, straggling little beard. Years of professional practice as a mendicant had stamped his face with an anguished, suppliant, conciliatory grin, which he could not now erase even after business hours. It might perhaps have yielded to soap and water, but the experiment had not been tried. On his head he always wore a fur cap with lappets for his ears. Across his shoulders was strung a lemon basket filled with grimy, gritty bits of sponge, which nobody ever bought. Meckisch's merchandise was quite other. He dealt in sensational spectacle. As he shambled along with extreme difficulty and by the aid of a stick, his lower limbs, which were crossed in odd contortions, appeared half paralyzed, and when his strange appearance had attracted attention, his legs would give way and he would find himself with his back on the pavement, where he waited to be picked up by sympathetic spectators shedding silver and copper. After an indefinite number of performances, Meckisch would hurry home in the darkness to dance and sing Tiddy riddy roi roi bim bam. Thus Meckisch lived at peace with God and man, until one day the fatal thought came into his head that he wanted a second wife. There was no difficulty in getting one by the aid of his friend Sugarman, the Jargon, and soon the little man found his household goods increased by the possession of a fat Russian giantess. Meckisch did not call in the authorities to marry him. He had a still wedding, which cost nothing. An artificial canopy made out of a sheet and 4 broomsticks was erected in the chimney corner, and 9 male friends sanctified the ceremony by their presence. Meckisch and the Russian giantess fasted on their wedding morn, and everything was in honorable order. But Meckisch's happiness and economies were short-lived. The Russian giantess turned out a Tartar. She got her claws into his savings and decorated herself with Paisley shawls and gold necklaces. Nay, more. She insisted that Meckisch must give her society and keep an open house. Accordingly, the bed-sitting room which they rented was turned into a salon of reception, and hither one Friday night came Peleg Shmendrik and his wife and Mr. and Mrs. Sugarman. Over the Sabbath meal the current of talk divided itself into masculine and feminine freshets. The ladies discussed bonnets and the gentlemen Talmud. All the 3 men dabbled, prettily enough, in stocks and shares, but nothing in the world would tempt them to transact any negotiation or discuss the merits of a prospectus on the Sabbath, though they were all fluttered by the allurements of the Sapphire Mines Limited, as set forth in a whole page of advertisement in the Jewish Chronicle, the organ naturally perused for its religious news on Friday evenings. The share list would close at noon on Monday. "But when Moses, our teacher, struck the rock," said Peleg Shmendrik in the course of the discussion, "he was right the first time but wrong the second, because, as the Talmud points out, a child may be chastised when it is little, but as it grows up it should be reasoned with." "Yes," said Sugarman the Shadchan quickly, "but if his rod had not been made of sapphire, he would have split that instead of the rock." What was made of sapphire? Asked Mechich, who was rather a Am Haaretz, a man of the earth. Of course it was, and a very fine thing, answered Sugarman. Do you think so? Inquired Peleg Shmendrik eagerly. The sapphire is a magic stone, answered Sugarman. It improves the vision and makes peace between foes. Issachar, the studious son of Jacob, was represented on the breastplate by the sapphire. Do you not know that the mist-like centre of the sapphire symbolizes the cloud that enveloped Sinai at the giving of the law? I didn't know that, answered Peleg Shmendrik. But I know that Moses' rod was created in the twilight of the first Sabbath, and God did everything after that with this sceptre. Ah, but we are not all strong enough to wield Moses' rod. It weighed 40 selas, said Sugarman. How many selas do you think one could safely carry? Said Mechich. 5 or 6, not more, said Sugarman. You see, one might drop them if he intended more, and even sapphire might break. The first tables of the law were made of sapphire, and yet from a great height they fell terribly and were shattered to pieces. Gideon, the MP, may be said to desire a rod of Moses, for his secretary told me he will take 40, said Shmendrik. Hush, what are you saying? Said Sugarman. Gideon is a rich man, and then he is a director. It seems a good lot of directors, said Mechich. Good to look at, but who can tell? Said Sugarman, shaking his head. The Queen of Sheba probably brought sapphires to Solomon, but she was not a virtuous woman. Ah, Solomon, sighed Mrs. Shmendrik, pricking up her ears and interrupting this talk of stocks and stones. If he had had 1,000 daughters instead of 1,000 wives, even his treasury couldn't have held out. I had only 2 girls, praised be he, and yet it nearly ruined me to buy them husbands. A dirty greener comes over without a shirt to his skin and nothing else, but he must have £200 in the hand. And then you've got to stick to his back to see that he doesn't take his breeches in his hand and off to America. In Poland he would have been glad to get a maiden and would have said thank you. Well, what about your own son? Said Sugarman. Why haven't you asked me to find Shosshi a wife? It's a sin against the maidens of Israel. He must be long past the Talmudical age. He's 24, replied Peleg Shmendrik. Tut, 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 said Sugarman, clacking his tongue in horror. Have you perhaps an objection to his marrying? Save us and grant us peace, said the father in deprecatory horror. Only Shosshi is so shy. You are aware, too, he is not handsome. Heaven alone knows whom he takes after. Peleg, I blush for you, said Mrs. Shmendrik. What is the matter with the boy? Is he deaf, dumb, blind, unprovided with legs? If Shosshi is backward with the women, it's because he learns so hard when he is not at work. He earns a good living by his cabinet making, and it is quite time he set up a Jewish household for himself. How much will you want for finding him a Kala? Hush, said Sugarman sternly. Do you forget that it is Shabbos? Be assured I shall not charge more than the last time, unless the bride has an extra good dowry. On Saturday night, immediately after Havdalah, Sugarman went to Mr. Belcovitch, who was just about to resume work, and informed him that he had the very chazan for Becky. I know, he said, Becky has a lot of young men after her, but what are they but a pack of barebacks? How much will you give for a solid man? After much haggling, Belcovitch consented to give £20 immediately before the marriage ceremony and another 20 at the end of 12 months. But no pretending you haven't got it about you when we're at the Shul. No asking us to wait till we get home," said Sugarman, "or else I withdraw my man even from under the chuppah itself. When shall I bring him for your inspection?"
"Oh, tomorrow afternoon, Sunday, when Becky will be out in the park with her young man. It's best I shall see him first."
Sugarman now regarded Shosshi as a married man. He rubbed his hands and went to see him. He found him in a little shed in the back yard, where he did extra work at home. Shosshi was busy completing little wooden articles, stools and wooden spoons and money boxes for sale in Petticoat Lane next day. He supplemented his wages that way.
"Good afternoon, Shosshi," said Sugarman.
"Good evening," murmured Shosshi, sawing away. Shosshi was a gawky young man with a blotched sandy face, ever ready to blush deeper with the suspicion that conversation going on at a distance were all about him. His eyes were shifty and cat-like. One shoulder overbalanced the other, and when he walked he swayed loosely to and fro. Sugarman was rarely remiss in the offices of piety, and he was nigh murmuring the prayer at the sight of monstrosities, "Blessed art thou who variest the creatures." But resisting the temptation, he said aloud, "I have something to tell you." Shosshi looked up suspiciously. "Don't bother, I'm busy," he said, and applied his plane to the leg of a stool.
"But this is more important than stools. How would you like to get married?"
Shosshi's face became like a peony.
"Don't make laughter," he said.
"But I mean it. You're 24 years old and ought to have a wife and 4 children by this time."
"But I don't want a wife and 4 children," said Shosshi.
"Of course not. I don't mean a widow.
It's a maiden I have in my eye." "Nonsense! What maiden would have me?" said Shosshi, a note of eagerness mingling with the diffidence of the words.
"What maiden? Gott in Himmel! 100. A fine, strong, healthy young man like you who can make a good living."
Shosshi put down his plane and straightened himself. There was a moment of silence. Then his frame collapsed again into a limp mass. His head drooped over his left shoulder.
"This is all foolishness you talk. The maidens make mock."
"Be not a piece of clay. I know a maiden who has you quite in affection."
The blush which had waned mantled in a full flood. Shosshi stood breathless, gazing half suspiciously, half credulously at this strictly honorable Mephistopheles. It was about 7 o'clock, and the moon was a yellow crescent in the frosty heavens. The sky was punctured with clear-cut constellations. The back yard looked poetic in its blend of shadow and moonlight.
"A beautiful fine maid,"
said Sugarman ecstatically,
"with pink cheeks and black eyes, and £40 dowry."
The moon sailed smilingly along. The water was running into the cistern with a soothing, peaceful sound. Shosshi consented to go see Mr. Belcovitch. Mr. Belcovitch made no parade. Everything was as usual. On the wooden table were 2 halves of squeezed lemons, a piece of chalk, 2 cracked cups, and some squashed soap. He was not overwhelmed by Shosshi, but admitted he was solid. His father was known to be pious, and both his sisters had married reputable men. Above all, he was not a Dutchman. Shosshi left No. 1 Royal Street, Belcovitch's accepted son-in-law. Esther met him on the stairs and noted the radiance on his pimply countenance. He walked with his head almost erect. Shosshi was indeed very much in love, and felt that all that was needed for his happiness was a sight of his future wife. But he had no time to go and see her except on Sunday afternoons, and then she was always out. Mrs. Belcovitch, however, made amends by paying him considerable attention. The sickly-looking little woman chatted to him for hours at a time about her ailments, and invited him to taste her medicine, which was a compliment Mrs. Belcovitch passed only to her most esteemed visitors. By and by she even wore her nightcap in his presence as a sign that he had become one of the family. Under this encouragement Shosshi grew confidential, and imparted to his future mother-in-law the details of his mother's disabilities. But he could mention nothing which Mrs. Belcovitch could not cap, for she was a woman extremely catholic in her maladies. She was possessed of considerable imagination. Once, when Fanny had selected a bonnet for her in a milliner's window, the girl had much difficulty in persuading her it was not inferior to what turned out to be a reflection of itself in a side mirror.
"I'm so weak upon my legs," she would boast to Shosshi. "I was born with ill-matched legs. One is a thick one and one is a thin one, and so it goes about."
Shosshi expressed his sympathetic admiration, and the courtship proceeded apace. Sometimes Fanny and Pesach Weingott would be at home working, and they were very affable to him. He began to lose some of his shyness and his lurching gait, and he quite looked forward to his weekly visit to the Belcovitches. It was the story of Simon and Iphigenia all over again. Love improved even his powers of conversation, for when Belcovitch held forth at length, Shosshi came in several times with "So?" and sometimes even in the right place. Mr. Belcovitch loved his own voice and listened to it, the arrested press-irons in his hand. Occasionally, in the middle of one of his harangues, it would occur to him that someone was talking and wasting time, and he would say to the room, "Shah! Make an end, make an end!" and dry up. But to Shosshi he was especially polite, rarely interrupting himself when his son-in-law elect was hanging on his words. There was an intimate, tender tone about these causeries. "I should like to drop down dead suddenly," he would say with the air of a philosopher who had thought it all out. "I shouldn't care to lie up in bed and mess about with medicine and doctors. To make a long job of dying is so expensive." "So?" said Shosshi. "Don't worry, Bear. I dare say the devil will seize you suddenly," interposed Mrs. Belcovitch dryly. "It will not be the devil," said Mr. Belcovitch confidently and in a confidential manner. "If I had died as a young man, Shosshi, it might have been different." Shosshi pricked up his ears to listen to the tales of Bear's wild cubhood. "One morning," said Belcovitch, "in Poland, I got up at 4 o'clock to go to supplications for forgiveness. The air was raw and there was no sign of dawn. Suddenly I noticed a black pig trotting behind me. I quickened my pace and the black pig did likewise. I broke into a run and heard the pig's paws patting furiously upon the hard frozen ground. A cold sweat broke out all over me. I looked over my shoulder and saw the pig's eyes burning like red-hot coals in the darkness. Then I knew that the not good one was after me. 'Hear, O Israel!' I cried. I looked up at the heavens, but there was a cold mist covering the stars. Faster and faster I flew, and faster flew the demon pig. At last the Shool came in sight.
I made one last wild effort and fell exhausted upon the holy threshold, and the pig vanished." "So?" said Shosshi, with a long breath. "Immediately after Shul I spoke with the Rabbi, and he said, 'Bear, are thy tefillin in order?' So I said, 'Yea, Rabbi, they are very large, and I bought them of a pious scribe, Naphtali, and I look to the knots weekly.' But he said, 'I will examine them.' So I brought them to him, and he opened the head phylactery, and lo, in place of the holy parchment he found breadcrumbs." "Ai, ai!" said Shosshi in horror, his red hands quivering. "Yes," said Bear mournfully. "I'd worn them for 10 years, and moreover the leaven had defiled all my Passovers." Belcovitch also entertained the lover with details of the internal politics of the Sons of the Covenant. End of section 1. Chapter 19, Section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 19, The Courtship of Shosshi Shmendrik, Part 2. Shosshi's affection for Becky increased weekly under the stress of these intimate conversations with her family. At last his passion was rewarded, and Becky, at the violent insistence of her father, consented to disappoint one of her young men and stay home to meet her future husband. She put off her consent till after dinner, though, and it began to rain immediately before she gave it. The moment Shosshi came into the room, he divined that a change had come over the spirit of the dream. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of an appalling beauty standing behind a sewing machine. His face fired up, his legs began to quiver. He wished the ground would open and swallow him as it did Korach. "Becky," said Mr. Belcovitch, "this is Mr. Shosshi Shmendrik." Shosshi put on a sickly grin and nodded his head affirmatively, as if to corroborate the statement, and the round felt hat he wore slid back till the broad rim rested on his ears. Through a sort of mist a terribly fine maid loomed. Becky stared at him haughtily and curled her lip. Then she giggled. Shosshi held out his huge red hand limply. Becky took no notice of it. "Nu, Becky," breathed Belcovitch in a whisper that could have been heard across the way. "How are you? All right?" said Becky very loud, as if she thought deafness was among Shosshi's disadvantages. Shosshi grinned reassuringly. There was another silence. Shosshi wondered if the convenances would permit him to take his leave now. He did not feel comfortable at all. Everything had been going so delightfully. It had been quite a pleasure to him to come to the house. But now all was changed. The course of true love never does run smooth, and the advent of this new personage into the courtship was distinctly embarrassing. Her father came to the rescue. "A little rum?" he said. "Yes," said Shosshi. "Chaya, nu, fetch the bottle." Mrs. Belcovitch went to the chest of drawers in the corner of the room and took from it a large decanter. She then produced 2 glasses without feet and filled them with the home-made rum, handing one to Shosshi and the other to her husband. Shosshi muttered a blessing over it. Then he leered vacuously to the company and cried, "To life!" "To peace!" replied the older man, gulping down the spirit. Shosshi was doing the same when his eye caught Becky's.
He choked for 5 minutes, Mrs. Belcovitch thumping him maternally on the back. When he was comparatively recovered, the sense of his disgrace rushed upon him and overwhelmed him afresh. Becky was still giggling behind the sewing machine. Once more Shosshi felt that the burden of the conversation was upon him. He looked at his boots, and not seeing anything there, looked up again and grinned encouragingly at the company as if to waive his rights. But finding the company did not respond, he blew his nose enthusiastically as a lead-off to the conversation. Mr. Belcovitch saw his embarrassment, and, making a sign to Chaya, slipped out of the room, followed by his wife. Shosshi was left alone with the terribly fine maid. Becky stood still, humming a little air and looking up at the ceiling, as if she'd forgotten Shosshi's existence. With her eyes in that position, it was easier for Shosshi to look at her. He stole sidelong glances at her, which, growing bolder and bolder, at length fused into an uninterrupted, steady gaze. How fine and beautiful she was! His eyes began to glitter. A smile of approbation overspread his face. Suddenly she looked down, and their eyes met. Shosshi's smile hurried off and gave way to a sickly, sheepish look, and his legs felt weak. This terribly fine maid gave a sort of snort and resumed her inspection of the ceiling. Gradually Shosshi found himself examining her again. Verily, Sugarman had spoken truly of her charms. But, overwhelming thought, had not Sugarman also said she loved him? Now Shosshi knew nothing of the way of girls, except what he had learned from the Talmud. Quite possibly Becky was now occupied in expressing ardent affection. He shuffled towards her, his heart beating violently. He was near enough to touch her. The air she was humming throbbed in his ears. He opened his mouth to speak. Becky, becoming suddenly aware of his proximity, fixed him with a basilisk glare. The words were frozen on his lips. For some seconds his mouth remained open. Then the ridiculousness of shutting it again without speaking spurred him on to make some sound, however meaningless. He made a violent effort, and then burst from his lips in Hebrew, "Happy are those who dwell in thy house. Ever shall they praise thee, Selah." It was not a compliment to Becky. Shosshi's face lit up with joyous relief. By some inspiration he had started the afternoon prayer. He felt that Becky would understand the pious necessity. After fervent gratitude to the Almighty, he continued the psalm, "Happy are the people whose lot is thus," etc. Then he turned his back on Becky, with his face to the east wall, made 3 steps forward, and commenced the silent delivery of the Amidah. Usually he gabbled off the 18 blessings in 5 minutes. Today they were prolonged till he heard the footsteps of the returning parents. Then he scurried through the relics of the service at lightning speed. When Mr. and Mrs. Belcovitch re-entered the room, they saw by his happy face that all was well, and made no opposition to his instant departure. He came again the next Sunday, and was rejoiced to find that Becky was out, though he had hoped to find her in. The courtship made great strides that afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Belcovitch being more and more amiable than ever to compensate for Becky's private refusal to entertain the addresses of such a schmuck. There had been sharp domestic discussions during the week, and Becky had only sniffed at her parents' commendations of Shosshi as a very worthy youth. She declared that it was the remission of sins merely to look at him. Next Sabbath Mr. and Mrs. Belcovitch paid a formal visit to Shosshi's parents to make their acquaintance, and partook of tea and cake. Becky was not with them. Moreover, she defiantly declared that she would never be at home on a Sunday till Shosshi was married. They circumvented her by getting him up on a weekday. The image of Becky had been so often in his thoughts now that by the time he saw her the second time he was quite habituated to her appearance. He had even imagined his arm round her waist, but in practice he found he could go no further as yet than ordinary conversation. Becky was sitting sewing buttonholes when Shosshi arrived. Everyone was there. Mr. Belcovitch pressing coats with hot irons, Fanny shaking the room with her heavy machine, Pesach Weingott cutting a piece of chalk-marked cloth, Mrs. Belcovitch carefully pouring out teaspoons of medicine. There were even some outside hands, work being unusually plentiful, as from the manifestos of Simon Wolf, the labour leader, the slop manufacturers anticipated a strike. Sustained by their presence, Shosshi felt a bold and gallant wooer. He determined that this time he would not go without having addressed at least one remark to the object of his affections. Grinning amiably at the company generally, by way of salutation, he made straight for Becky's corner. The terribly fine lady snorted at the sight of him, divining that she had been outmanoeuvred. Belcovitch surveyed the situation out of the corner of his eyes, not pausing a moment in his task. "Nu, how goes it, Becky?" Shosshi murmured. Becky said, "All right. How are you?" "God be thanked, I have nothing to complain of," said Shosshi, encouraged by the warmth of his welcome. "My eyes are rather weak still, though much better than last year." Becky made no reply, so Shosshi continued, "But my mother is always a sick person. She has to swallow buckets full of cod-liver oil. She cannot be long for this world." "Nonsense, nonsense," put in Mrs. Belcovitch, appearing suddenly behind the lovers. "My children's children shall never be any worse. It's all fantasy with her. She coddles herself too much." "No, no, she says she's much worse than you," Shosshi blurted out, turning round to face his future mother-in-law. "Oh, indeed," said Chaya angrily. "If your mother had my health, she would be lying in bed with it. But I go about in a sick condition. I can hardly crawl around. Look at my legs. Has your mother got such legs? One a thick one and one a thin one." Shosshi grew scarlet. He felt he had blundered. It was the first real shadow in his courtship, perhaps the little rift within the lute. He turned back to Becky for sympathy. There was no Becky. She had taken advantage of the conversation to slip away. He found her again in a moment, though, at the other end of the room. She was seated before a machine. He crossed the room boldly and bent over her. "Don't you feel cold working?" It was the machine turning. Becky had set the treadle going madly and was pushing a piece of cloth under the needle. When she paused, Shosshi said, "Have you heard Reb Shmuel preach? He told a very amusing allegory." Undaunted, Shosshi recounted the amusing allegory at length. As the noise of her machine prevented Becky hearing a word, she found his conversation endurable. After several more monologues, accompanied on the machine by Becky, Shosshi took his departure in high feather, promising to bring up specimens of his handiwork for her edification. On his next visit he arrived with his arms laden with choice morsels of carpentry. He laid them on the table for her admiration. They were odd knobs and rockers for Polish cradles. The pink of Becky's cheeks spread all over her face like a blot of red ink on a piece of porous paper. Shosshi's face reflected the color in even more ensanguined dyes. Becky rushed from the room, and Shosshi heard her giggling madly on the staircase. It dawned upon him that he had displayed bad taste in his selection.
"What have you done to my child?"
Mrs. Belcovitch inquired.
Nothing," he stammered. "I only brought her some of my work to see." "And this is what one shows to a young girl?" demanded the mother indignantly. "They're only bits of cradles," said Shosshi deprecatingly. "I thought you would like to see what nice workmanly things I've turned out. See how smoothly these rockers are carved. There is a thick one and there is a thin one." "Ah, shameless droll! Dost thou make mock of my legs too?" said Mrs. Belcovitch. "Out, impudent face! Out with thee!"
Shosshi gathered up his specimens in his arms and fled through the door. Becky was still in hilarious eruption outside. The sight of her made confusion worse confounded. The knobs and rockers rolled thunderously down the stairs. Shosshi stumbled after them, picking them up on his course and wishing himself dead. All Sugarman's strenuous efforts to patch up the affair failed. Shosshi went about broken-hearted for several days. To have been so near the goal, and then not to arrive after all. What had made failure bitter was that he had boasted of his conquest to his acquaintances, especially to the two who kept the stalls to the right and left of him on Sundays in Petticoat Lane. They had made a butt of him as it was. He felt he could never stand between them for a whole morning now. And to have Attic salt put upon his wounds. He shifted his position, arranging to pay sixpence a time for the privilege of fixing himself outside Widow Finkelstein's shop, which stood at the corner of a street and might be presumed to intercept two streams of pedestrians. Widow Finkelstein's shop was a chandler's, and she did a large business in farthingsworth of boiling water. There was thus no possible rivalry between her ware and Shosshi's, which consisted of wooden candlesticks, little rocking chairs, stools, ashtrays, etc., piled up artistically on a barrow. But Shosshi's luck had gone with the change of locus. His clientele went to the old spot, but did not find him. He did not even make a hansel. At 2 o'clock he tied his articles to the barrow with a complicated arrangement of cords. Widow Finkelstein waddled out and demanded her sixpence. Shosshi replied that he had not taken sixpence, that the coin was not one of vantage. Widow Finkelstein stood up for her rights and even hung on to the barrow for them. There was a short, sharp argument, a simultaneous jabbering, as of a pair of monkeys. Shosshi Shmendrik's pimply face worked with excited expostulation. Widow Finkelstein's cushion-like countenance was agitated by waves of righteous indignation. Suddenly Shosshi darted between the shafts and made a dash off with the barrow down a side street. But Widow Finkelstein pressed it down with all her force, arresting the motion like a drag. Incensed by the laughter of the spectators, Shosshi put forth all his strength at the shafts, jerked the widow off her feet, and seesawed her skywards, huddled up spherically like a balloon, but clinging as grimly as ever to the defalcating barrow. Then Shosshi started off at a run, the carpentry rattling and the dead weight of his living burden making his muscles ache. Right to the end of the street he dragged her, pursued by a hooting crowd. Then he stopped, worn out.
Will you give me that sixpence, you gunnef?" "No, I haven't got it. You better go back to your shop, else you'll suffer from worse thieves."
It was true. Widow Finkelstein smote her sheitel in horror and worried back to purvey treacle. But that night, when she shut up the shutters, she hurried off to Shosshi's address, which she had learned in the interim. His little brother opened the door and said Shosshi was in the shed. He was just nailing the thicker of those rockers onto the body of a cradle. His soul was full of bitter-sweet memories. Widow Finkelstein suddenly appeared in the moonlight. For a moment Shosshi's heart beat wildly. He thought the buxom figure was Becky's.
"I've come for my sixpence."
Ah! The words woke him from his dream. It was only the Widow Finkelstein. And yet, verily, the widow too was plump and agreeable. If only her errand had been pleasant, Shosshi felt she might have brightened his backyard. He had been moved to his depths latterly, and a new tenderness and a new boldness towards women shone in his eyes. He rose and put his head on one side and smiled amiably and said, "Be not so foolish. I did not take a copper. I am a poor young man. You have plenty of money in your stocking."
"How do you know that?"
said the widow, stretching forward her right foot meditatively and gazing at the strip of stocking revealed.
"Never mind,"
said Shosshi, shaking his head sapiently.
"Well, it's true," she admitted. "I have 217 golden sovereigns beside my shop. But for all that, why should you keep my sixpence?"
She asked it with the same good-humored smile. The logic of that smile was unanswerable. Shosshi's mouth opened, but no sound issued from it. He did not even say the evening prayer. The moon sailed slowly across the heavens. The water flowed into the cistern with a soft, soothing sound. Suddenly it occurred to Shosshi that the widow's waist was not very unlike that which he had engirdled imaginatively. He thought he would just try if the sensation was anything like what he had fancied. His arm strayed timidly round her black-beaded mantle. The sense of his audacity was delicious. He was wondering if he should say the Shechianu, the prayer over a new pleasure. But the Widow Finkelstein stopped his mouth with a kiss, and after that Shosshi forgot his pious instincts. Except for old Mrs. Ansell, Sugarman was the only person scandalized. Shosshi's irrepressible spirit of romance had robbed him of his commission. But Mekich danced with Shosshi Shmendrik at the wedding, while the Kallah footed it with the Russian giantess. The men danced in one half of the room, the women in the other. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 20, The Hyams Honeymoon, Part 1.
"Bina, hast thou heard aught about Daniel?"
There was a note of anxiety in old Hyams' voice.
"Naught, Mendel." "Thou hast not heard talk of him and Sugarman's daughter?" "No. Is there aught between them?"
The listless old woman spoke a little eagerly.
"Only that a man has told me that his son saw Daniel pay court to the maiden." "Where?" "At the Purim ball." "The man is a tool. A youth must dance with some maiden or other."
Miriam came in, fagged out from teaching. Old Hyams dropped from Yiddish into English.
You are right, he must.
Bina replied in her slow, painful English,
Would he not have told us?
Mendel repeated,
Would he not have told us?
Each avoided the other's eye. Bina dragged herself about the room, laying Miriam's tea.
Mother, I wish you wouldn't scrape your feet along the floor so. It gets on my nerves, and I am so worn out. Would he not have told you what? And who is he?
Bina looked at her husband.
I heard Daniel was engaged, said old Hyams jerkily.
Miriam started and flushed.
To whom?
She cried in excitement.
Bessie Sugarman.
Sugarman's daughter?
Miriam's voice was pitched high.
Yes.
Miriam's voice rose to a higher pitch.
Sugarman, the Shadchan's daughter?
Yes.
Miriam burst into a fit of incredulous laughter.
As if Daniel would marry into a miserable family like that.
It's as good as ours,
said Mendel with white lips. His daughter looked at him astonished.
I thought your children had taught you more self-respect than that, she said quietly. Mr. Sugarman is a nice person to be related to.
At home, Mrs. Sugarman's family was highly respected, quavered old Hyams.
We're not at home now,
said Miriam witheringly.
We're in England. A bad-tempered old hag. That is what she thinks me,
thought Mrs. Hyams, but she said nothing.
Did you not see Daniel with her at the ball?
said Mr. Hyams, still visibly disquieted.
I'm sure I didn't notice,
Miriam replied petulantly.
I think you must have forgot the sugar, mother, or else the tea is viler than usual. Why don't you let Jane cut the bread and butter instead of lazing in the kitchen? Jane has been watching all day in the scullery,
said Mrs. Hyams apologetically. Snapped Miriam, her pretty face looking peevish and careworn.
Jane ought to have to marriage 63 girls whose ignorant parents let them run wild at home and haven't the least idea of discipline. As for this chit of a Sugarman, don't you know that Jews always engage every fellow and girl that look at each other across the street and make fun of them and discuss their united prospects before they're even introduced to each other?
She finished her tea, changed her dress, and went off to the theatre with a girl friend. The really harassing nature of her work called for some such recreation. Daniel came in a little after as she had gone out and ate his supper, which was his dinner saved for him and warmed up in the oven. Mendel sat studying from an unwieldy folio, which he held on his lap by the fireside, and bent over. When Daniel had done supper and was standing yawning and stretching himself, Mendel said suddenly, as if trying to bluff him,
Why didn't you ask your father to wish you Mazel Tov?
Mazel Tov? What for?
asked Daniel, puzzled.
On your engagement.
My engagement?
repeated Daniel, his heart thumping against his ribs.
Yes, to Bessie Sugarman.
Mendel's eye fixed scrutinizingly on the boy's face, saw it pass from white to red and from red to white. Daniel caught hold of the mantel as if to steady himself.
But it's a lie, he cried hotly. Who told you that?
No one. A man hinted as much.
But I haven't even been in her company.
Yes, at the Purim ball.
Daniel bit his lip.
Damned gossips, he cried. I'll never speak to the girl again.
There was a tense silence for a few seconds. Then old Hyams said,
"Why not? You love her."
Daniel stared at him, his heart palpitating painfully. The blood in his ears throbbed mad, sweet music.
"You love her?"
Mendel repeated quietly.
"Why do you not ask her to marry you? Do you fear she would refuse?"
Daniel burst into semi-hysterical laughter. Then, seeing his father's half reproachful, half puzzled look, he said shamefacedly, "Forgive me, father. I really couldn't help it. The idea of your talking about love, the oddity of it came over me all of a heap."
"And why should I not talk about love?"
"Don't be so comically serious, father," said Daniel, smiling afresh. "What's come over you? What have you to do with love? One would think you were a romantic young fool on the stage. It's all nonsense about love. I don't love anybody, least of all Bessie Sugarman. So don't you go worrying your old head about my affairs. You get back to that musty book of yours there. I wonder if you've suddenly come across anything about love in that. And don't forget to use the reading glasses and not your ordinary spectacles, else it'll be a sheer waste of money. By the way, mother, remember to go to the eye hospital on Saturday to be tested. I feel sure it's time you had a pair of specs too."
"Don't I look old enough already?"
thought Mrs. Hyams. But she said, "Very well, Daniel," and began to clear away his supper. "That's the best of being in the fancy goods," said Daniel cheerfully. "There's no end of articles you can get at trade prices." He sat for half an hour turning over the evening paper, then went to bed. Mr. and Mrs. Hyams' eyes sought each other involuntarily, but they said nothing. Mrs. Hyams fried a piece of Wurst for Miriam's supper and put it into the oven to keep hot. Then she sat down opposite Mendel to stitch on a strip of fur which had got unripped on one of Miriam's jackets. The fire burnt briskly. Little flames leapt up with a crackling sound. The clock ticked quietly. Beenah threaded her needle at the first attempt.
"I can still see without spectacles," she thought bitterly,
but she said nothing. Mendel looked up furtively at her several times from his book. The meagreness of her parchment flesh, the thickening mesh of wrinkles, the snow-white hair struck him with almost novel force. And yet he said nothing. Beenah patiently drew her needle through and through the fur, ever and anon glancing at Mendel's worn spectacled face, the eyes deep in the sockets, the forehead that was bent over the folio furrowed painfully beneath the black koppel, the complexion sickly. A lump seemed to be rising in her throat. She bent determinedly over her sewing, then suddenly looked up again. This time their eyes met. They did not droop them. A strange, subtle flash seemed to pass from soul to soul. They gazed at each other, trembling on the brink of tears. "Beenah!" The voice was thick with suppressed sobs.
"Yes, Mendel."
"Thou hast heard?"
"Yes, Mendel."
"He says he loves her not."
"So he says."
"It is lies, Beenah."
"But wherefore should he lie?"
"Thou asketh with thy mouth, not thy heart. Thou knowest that he wishes us not to think that he remains single for our sake. All his money goes to keep up this house we live in. It is the law of Moses. Sawest thou not his face when I spake of Sugarman's daughter?"
Beenah rocked herself to and fro, crying,
My poor Daniel, my poor lamb, wait a little, I shall die soon. The All High is merciful. Wait a little.
Mendel caught Miriam's jacket, which was slipping to the floor, and laid it aside.
"It helps not to cry," said he gently, longing to cry with her. "This cannot be. He must marry the maiden whom his heart desires. Is it not enough that he feels that we have crippled his life for the sake of our Sabbath? He never speaks of it, but it smoulders in his veins."
Wait a little,
moaned Bina, still rocking to and fro. "Nay, calm thyself."
He rose and passed his horny hand tenderly over her white hair.
"We must not wait. Consider how long Daniel has waited."
Yes, my poor lamb, my poor lamb,
sobbed the old woman.
"If Daniel marries," said the old man, striving to speak firmly, "we have not a penny to live upon. Our Miriam requires all her salary. Already she gives us more than she can spare. She is a lady in a great position. She must dress finely. Who knows, too, that we are in the way of a gentleman marrying her? We are not fit to mix with high people. But above all, Daniel must marry, and I must earn your and my living, as I did when the children were young."
"But what wilt thou do?"
said Bina, ceasing to cry and looking up with a frightened face.
"Thou canst not go glaziering. Think of Miriam. What canst thou do? Thou knowest no trade."
"No, I know no trade," he said bitterly. "At home, as thou art aware, I was a stonemason, but here I could get no work without breaking the Sabbath, and my hand has forgotten its cunning. Perhaps I shall get my hand back."
He took hers in the meantime. It was limp and chill, though so near the fire.
"Have courage," he said. "There is naught I can do here that will not shame Miriam. We cannot even go into the almshouse without shedding her blood. But the Holy One, blessed be He, is good. I will go away."
"Go away?"
Bina's clammy hand tightened her clasp of his.
"Thou wilt travel with where in the country?"
"No. If it stands written that I must break with my children, let the gap be too wide for repinning. Miriam will like it better. I will go to America."
"To America?"
Bina's heart beat wildly.
"And leave me?"
A strange sense of desolation swept over her.
"Yes, for a little anyhow. Thou must not face the first hardships. I shall go and find something to do. Perhaps in America there are more Jewish stonemasons to get work from. God will not desert us. There I can sell ware in the street, do as I will. At the worst I can always fall back upon glazering. Have faith, my dove."
The novel word of affection thrilled Bina through and through.
"I shall send thee a little money. Then, as soon as I can see my way, I shall send for thee, and thou shalt come out to me, and we will live happily together, and our children shall live happily here."
But Bina burst into tears.
"Weh, weh," she sobbed. "How wilt thou, an old man, face the sea and the strange faces all alone? See how sorely thou art racked with rheumatism. How canst thou go glazering? Thou liest often groaning all night. How shall you carry the heavy crate on thy shoulders?"
"God will give me strength to do what is right."
The tears were plain enough in his voice now, and would not be denied. His words forced themselves out in a husky wheeze. Beenah threw her arms round his neck. "No, no!" she cried hysterically. "Thou shalt not go. Thou shalt not leave me."
"I must go," his parched lips articulated.
He could not see that the snow of her hair had drifted into her eyes and was scarce whiter than her cheeks. His spectacles were a blur of mist. "No, no," she moaned incoherently. "I shall die soon. God is merciful. Wait a little, wait a little. He will kill us both soon. My poor lamb, my poor Daniel. Thou shalt not leave me." The old man unlaced her arms from his neck.
"I must. I have heard God's word in the silence."
"Then I will go with thee. Wherever thou goest, I will go."
"No, no. Thou shalt not face the first hardships. I will front them alone. I am strong. I am a man."
"And thou hast the heart to leave me?"
She looked piteously into his face, but hers was still hidden from him in the mist. But through the darkness the flash passed again. His hand groped for her waist. He drew her again towards him and put the arms he had unlaced round his neck and stooped his wet cheek to hers. The past was a void. The 40 years of joint housekeeping, since the morning each had seen a strange face on the pillow, faded to a point. For 15 years they had been drifting towards each other, drifting nearer, nearer, in dual loneliness, driven together by common suffering and growing alienation from the children they had begotten in common. Drifting nearer, nearer in silence, almost in unconsciousness. And now they had met. The supreme moment of their lives had come. The silence of 40 years was broken. His withered lips sought hers, and love flooded their souls at last. When the first delicious instants were over, Mendel drew a chair to the table and wrote a letter in Hebrew script and posted it, and Beenah picked up Miriam's jacket. The crackling flames had subsided to a steady glow. The clock ticked on quietly as before, but something new and sweet and sacred had come into her life, and Beenah no longer wished to die. End of section 1. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 20, The Hyams Honeymoon, Part 2. When Miriam came home, she brought a little blast of cold air into the room. Beenah rose and shut the door and put out Miriam's supper. She did not drag her feet now.
"Was it a nice play, Miriam?" said Beenah softly. "The usual stuff and nonsense," said Miriam peevishly. "Love and all that sort of thing. As if the world never got any older."
At breakfast next morning, old Hyams received a letter by the first post. He carefully took his spectacles off and donned his reading glasses to read it, throwing the envelope carelessly into the fire. When he had scanned a few lines, he uttered an exclamation of surprise and dropped the letter. "What's the matter, father?" said Daniel. while Miriam tilted her snub nose curiously. Baruch Hashem, was all the old man could say. Well, what is it? Speak, said Bina with unusual animation, while a flush of excitement lit up Miriam's face and made it beautiful. My brother in America has won £1,000 on the lottery, and he invites me and Bina to come and live with him. Your brother in America? Repeated his children, staring. Why, I didn't know you had a brother in America, added Miriam. No, while he was poor I didn't mention him, replied Mendel with unintentional sarcasm. But I've heard from him several times. We both came over from Poland together, but the Board of Guardians sent him and a lot of others on to New York. But you won't go, father, said Daniel. Why not? I should like to see my brother before I die. We were very thick as boys. But £1,000 isn't so very much, Miriam could not refrain from saying. Old Hyams had thought it boundless opulence, and was now sorry he had not done his brother a better turn. It will be enough for us all to live on, he and Bina and me. You see, his wife has died, and he has no children. You don't really mean to go? Gasped Daniel, unable to grasp the situation suddenly sprung upon him. How will you get the money to travel? Read here, said Mendel, quietly passing him the letter. He offers to send it. But it's written in Hebrew, said Daniel, hopelessly turning it upside down. You can read Hebrew writing, surely, said his father. Oh, I could years and years ago. I remember you taught me the letters, but my Hebrew correspondence has been so scanty. He broke off with a laugh and handed the letter to Miriam, who surveyed it in mock comprehension. There was a look of relief in her eyes when she returned it to her father. He might have sent something to his nephew and his niece, she said half seriously. Perhaps he will when I get to America and tell him how pretty you are, said Mendel oracularly. He looked quite joyous, and even ventured to pinch Miriam's flushed cheek roguishly, and she submitted to the indignity without a murmur. Why, you're looking as pleased as Punch too, mother, said Daniel in half rueful amazement. You seem delighted at the idea of leaving us. I've always wanted to see America, the old woman admitted with a smile. I shall renew an old friendship in New York. She looked meaningly at her husband, and in his eye was an answering love-light. Well, that's cool, Daniel burst forth. But she doesn't mean it, does she, father? I mean it, Hyams answered. But it can't be true, persisted Daniel in ever-growing bewilderment. I believe it's all a hoax. Mendel hastily drained his coffee cup. A hoax, he murmured from behind the cup. Yes, I believe someone is having a lark with you. Nonsense, cried Mendel vehemently, as he put down his coffee cup and picked up the letter from the table. Don't I know my own brother Yankov's writing? Besides, who else would know about all the little things he writes? Daniel was silenced, but lingered on after Miriam had departed to her wearisome duties. I shall write at once, accepting Yankov's offer, said his father. Fortunately, we took the house by the week, so you can always move out of it if it's too large for you and Miriam. I can trust you to look after Miriam, I know, Daniel. Daniel expostulated yet further, but Mendel answered, he is so lonely. He cannot well come over here by himself because he is half paralyzed. After all, what have I to do in England?
and the mother naturally does not care to leave me. Perhaps I will get my brother to travel with me to the land of Israel, and then we shall all end our days in Jerusalem, which you know has always been my heart's desire."
Neither mentioned Bessie Sugarman.
"Why do you make so much bother?" Miriam said to Daniel in the evening. "It's the best thing that could have happened. Who'd have dreamed that at this hour of the day of coming into possession of a relative who might actually have something to leave us? It'll be a good story to tell, too."
After shul the next morning, Mendel spoke to the President.
Can you lend me £6? He asked.
Belcovitch staggered.
£6?
he repeated, dazed. Yes. I wish to go to America with my wife, and I want you, moreover, to give your hand as a countryman that you will not breathe a word of this, whatever you hear. Bina and I have sold a few little trinkets which our children gave us, and we have reckoned that with £6 more we shall be able to take steerage passages and just exist till I get work. "But £6 is a very great sum without sureties," said Belcovitch, rubbing his time-worn workaday high hat in his agitation. "I know it is," answered Mendel, "but God is my witness that I mean to pay you, and if I die before I can do so, I vow to send word to my son Daniel, who will pay you the balance. You know my son Daniel? His word is an oath." "But where shall I get £6 from?" said Bear Belcovitch helplessly. "I'm only a poor tailor, and my daughter gets married soon. It's a great sum. By my honourable word it is. I have never lent so much in my life, not even been security for such an amount."
Mendel dropped his head. There was a moment of anxious silence. Bear thought deeply.
"I'll tell you what I'll do," said Bear at last. "I'll lend you 5 if you can manage to come out with that."
Mendel gave a great sigh of relief.
"God shall bless you," he said,
and he wrung the sweater's hand passionately.
"I dare say we'll find another sovereign's worth to sell."
Mendel clinched the borrowing by standing the lender a glass of rum, and Bear felt secure against the graver shocks of doom. If the worst come to the worst now, he still had something for his money. And so Mendel and Bina sailed away over the Atlantic. Daniel accompanied them to Liverpool, but Miriam said she could not get a day's holiday. Perhaps she had remembered the rebuke Esther Ansell had drawn down upon herself and was chary of asking. At the dock in the chill dawn, Mendel Hyams kissed his son Daniel on the forehead and said in a broken voice, "Good-bye. God bless you." He dared not add, "And God bless Bessie, my daughter-in-law to be," but the benediction was in his heart. Daniel turned away heavy-hearted, but the old man touched him on the shoulder and said in a low tremulous voice, "Won't you forgive me for putting you into the fancy goods business?" "Father, what do you mean?" said Daniel, choking. "Surely you're not thinking of those wild words I spoke years and years ago. I've long forgotten them." "Then you will remain a good Jew," said Mendel, trembling all over, "even when we are far away?" "With God's help," said Daniel. And then Mendel turned to Bina and kissed her, weeping, and the faces of the old couple were radiant behind their tears. Daniel stood on the clamorous, hustling wharf, watching the ship move slowly from her moorings towards the open river, and neither he nor anyone in the world but the happy pair knew that Mendel and Beenah were on their honeymoon. Mrs. Hyams died 2 years after her honeymoon, and old Hyams laid a lover's kiss upon her sealed eyelids. Then, being absolutely alone in the world, he sold off his scanty furniture, sent the balance of the debt with a sovereign of undemanded interest to Bear Belcovitch, and girded up his loins for the journey to Jerusalem, which had been the dream of his life. But the dream of his life had better have remained a dream. Mendel saw the hills of Palestine and the holy Jordan and Mount Moriah, the site of the temple and the tombs of Absalom and Melchizedek, and the gate of Zion and the aqueduct built by Solomon, and all he had longed to see from boyhood. But somehow it was not his Jerusalem, scarce more than his London Ghetto transplanted, only grown filthier and narrower and more ragged, with cripples for beggars and lepers in lieu of hawkers. The magic of his dream city was not here. This was something prosaic, almost sordid. It made his heart sick as he thought of the sacred splendors of the Zion he had imagined in his suffering soul. The rainbows builded of his bitter tears did not span the firmament of this dingy eastern city set amid sterile hills. Where were the roses and lilies, the cedars and the fountains? Mount Moriah was here indeed, but it bore the mosque of Omar, and the temple of Jehovah but one ruined wall. The Shekhinah, the divine glory, had faded into cold sunshine. Who shall go up to the mount of Jehovah? Lo, the Moslem worshipper and the Christian tourist. Barracks and convents stood upon Zion's hill. His brethren, rulers by divine right of the soil they trod, were lost in the chaos of populations, Syrians, Armenians, Turks, Copts, Abyssinians, Europeans, as their synagogues were lost amid the domes and minarets of the Gentiles. The city was full of the venerated relics of the Christ his people had lived and died to deny. And over all flew the crescent flag of the Mussulman Turk. And so every Friday, heedless of scoffing onlookers, Mendel Hyams kissed the stones of the wailing place, bedewing their barrenness with tears. And every year at Passover, until he was gathered to his fathers, he continued to pray, L'shana haba'ah b'Yerushalayim, next year in Jerusalem. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21, Part 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 21, The Hebrews' Friday Night, Part 1.
Ach, the Amorin haaretz, said Pinchas to Reb Shmuel. Ignorant fanatics! How shall a movement prosper in their hands? They have not the poetic vision, their eyes are as the mole's. They wish to make messiahs out of halfpence. What inspiration for the soul is there in the sight of snuffy collectors that have the air of schnorrers, and Karl Kammer's red hair for a flag, and the sound of Gradkoski's nose blowing for a trumpet peal? I've written an acrostic against Gedalia the greengrocer, virulent as serpent's gall. He, the Redeemer indeed, with his diseased potatoes and his flat ginger beer. Not thus did the great prophets and teachers in Israel figure the return. Let a great signal fire be lit in Israel, and lo, the beacons will leap up at every mountain, and the tongue of flame shall call to tongue. Yea, I, even Melchizedek Pinchas, will light the fire forthwith." "Nay, not to-day," said Reb Shemuel with his humorous twinkle. "It's the Sabbath." The Rabbi was returning from synagogue, and Pinchas was giving him his company on the short homeward journey. At their heels trudged Levi, and on the other side of Reb Shemuel walked Eliphaz Chowchoski, a miserable-looking Pole whom Reb Shemuel was taking home to supper. In those days Reb Shemuel was not alone in taking to his hearth the Sabbath guest, some forlorn starveling or other, to sit at the table in like honor with the master. It was an object lesson in equality and fraternity for the children of many a well-to-do household. Nor did it fail altogether in the homes of the poor. Kol Yisrael Aravim Zeh B'Zeh. All Israel are brothers. And how better honor the Sabbath by making the lip babble a reality? "Will you speak to your daughter?" said Pinchas, changing the subject abruptly. "Will you tell her that what I wrote to her is not a millionth part of what I feel, that she is my sun by day and my moon and stars by night, that I must marry her at once or die, that I think of nothing in the world but her, that I can do, write, plan nothing without her, that once she smiles on me I will write her great love poems, greater than Byron's, greater than Heine's, the real Song of Songs, which is Pinchas's, that I will make her as immortal as Dante made Beatrix, as Petrarch made Laura, that I walk about wretched, bedewing the pavement with my tears, that I sleep not by night, nor eat by day. You'll tell her this?" He laid his finger pleadingly on his nose. "I will tell her," said Reb Shemuel. "You are a son-in-law to gladden the heart of any man. But I fear the maiden looks but coldly on wooers. Besides, you are 14 years older than she." "Then I love her twice as much as Jacob loved Rachel, for it is written, 7 years were but a day in his love for her. To me 14 years are but a day in my love for Hannah." The Rabbi laughed at the quibble and said, "Ah, you are like the man who, when he was accused of being 20 years older than the maiden he desired, replied, 'But when I look at her, I shall become 10 years younger, and when she looks at me, she will become 10 years older, and thus will be even.'" Pinchas laughed enthusiastically in his turn, but replied, "Surely you will plead my cause, whose motto is the Hebrew saying, 'The husband help the housewife, God help the bachelor.'" "But have you the wherewithal to support her?" "Shall my writings not suffice? If there were none to protect literature in England, we will go abroad, to your birthplace, Reb Shemuel, to the cradle of great scholars." The poet spoke yet more, but in the end his excited, strident accents fell on Reb Shemuel's ears as a storm on the ears of the slippered reader by the fireside. He had dropped into a delicious reverie, tasting in advance the Sabbath peace. The work of the week was over. The faithful Jew could enter on his rest. The narrow, miry streets faded before the brighter image of his brain. Lecha dodi likras kolo, panei Shabbos nikabalo. Come, my beloved, to meet the bride. The face of the Sabbath let us welcome. Tonight his sweetheart would wear her Sabbath face, putting off the mask of the shrew, which hid not from him the angel countenance. Tonight he could in very truth call his wife
as the Rabbi in the Talmud did, not wife, but home. Tonight she would be in very truth Simcha, rejoicing. A cheerful warmth glowed at his heart. Love for all the wonderful creation dissolved him in tenderness. As he approached the door, cheerful lights gleamed on him like a heavenly smile. He invited Pinchas to enter, but the poet, in view of his passion, thought it prudent to let others plead for him, and went off with his finger to his nose in final reminder. The Reb kissed the mezuzah on the outside of the door, and his daughter, who met him, on the inside. Everything was as he had pictured it. The two tall wax candles in quaint, heavy silver candlesticks, the spotless tablecloth, the dish of fried fish made picturesque with sprigs of parsley, the Sabbath loaves shaped like boys' tip-cats, with a curious plait of crust from point to point, and thickly sprinkled with a drift of poppy seed, and covered with a velvet cloth embroidered with Hebrew words, the flask of wine and the silver goblet. The sight was familiar, yet it always struck the simple old Reb anew with a sense of special blessing. "Good Shabbos, Simcha," said Reb Shmuel. "Good Shabbos, Shmuel," said Simcha. The light of love was in her eyes, and in her hair her newest comb. Her sharp features shone with peace and goodwill, and the consciousness of having duly lit the Sabbath candles and thrown the morsel of dough into the fire. Shmuel kissed her. Then he laid his hands upon Hannah's head and murmured, "Yesimech Elokim Kasara, Rivka, Rachel, V'Leah. May God make thee as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah." And upon Levi's murmuring, "Yesimcha Elokim ki Ephraim v'ki Menashe. May God make thee as Ephraim and Menashe." Even the callous Levi felt the breath of sanctity in the air, and had a vague restful sense of his Sabbath angel hovering about and causing him to cast two shadows on the wall, while his evil angel shivered impotent on the doorstep. Then Reb Shmuel repeated 3 times the series of sentences commencing, "Peace be unto you, you ministering angels," and thereupon the wonderful picture of an ideal woman from Proverbs looking affectionately at Simcha the while. Eishes Chayil mi Yimtza, a woman of worth, whoso findeth her, her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband trusteth in her. Good and not evil will she do him all the days of her life. She rises while it is yet night, giveth food to her household and a task to her maidens. She puts her own hands to the spindle. She stretches out her hand to the poor. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she looks forth smiling to the morrow. She opens her mouth with wisdom, and the law of kindness is on her tongue. She looks well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Deceitful is favor, and vain is beauty, but the woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Then, washing his hands with the due benediction, he filled the goblet with wine, and, while every one reverently stood, he made Kiddush in a traditional joyous recitative. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech ha'olam. O Lord, our God, King of the universe, Creator of the fruit of the vine, who doth sanctify us with his commandments, and hath delight in us. Thou hast chosen and sanctified us above all peoples, and with love and favor has made us to inherit thy holy Sabbath." And all the household and the hungry Pole answered Amen, each sipping of the cup in due gradation, then eating a special morsel of bread cut by the father and dipped in salt. After which the good wife served the fish, and cups and saucers clattered and knives and forks rattled. And after a few mouthfuls the Pole knew himself a prince in Israel, and felt he must forthwith make choice of a maiden to grace his royal Sabbath board. Soup followed the fish. It was not served direct from the saucepan, but transferred by way of a large tureen. Since any creeping thing that might have got into the soup would have rendered the plateful into which it appeared not legally potable, whereas if it were detected in the large tureen its polluting powers would be dissipated by being diffused over such a large mass of fluid. For like religious reasons, another feature of the etiquette of the modern fashionable table has been anticipated by many centuries. The eaters washed their hands in a little bowl of water after their meal. The Pollack was thus kept by main religious force in touch with a liquid with which he had no external sympathy. When supper was over, grace was chanted, and then the Zimiros was sung, songs summing up in light and jingling metre the very essence of holy joyousness, neither riotous nor ascetic, the note of spiritualized common sense which has been the keynote of historical Judaism. For to feel the oneg Shabbos, the delight of Sabbath, is a duty, and to take 3 meals thereupon a religious obligation, the sanctification of the sensuous by a creed to which everything is holy. The Sabbath is the hub of the Jew's universe. To protract it is a virtue, to love it a liberal education. It cancels all mourning, even for Jerusalem. The candles may gutter out at their own greasy will, unsnuffed, untended. Is not Sabbath its own self-sufficient light? This is the sanctified rest day. Happy the man who observes it, thinks of it over the wine-cup, feeling no pang at his heartstrings, for that his purse-strings are empty. Joyous, and if he must borrow, God will repay the good lender, meat, wine, and fish in profusion. See no delight is deficit, let but the table be spread well. Angels of God answer Amen. So when a soul is in Dola, cometh the sweet restful Sabbath, singing and joy in its footsteps. Rapidly floweth Sambation, till that of God's love, the symbol, Sabbath, the holy, the peaceful, husheth its turbulent waters. Bless him, O constant companions, rock from whose stores we have eaten. Eaten have we, and have left too, just as the Lord hath commanded, Father and Shepherd and Feeder. He is the bread we have eaten, he is the wine we have drunken. Wherefore with lips let us praise him, Lord of the land of our fathers, gratefully, ceaselessly chanting, none like Hashem is holy. Light and rejoicing to Israel. Sabbath, Sabbath, the soother of sorrows. Comfort of downtrodden Israel, healing the hearts that were broken. Banished despair, here is hope come. What, a soul crushed! Lo, a stranger bringeth the balsamous Sabbath. Build, O rebuild thou thy temple. Fill again, Zion, thy city. Clad with delight will we go there, other and new songs to sing there. Merciful One and all holy, praised for ever and ever. End of chapter 32, part 1. Chapter 21, section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 21, The Hebrews' Friday Night, part 2. During the meal, the Polak began to speak with his host about the persecution in the land whence he had come, the bright spot in his picture being the fidelity of his brethren under trial, only a minority deserting, and those already tainted with Epicureanism, students wishful of university distinction and the like. Orthodox Jews are rather surprised when men of secular education remain in the fold. Hannah took advantage of a pause in their conversation to say in German, "I'm so glad, father, thou didst not bring that man home."
"What man?" said Reb Shemuel.
"The dirty monkey-faced little man who talks so much."
The Reb considered. "I know none such."
"Pinchas, she means," said her mother, "the poet."
Reb Shemuel looked at her gravely. This did not sound promising. "Why dost thou speak so harshly of thy fellow creatures?" he said. "The man is a scholar and a poet, such as we have too few in Israel."
"We have too many Schnorrers in Israel already," retorted Hannah.
"Shah!"
whispered Reb Shemuel, reddening, and indicating his guest with a slight movement of the eye. Hannah bit her lip in self-humiliation and hastened to load the lucky Pole's plate with an extra piece of fish. "He's written me a letter," she went on.
"He has told me so," he answered. "He loves thee with great love."
"What nonsense, Shmuel," broke in Simcha, setting down her coffee cup with workaday violence. "The idea of a man who has not a penny to bless himself with marrying our Hannah. They would be on the Board of Guardians in a month."
"Money is not everything. Wisdom and learning outweigh much. And as the Midrash says, as a scarlet ribbon becometh a black horse, so poverty becometh the daughter of Jacob. The world stands upon the Torah, not on gold, as it is written, better is the law of thy mouth to me than thousands of gold or silver. He is greater than I, for he studies the law for nothing, like the fathers of the Mishnah, while I am paid a salary."
"Methinks thou art little inferior," said Simcha, "for thou retaineth little enough thereof. Let Pinchas get nothing for himself, 'tis his affair, but if he wants my Hannah, he must get something for her. Were the fathers of the Mishnah also fathers of families?"
"Certainly. Is it not a commandment? Be fruitful and multiply."
"And how did their families live?"
"Well, many of our sages were artisans."
"Ha!" snorted Simcha triumphantly. "And says not the Talmud," put in the Pole as if he were on the family council, "flay a carcass in the streets rather than be under an obligation?" This with the supreme unconsciousness of any personal application. "Yea, and said not Rabban Gamliel, the son of Rabbi Judah the Prince, it is commendable to join the study of the law with worldly employment. Did not Moses our teacher keep sheep?"
"Truth," replied the host. "I agree with Maimonides that man should first secure a living, parnassa, then prepare a residence, and after that seek a wife, and that they are fools who revert the order."
But Pinchas works also with his pen. He writes articles in the papers. But the great thing, Hannah, is that he loves the law."
said Hannah.
"Let him marry the law, then."
"He is in a great hurry," said Reb Shemuel, with a flash of irreverent facetiousness. "And he cannot become the bridegroom of the law until Simchas Torah." They all laughed. The bridegroom of the law is the temporary title of the Jew who enjoys the distinction of being called up to the public reading of the last fragment of the Pentateuch, which is got through once a year. Under the encouragement of the laughter, the Rabbi added, "But he will know much more of his bride than the majority of the law's bridegrooms." Hannah took advantage of her father's pleasure in the effect of his jokes to show him Pinchas's epistle, which he deciphered laboriously. It commenced, "Hebrew Heb, all fair maid, next to heaven nightly laid. Oh, I love thee, half afraid." Reader's note: this is an acrostic on the name Hannah. The Pole, looking a different being from the wretch who had come empty, departed, invoking peace on the household. Simcha went into the kitchen to superintend the removal of the crockery thither. Levi slipped out to pay his respects to Esther Ansell, for the evening was yet young, and father and daughter were left alone. Reb Shemuel was already poring over a Pentateuch in his Friday night duty of reading the Sidra twice in Hebrew and once in Chaldaic. Hannah sat opposite him, studying the kindly furrowed face, the massive head set on rounded shoulders, the shaggy eyebrows, the long whitening beard moving with the mumble of the pious lips, the brown peering eyes held close to the sacred tome, the high forehead crowned with the black skull-cap. She felt a moisture gathering under her eyes as she looked at him. "Father," she said at last in a gentle voice. "Did you call me, Hannah?" he asked, looking up. "Yes, dear. About this man, Pinchas." "Yes, Hannah." "I'm sorry I spoke harshly of him." "Ah, that is right, my daughter. If he is poor and ill-clad, we must only honor him the more. Wisdom and learning must be respected if they appear in rags. Abraham entertained God's messengers, though they came to him as weary travellers."
"I know, father, but it's not because of his appearance I don't like him. If he is really a scholar and a poet, I will try to admire him as you do."
"Now you speak like a true daughter of Israel."
"But about my marrying him, you are not really in earnest?"
He is," said Reb Shemuel evasively.
"Oh, I knew you were not," she said, catching the lurking twinkle in his eye. "You know I could never marry a man like that."
"Your mother could," said the Reb.
"Dear old goose," she said, leaning across to pull his beard. "You're not a bit like that. You know 1,000 times more. You know you do."
The old Rabbi held up his hands in comic deprecation.
"Yes, you do," she persisted. "Only you let him talk so much. You let everybody talk and bamboozle you."
Reb Shemuel drew the hand that fondled his beard in his own, feeling the fresh warm skin with a puzzled look.
"The hands are the hands of Hannah," he said, "but the voice is the voice of Simcha."
Hannah laughed merrily.
"All right, dear. I won't scold you any more." I'm so glad it didn't really enter your great stupid clever old head that I was ever likely to care for Pinchas."
"My dear daughter, Pinchas wished to take you to wife, and I felt pleased. It's a union with the son of the Torah, who has also the pen of a ready writer. He asked me to tell you, and I did."
"But you would not like me to marry anyone who I did not like."
"God forbid! My little Hannah shall marry whomever she pleases." A wave of emotion passed over the girl's face.
"You don't mean that, father?" she said, shaking her head.
"True as the Torah. Why should I not?"
"Suppose," she said slowly, "I wanted to marry a Christian?"
Her heart beat painfully as she put the question. Reb Shemuel laughed heartily.
"My Hannah would have made a good Talmudist. Of course I don't mean it in that sense."
"Yes, but if I was to marry a very link Jew, you'd think that almost as bad."
Reader's note: link in the sense of politically to the left or a secular Jew. End of my note.
"No, no," said the Reb, shaking his head. "That's quite a different thing altogether. A Jew is a Jew, and a Christian a Christian."
"But you can't always distinguish between them," argued Hannah. "There are Jews who behave as if they were Christians, except, of course, they don't believe in the crucified one."
Still the old Reb shook his head.
"The worst of Jews cannot put off his Judaism. His unborn soul undertook the yoke of the Torah at Sinai."
"Then you really wouldn't mind if I married a link Jew?"
He looked at her, startled, a suspicion drawing in his eyes.
"I should mind," he said slowly. "But if you loved him, he would become a good Jew."
The simple conviction of his words moved her to tears, but she kept them back.
"But if he wouldn't?"
"I should pray. While there is life, there is hope for the sinner in Israel."
She fell back on her old question.
"And you would really not mind whom I married?"
"Follow your heart, my little one," said Reb Shemuel. "It is a good heart, and it will not lead you wrong."
Hannah turned away to hide the tears that could no longer be stayed. Her father resumed his reading of the law, but he had got through very few verses ere he felt a soft warm arm round his neck and a wet cheek laid close to his.
"Father, forgive me," whispered the lips. "I'm so sorry. I thought that you... Oh, father, I feel as if I had never known you before tonight."
"What is it, my daughter?" said Reb Shemuel, stumbling into Yiddish in his anxiety. "What have you done?"
"I have betrothed myself,"
she answered, unwittingly adopting his dialect.
"I have betrothed myself without telling thee or mother."
"To whom?"
he asked anxiously.
To a Jew,"
she hastened to assure him.
"But he is neither a Talmud sage nor pious. He's newly returned from the Cape."
"Ah, they are a link lot," muttered the Reb anxiously.
"When did you first meet him?"
"At the club," she answered. "At the Purim ball, the night before Sam Levine came round here to be divorced from me."
He wrinkled his great brow.
"Thy mother would have thee go," he said. "You didn't deserve I should get thee a divorce. What is his name?"
"David Brandon. He's not like the other Jewish young men. I thought he was, and did him wrong, and mocked at him when first he spoke to me, so that afterwards I felt tender towards him. His conversation is agreeable, for he thinks for himself, and thinking you would not hear of such a match, and that there was no danger, I met him at the club several times in the evening, and you know the rest."
She turned away her face, blushing, contrite, happy, anxious. Her love story was as simple as her telling of it. David Brandon was not the shadowy prince of her maiden dreams, nor was the passion exactly as she had imagined it. It was both stronger and stranger, and the sense of secrecy and impending opposition instilled into her love a poignant sweetness. The Reb stroked her hair silently.
"I would not have said yes quite so quick, father," she went on, "but David had to go to Germany to take a message to the aged parents of his Cape friend who died in the gold fields. David had promised the dying man to go personally as soon as he returned to England. I think it was a request for forgiveness and blessing. But after meeting me, he delayed going, and when I learned of it, I reproached him. But he said he could not tear himself away, and he would not go till I had confessed I loved him. At last I said if he would go home the moment I said it, and not bother about getting me a ring or anything, but go off to Germany the very first thing next morning, I would admit I loved him a little bit. Thus did it occur. He went off last Wednesday. Oh, isn't it cruel to think, father, that he should be going with love and joy in his heart to the parents of his dead friend?"
Her father's head was bent. She lifted it up by the chin and looked pleadingly into the big brown eyes.
"You're not angry with me, father?"
"No, Hannah, but you should have told me from the first."
"I was meant to, father, but I feared to grieve thee."
"Wherefore? The man is a Jew, and thou loves him. Do you not?"
"As my life, father."
He kissed her lips.
"It is enough, my Hannah. With thee to love him, he will become pious. When a man has a good Jewish wife, like my beloved daughter, who will keep a good Jewish home, he cannot long be among the sinners. The light of a good Jewish home will lead his footsteps back to God."
Hannah pressed her face to his in silence. She could not speak. She had not strength to undeceive him further, to tell him she had no care for trivial forms. Besides, in the flush of gratitude and surprise at her father's tolerance, she felt stirrings of responsive tolerance to his religion. It was not the moment to analyze her feelings or to enunciate her state of mind regarding religion. She simply let herself sink into the sweet sense of restored confidence and love, her head resting against his. Presently Reb Shmuel put his hands on her head and murmured again,
"Yesimech Elokim Kasara Rivka Rachel Valaya. May God make thee as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah."
Then he added,
"Go now, my daughter, and make glad the heart of thy mother."
Hannah suspected a shade of satire in the words, but was not sure. The roaring Sambatyon of life was at rest in the Ghetto. On thousands of squalid homes the light of Syne shone. The Sabbath angels whispered words of hope and comfort to the footsore hawker and the aching machinist. and refreshed their parched souls with celestial anodyne, and made them kings of the hour, with leisure to dream of the golden chairs that awaited them in paradise. The Ghetto welcomed the bride with proud song and humble feast, and sped her parting with optimistic symbolisms of fire and wine, of spice and shadow and light. All around their neighbours sought distraction in the blazing public houses, and their tipsy bellowings resounded through the streets and mingled with the Hebrew hymns. Here and there the voice of a beaten woman rose on the air, but no son of the covenant was among the revellers or the wife-beaters. The Jews remained a chosen race, a peculiar people, faulty enough, but redeemed at least from the grosser vices, a little human islet won from the waters of animalism by the genius of ancient engineers. For while the genius of the Greek or the Roman, the Egyptian or the Phoenician, survives but in word and stone, the Hebrew word alone was made flesh. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 22, With the Strikers, Part 1.
"Ignorant donkey heads,"
cried Pinchas next Friday morning.
"Him they make a rabbi and give him the right of answering questions, and he knows no more of Judaism."
The patriotic poet paused to take a bite out of his ham sandwich.
"Than a cow of Sunday. I love his daughter, and I tell him so, and he tells me she love another. But I have held him up on the point of my pen to the contempt of posterity. I have written an acrostic on him. It is terrible. Her will I shoot."
"Ah, they're a bad lot, these rabbis,"
said Simon Wolf, sipping his sherry. The conversation took place in English, and the two men were seated in a small private room in a public house, awaiting the advent of the strike committee.
"They are like the rest of the community. I wash my hands of them," said the poet, waving his cigar in a fiery crescent.
"I have long since washed my hands of them,"
said Simon Wolf, though the fact was not obvious.
"We can trust neither rabbis nor philanthropists. The rabbis engrossed in the hypocritical endeavor to galvanize the corpse of Judaism into a vitality that shall last at least their own lifetime have neither time nor thought for the great labor question. Our philanthropists do not but scratch the surface. They give the working man with their right hand what they have stolen from him with the left."
Simon Wolf was the great Jewish labor leader. Most of his cronies were rampant atheists, disgusted with the commercialism of the believers. They were clever young artisans from Russia and Poland, with a smattering of education, a feverish receptiveness for all the iconoclastic ideas that were in the London air, a hatred of capitalism, and strong social sympathies. They wrote vigorous jargon for the Friend of Labour, and encompassed the extreme proverbial limits of impiety by eating pork on the Day of Atonement. This was done partly to vindicate their religious opinions, whose correctness was demonstrated by the non-appearance of thunderbolts, partly to show that nothing one way or the other was to be expected from Providence or its professors.
"The only way for our poor brethren to be saved from their slavery," went on Simon Wolf, "is for them to combine against the sweaters. and to let the West End Jews go and hang themselves."
"Ah, that's my policy," said Pinchas. "That was my policy when I founded the Holy Land League. Help yourselves, and Pinchas will help you. You must combine, and then I will be the Moses to lead you out of the land of bondage. Nein, I will be more than the Moses, for he had not the gift of eloquence."
"And he was the meekest man that ever lived," added Wolf.
"Yes, he was a fool man," said Pinchas imperturbably. "I agree with Goethe. Nur Lumpen sind bescheiden. Only clods are modaists. I'm not a modaist. Is the Almighty modaist? I know, I feel I am. What can I do?"
"Look here, Pinchas, you're a very clever fellow, I know, and I'm glad to have you with us, but remember, I've organized this movement for years. I planned it out as I sat toiling in Belcovitch's machine room, written on it till I've gotten the cramp, spoken on it till I was hoarse, given evidence before numerous commissions. It is I who've stirred up the East End Jews and sent the echo of their cry into Parliament, and I will not be interfered with. Do you hear?"
"Oh, yes, I hear. Why you not listen to me? You no understand what I mean."
"Oh, I understand you well enough. You want to oust me from my position."
"Me? Me?"
repeated the poet in an injured and astonished tone.
"Why, without you the movement would crumble like a mummy in the air. Be not such a fool. To everybody I have said, 'Ah, that's Simon Wolf. He is a great man, a very great man. He is the only man among the English Jews who can save the East End. It is he that should be member for Whitechapel, not that fool Gideon. Be not such a fool, man. Have another glass of sherry and some more ham sandwiches."
The poet had a simple, childlike delight in occasionally assuming the host.
"Very well, so long as I have your assurance," said the mollified labour leader, mumbling the conclusion of the sentence into his wineglass. "But you know how it is. After I have worked the thing for years, I don't want to see a drone come in and take the credit."
"Yes, sic vos non vobis, as the Talmud says. You know I have proved that Virgil stole all of his ideas from the Talmud."
"First there was Black, and then there was Cohen. Now Gideon MP. He sees he can get some advertisement out of it in the press. He wants to preside at the meetings. Members of Parliament are a bad lot."
"Yes, but they shall not take the credit from you. I will write and expose them. The world shall know what humbugs they are. How the whole wealthy West End stood by idly with their hands in the working man's pockets, while you were building up the great organization. You know all the papers jump at what I write. They sign my name in very large type. Melchizedek, Pinchas, under everything, and so I'm pleased with their homage, but I do not ask for payment, for they are very poor. By this time I'm famous everywhere. My name has been in the evening papers, and when I write about you to the Times, you will become as famous as me, and then you'll write about me. We will put up for Whitechapel at the elections. We will both become members of Parliament, you and I, eh?"
"I'm afraid there's not much chance of that," sighed Simon Wolf.
"Why not? There are 2 seats. Why should you not have the other one?"
"Ain't you forgetting about election expenses, Pinchas?"
"Nein," repeated the poet emphatically. "I forget nothing. We will start a fund."
"We can't start funds for ourselves."
Be not a fool, man, of course not. You for me, I for you."
"You won't get much," said Simon, laughing ruefully at the idea.
"Think not? Perhaps not. But you will for me. When I'm in Parliament, the load will be easier for us both. Besides, I will go to the Continent soon to give away the rest of the copies of my book. I expect to make thousands of pounds by it, for they know how to honor scholars and poets abroad. There they have not stupid head stockbrokers like Gideon M.P., ministers like the Reverend Elkan Benjamin, who keep 4 mistresses, and rabbis like Reb Shmuel with the long white beards outside and the emptiness within, who sell their daughters."
"I don't want to look so far ahead," said Simon Wolf. "At present what we have to do is to carry this strike through. Once we get our demands from the masters, a powerful blow will have been struck for the emancipation of 10,000 working men. They will have more money and more leisure, a little less of hell and a little more of heaven. The coming Passover would indeed be an appropriate festival, even for the most heterodox among them, if we could strike off their chains in the interim. But it seems impossible to get unity among them. A large section appears to mistrust me, though I swear to you, Pinchas, I'm actuated by nothing but an unselfish desire for their good. May this morsel of sandwich choke me if I've ever been swayed by anything but sympathy for their wrongs. And yet you saw that malicious pamphlet that was circulated against me in Yiddish. Silly, illiterate scribble."
"Oh no," said Pinchas. "It were very beautiful, sharp as the sting of a hornet. But what can you expect? Christ suffered. All great benefactors suffer. Am I happy? But it is only your own foolishness that you must thank if there is dissension in the camp. The Gemara says we must be wise. We must have tact. See what you have done. You have frightened away the Orthodox men. They are oppressed and they sweat. But they think their God make them sweat. Why you tell them no? What matters? Free them from hunger and thirst first. Then freedom from their superstitions will come of itself. Hey, you go the wrong way. Yerushin wax fat and kick. Hey, you go the wrong way."
"Do you mean I'm to pretend to be frum?" said Simon Wolf.
"And then what matters? You're a fool. To get to the goal, we must go crooked ways. You have no statesmanship. You frighten them. You lead processions with bands and banners on Shabbos to the shuls. Many who would be glad to be delivered by you tremble for the heavenly lightning. They go not into the procession. Many go when their head is on fire. Afterwards they take fright and they beat their breasts. What will happen? The Orthodox are the majority. In time there will come a leader who will be, or pretend to be, Orthodox as well as Socialist. Then what become of you? You are left with 1, 2, 3 atheists, not enough to make a minyan. No, we must be chacham. We must take the men as we find them. God has made 2 classes of men, wise men and fool men. There is 1 wise man to 1,000,000 fool men, and he sits on their head and they support him. If these fool men want to go to shul and fast on Yom Kippur, what for you if you make feet of a pig and shock them, so they not believe in your socialism? When you want to eat pig, you do it here, like we do now in private. In public we spit out when we see the pig. You're a fool. I am a statesman, a politician. I will be the Machiavelli of the movement."
"Ah, Pinchas," You are a devil of a chap, said Wolf, laughing, and yet you say you are the poet of patriotism and Palestine.
Why not?
Why should we live here in captivity? Why should we not have our own state and our own president? A man who combined deep politic with knowledge of Hebrew literature and the pen of a poet. No, let us fight to get back our country. We will not hang our harps on the willows of Babylon and weep. We will take our swords with Ezra and Judas Maccabeus and one thing at a time, Pinchas, said Simon Wolf. At present we have to consider how to distribute these food tickets. The committee men are late. I wonder if there's been any fighting at the centres where they've been addressing the meetings.
That's another point, said Pinchas. Why you not let me address meetings, not the little ones in the street, but the great ones in the hall of the club? There my words would rush like the mountain torrents, sweeping away the corruptions. But you let all these fool men talk. You know, Simon, I and you are the only two persons in the East End who speak English properly.
I know, but these speeches must be in Yiddish.
Gewiss, but who speak her like you and me? You must give me a speech tonight.
I can't, really not, said Simon. The programme's arranged. You know they're all jealous of me already. I daren't leave no one out.
Oh no, do not say that, said Pinchas, laying his finger pleadingly on the side of his nose.
I must.
Oh, but you tear my heart in two. I love you like a brother, almost like a woman. Just one. And there was an appealing smile in his eye.
I cannot. I shall have a hornet's nest about my ears.
One, Simon Wolf.
Again his finger was on his nose.
It is impossible.
You have not considered how my Yiddish shall make kindle every heart, strike tears from every eye, as Moses did from the rock.
I have. I know. But what am I to do?
Just this little favor, and I will be grateful for you all my life.
You know I would if I could.
Pinchas' finger was laid more insistently on his nose.
Just this once. Grant me this, and I will never ask anything of you in all my life.
No, no. Don't bother, Pinchas. Go away now, said Wolf, getting annoyed. I have lots to do.
I will never give you my ideas again, said the poet, flashing up, and he went out and banged the door.
The labour leader settled to his papers with a sigh of relief. The relief was transient. A moment afterwards the door was slightly opened, and Pinchas' head was protruded through the aperture. The poet wore his most endearing smile. The finger was laid coaxingly against the nose.
Just one little speech, Simon. Think of how I love you.
Oh, well, go away. We'll see,
replied Wolf, laughing amid all his annoyance. The poet rushed in and kissed the hem of Wolf's coat.
Oh, you be a great man, he said,
and then he walked out, closing the door gently. A moment afterwards a vision of the dusky head with the carneying smile and the finger on the nose reappeared.
You won't forget your promise, said the head.
No, no, go to the devil. I won't forget.
End of section 1. Chapter 22, section 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 22. With the Strikers, Part 2. Pinchas walked home through streets thronged with excited strikers, discussing the situation with oriental exuberance of gesture with anyone who would listen. The demands of these poor slop hands, who could only count on 6 hours out of the 24 for themselves, and who, by the help of their wives and little ones in finishing, might earn £1 a week, were moderate enough. Hours from 8 to 8, with an hour for dinner and half an hour for tea. 2 shillings from the government contractors for making a policeman's greatcoat instead of 1 and 9pence halfpenny, and so on, and so on. Their intentions were strictly peaceful. Every face was stamped with the mark of intellect and ill health, the hue of a muddy pallor relieved by the flash of eyes and teeth. Their shoulders stooped, their chests were narrow, their arms flabby. They came in their hundreds to the hall at night. It was square-shaped, with a stage and galleries, for a Yiddish company sometimes thrilled the Ghetto with tragedy and tickled it with farce. Both species were playing tonight, and in Jargon to boot. In real life you always get your drama mixed, and the sock of comedy galls the buskin of tragedy. It was an episode in the pitiful tussle of hunger and greed, yet its humours were grotesque enough. Full as the hall was, it was not crowded, for it was Friday night, and a large contingent of strikers refused to desecrate the Sabbath by attending the meeting. But these were the zealots, Moses Ansel among them, for he too had struck. Having been out of work already, he had nothing to lose by augmenting the numerical importance of the agitation. The moderately pious argued that there was no financial business to transact, and attendance could hardly come under the denomination of work. It was rather analogous to attendance at a lecture. They would simply have to listen to speeches. Besides, it would be but a black Sabbath at home with a barren larder, and they'd already been to synagogue. Thus degenerates ancient piety in the stress of modern social problems. Some of the men had not even changed their everyday face for their Sabbath countenance by washing it. Some wore collars and shiny, threadbare garments of dignified origin. Others were ineffectively poverty-stricken, with dingy shirt-cuffs peeping out of frayed sleeve edges, and unhealthily coloured scarves folded complexly around their neck. A minority belonged to the free-thinking party, but the majority only availed themselves of Wolf's services because they were indispensable. For the moment he was the only possible leader, and they were sufficiently Jesuitic to use the devil himself for good ends. Though Wolf would not give up a Friday night meeting, especially valuable as permitting of the attendance of tailors who had not yet struck, Pinchas's politic advice had not failed to make an impression. Like so many reformers who have started with blatant atheism, he was beginning to see the insignificance of irreligious dissent as compared with the solution of the social problem, and Pinchas' seed had fallen on ready soil. As a labour leader, pure and simple, he could count upon a far larger following than as a preacher of militant impiety. He resolved to keep his atheism in the background for the future, and devote himself to the enfranchisement of the body before tampering with the soul. He was too proud ever to acknowledge his indebtedness to the poet's suggestion, but he felt grateful to him all the same. "My brothers," he said in Yiddish when his turn came to speak,
It pains me much to note how disunited we are. The capitalists, the Belkoviches, would rejoice if they but knew all that is going on. Have we not enemies enough that we must quarrel and split up into little factions among ourselves? Hear, hear! How can we hope to succeed unless we are thoroughly organised? It has come to my ears that there are men who insinuate things even about me, and before I go on further tonight, I wish to put this question to you." He paused, and there was a breathless silence. The orator threw his chest forward, and gazing fearlessly at the assembly, cried out in a stentorian voice, "Sind Sie zufrieden mit Ihrer Chairman?" Are you satisfied with your chairman? His audacity made an impression. The discontented cowered timidly in their places. "Yes," rolled back from the assembly, proud of its English monosyllables. "9," cried a solitary voice from the topmost gallery. Instantly the assembly was on its legs, eyeing the dissident angrily. "Get down! Go to the platform!" mingled with cries of "Order! Order!" from the chairman, who in vain summoned him onto the stage. The dissident waved a roll of paper violently and refused to modify his standpoint. He was evidently speaking, for his jaws were making movements which, in the din and uproar, could not rise above grimaces. There was a battered high hat on the back of his head, and his hair was uncombed, and his face unwashed. At last silence was restored, and the tirade became audible. "Cursed sweaters, capitalists, stealing men's brains, leaving us to rot and starve in darkness and filth. Curse them, curse them!" The speaker's voice rose to a hysterical scream as he rambled on. Some of the men knew him, and soon there flew from lip to lip, "Oh, it's only Meshuggah David." Mad Davy was a gifted Russian university student who had been mixed up with nihilistic conspiracies and had fled to England, where the struggle to find employ for his clerical talents had addled his brain. He had a gift for chess and mechanical invention, and in the early days had saved himself from starvation by the sale of some ingenious patents to a swaggering co-religionist who owned race-horses and a music hall, but he sank into squaring the circle and inventing perpetual motion. He lived now on the casual crumbs of indigent neighbours, for the charitable organisations had marked him as dangerous. He was a man of infinite loquacity, with an intense jealousy of Simon Wolf, or any such uninstructed person who assumed to lead the populace. But when the assembly accorded him his hearing, he forgot the occasion of his rising in a burst of passionate invective against society. When the irrelevancy of his remarks became apparent, he was rudely howled down, and his neighbours pulled him into his seat, where he gibbered and mewed inaudibly. Wolf continued his address. "Sind Sie zufrieden mit Ihrer Secretary?" This time there was no dissent. The yes came like thunder. "Sind Sie zufrieden mit Ihrer Treasurer?" Yeas and nays mingled. The question of the retention of that functionary was put to the vote, but there was much confusion, for the East End Jew is only slowly becoming a political animal. The ayes had it, but Wolf was not yet satisfied with the satisfaction of the gathering. He repeated the entire batch of questions in a new formula, so as to drive them home. "Hat einer etwas zu sagen gegen mir?" which is Yiddish for, "Has anyone anything to say against me?" No, came in a vehement roar. Hat einer etwas zu sagen gegen dem Secretary? No. Hat einer etwas zu sagen gegen dem Treasurer? No. Having thus shown his grasp of logical exhaustiveness in a manner unduly exhausting to the more intelligent, Wolf consented to resume his oration. He had scored a victory, and triumph lent him added eloquence. When he ceased, he left his audience in a frenzy of resolution and loyalty. In the flush of conscious power and freshly added influence, he found a niche for Pinchas's oratory. "Brethren in exile," said the poet in his best Yiddish. Pinchas spoke German, which is an outlandish form of Yiddish, and scarce understanded of the people, so that to be intelligible he had to divest himself of sundry inflections, and to throw gender to the winds, and to say wet for wird, and mix hybrid Hebrew and ill-pronounced English with his vocabulary. There was some cheering as Pinchas tossed his dishevelled locks and addressed the gathering, for everybody to whom he had ever spoken knew that he was a wise and learned man and a great singer in Israel. "Brethren in exile," said the poet, "the hour has come for laying the sweaters low. Singly we are sand grains, together we are the simoon. Our great teacher Moses was the first socialist. The legislation of the Old Testament, the land laws, the Jubilee regulations, the tender care for the poor, the subjugation for the rights of property to the interests of the working men, all this is pure socialism." The poet paused for the cheers, which came in a mighty volume. Few of those present knew what socialism was, but all knew the word as a shibboleth of salvation from sweaters. Socialism meant shorter hours and higher wages, and was obtainable by marching with banners and brass bands. What need to inquire further? "In short," pursued the poet, "socialism is Judaism and Judaism is socialism, and Karl Marx and Lassalle, the founders of socialism, were Jews. Judaism does not bother with the next world. It says, eat, drink, and be satisfied, and thank the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of Egypt from the land of bondage. But we have nothing to eat, we have nothing to drink, we have nothing to be satisfied with, we are still in the land of bondage." Cheers from the audience. "My brothers, how can we keep Judaism in a land where there is no socialism? We must become better Jews. We must bring on socialism, for the period of socialism on earth and of peace and of plenty and of brotherly love is what all our prophets and great teachers meant by Messiah times." A little murmur of dissent rose here and there, but Pinchas went on. "When Hillel the Great summed up the law to the would-be proselyte, while standing on one leg, what did he express? Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. This is socialism in a nutshell. Do not keep your riches for yourself, spread them abroad. Do not fatten on the labor of the poor, but share it. Do not eat the food others have earned, but earn your own. Yes, brothers, the only true Jews in England are the socialists. Phylacteries, praying shawls, all nonsense. Work for socialism. That pleases the Almighty. The Mashiach will be a socialist." There were mingled sounds, men asking each other dubiously, "What says he?" They began to sniff brimstone. Wolf, shifting uneasily on his chair, kicked the poet's leg in reminder of his own warning. But Pinchas' head was touching the stars again. Mundane considerations were left behind somewhere in the depths of space below his feet.
But how is the Messiah to redeem his people? He asked. Not nowadays by the sword, but by the tongue. He will plead the cause of Judaism, the cause of socialism in Parliament. He will not come with mock miracle like Bar Kochba or Zevi. At the general election, brothers, I will stand as the candidate for Whitechapel. I, a poor man, one of yourselves, will take my stand in that mighty assembly and touch the heart of the legislators. They shall bend before my oratory as the bulrushes of the Nile when the wind passes. They will make me Prime Minister like Lord Beaconsfield. Only he was no true lover of his people. He was not the Messiah. To hell with the rich bankers and the stockbrokers. We don't want them. We will free ourselves. The extraordinary vigour of the poet's language and gestures told. Only half comprehending, the majority stamped and huzzahed. Pinchas swelled visibly. His slim, lithe form, 5 1/4 feet high, towered over the assembly. His complexion was as burnished copper. His eyes flashed flame. Yes, brethren, he resumed, these Anglo-Jewish swine trample unheedingly on the pearls of poetry and scholarship. They choose for ministers men with 4 mistresses, for chief rabbis hypocrites who cannot even write the holy tongue grammatically, for dayanim men who sell their daughters to the rich, for members of parliament stockbrokers who cannot speak English, for philanthropists greengrocers who embezzle funds. Let us have nothing to do with these swine. Moses, our teacher, forbade it. Laughter. I will be member for Whitechapel. See, my name, Melchizedek Pinchas, already makes MP, as it was foreordained. If every letter of the Torah has its special meaning and none was put by chance, why should the finger of heaven not have written my name thus, MP Melchizedek Pinchas? Ah, Brother Wolf speaks truth. Wisdom issues from his lips. Put aside your petty quarrels and unite in working for my election to Parliament. Thus and thus only shall you be redeemed from bondage, made from beasts of burden into men, from slaves into citizens, from false Jews into true Jews. Thus and thus only shall you eat and drink and be satisfied, and thank me for bringing you out of the land of bondage. Thus and thus only shall Judaism cover the world as waters cover the sea. The fervid peroration overbalanced the audience, and from all sides except the platform, applause warmed the poet's ears. He resumed his seat, and as he did so, he automatically drew out a match and a cigar, and lit the one with the other. Instantly the applause dwindled, died. There was a moment of astonished silence, then a roar of execration. The bulk of the audience, as Pinchas, sober, had been shrewd enough to see, was still orthodox. This public desecration of the Sabbath by smoking was intolerable. How should the God of Israel aid the spread of socialism and the shorter hours movement and the rise of prices, a penny on a coat, if such devil's incense were borne to his nostrils? Their vague admiration of Pinchas changed into definite distrust. Epikuros! Epikuros! Meshemad! Resounded from all sides. The poet looked wonderingly about him, failing to grasp the situation. Simon Wolf saw his opportunity. With an angry jerk, he knocked the glowing cigar from between the poet's teeth. There was a yell of delight and approbation. Wolf
jumped to his feet.
"Brothers," he roared, "you know I am not frum, but I will not have anybody else's feelings trampled upon."
And so saying, he ground the cigar under his heel. Immediately an abortive blow from the poet's puny arm swished the air. Pinchas was roused. The veins on his forehead swelled. His heart thumped rapidly in his bosom. Wolf shook his knobbly fist laughingly at the poet, who made no further attempt to use any other weapon of offence but his tongue.
"Hypocrite!" he shrieked. "Liar! Machiavelli! Child of the separation! A black year on thee, an evil spirit in thy bones, and in the bones of thy father and mother. Thy father was a proselyte, and thy mother was an abomination. The curses of Deuteronomy light on thee. Mayst thou become covered with boils like Job. And you," he added, turning to the audience, "a pack of Amorim ha'aretz, stupid animals. How much longer will you bend your neck to the yoke of superstition while your bellies are empty? Who says I shall not smoke? Was tobacco known to Moses, our teacher? If so, he would have enjoyed it on the Shabbos. He was a wise man like me. Did the rabbis know of it? No, fortunately. Else they were so stupid they would have forbidden it. You are all so ignorant that you think not of these things. Can anyone show me where it stands that we must not smoke on Shabbos? Is not Shabbos a day of rest? And how can we rest if we smoke not? I believe in the Baal Shem that God is more pleased when I smoke my cigar than at the prayers of all the stupid rabbis. How dare you rob me of my cigar? Is that keeping Shabbos?" He turned back to Wolf and tried to push his foot from off the cigar. There was a brief struggle. A dozen men leapt on the platform and dragged the poet away from his convulsive clasp of the labour leader's leg. A few opponents of Wolf on the platform cried, "Let the man alone, give him his cigar," and thrust themselves amongst the invaders. The hall was in tumult. From the gallery the voice of Mad Davy resounded again. "Cursed sweaters, stealing men's brains and darkness and filth. Curse them, blow them up as I blew up Alexander. Curse them." Pinchas was carried, shrieking hysterically, and striving to bite the arms of his bearers through the tumultuous crowd, amid a little ineffective opposition, and deposited outside the door. Wolf made another speech, sealing the impression he had made. Then the poor, narrow-chested, pious men went home through the cold air to recite the Song of Solomon in their stuffy back rooms and garrets. "Behold, you are fair, my love," they intoned in a chant. "Behold, you are fair. You have dove's eyes. Behold, you are fair, my beloved. Yea, pleasant. Also our couch is green. The beams of our house are cedar, and our rafters are fir. For, lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear upon the earth. The time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in our land. Thy plants are an orchard of pomegranates with pleasant fruits, calamus, cinnamon, and all trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloe, with all of the chief species. A foundation of gardens, a well of living waters and streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south. Blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, Section 1 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 23.
The Hope Extinct. Part 1. The strike came to an end soon after. To the delight of Melchizedek Pinchas, Gideon MP intervened at the 11th hour, unceremoniously elbowing Simon Wolf out of his central position. A compromise was arranged, and jubilance and tranquillity reigned for some months, till the corruptions of competitive human nature brought back the old state of things. For employers have quite a diplomatic reverence for treaties, and the brotherly love of employees breaks down under the strain of supporting families. Rather to his own surprise, Moses Ansell found himself in work for at least 3 days a week, the other 3 being spent in hanging round the workshop, waiting for it. It is an uncertain trade, is the manufacture of slops, which was all Moses was fitted for. But if you are not at hand, you may miss the work when it does come. It never rains but it pours, and so more luck came to the garret of No. 1 Royal Street. Esther won £5 at school. It was the Henry Goldsmith Prize, a new annual prize for general knowledge, instituted by a lady named Mrs. Henry Goldsmith, who had just joined the committee, and the semi-divine person herself, a surpassingly beautiful, radiant being, like a princess in a fairy tale, personally congratulated her upon her success. The money was not available for a year, but the neighbours hastened to congratulate the family on its rise to wealth. Even Levi Jacob's visits became more frequent, though this could scarcely be ascribed to mercenary motives. The Belkoviches recognized their improved status so far as to send to borrow some salt, for the colony of No. 1 Royal Street carried on an extensive system of mutual accommodation: coals, potatoes, chunks of bread, saucepans, needles, wood choppers, all passing daily to and fro. Even garments and jewellery were lent on great occasions. When that dear old soul, Mrs. Simons, went to a wedding, she was decked out in contributions from a dozen wardrobes. The Ansells themselves were too proud to borrow, though they were not above lending. It was early morning, and Moses, in his big tefillin, was droning his orisons. His mother had had an attack of spasms, and so he was praying at home to be at hand in case of need. Everybody was up, and Moses was superintending the household even while he was gabbling psalms. He never minded breaking off his intercourse with heaven to discuss domestic affairs, for he was on free and easy terms with the powers that be, and there was scarce a prayer in the liturgy which he would not interrupt to reprimand Solomon for lack of absorption in the same. The exception was the Amidah, or 18 blessings, so called because there are 22. This section must be said standing and inaudibly, and when Moses was engaged on it, a message from an earthly monarch could have extorted no reply from him. There were other sacred silences which Moses would not break save of dire necessity, and then only by talking Hebrew, but the Amidah was the silence of silences. This was why the utterly unprecedented arrival of a telegraph boy did not move him. Not even Esther's cry of alarm when she opened the telegram had any visible effect on him, though in reality he whispered off his prayer at a record-breaking pace, and duly danced 3 times on his toes with spasmodic celerity at the finale. "Father," said Esther, the never-before-received species of letter trembling in her hand, "we must go at once to see Benjy. He is very ill."
"Has he written to say so?"
"No, this is a telegram. I have read of such. Oh, perhaps he is dead. It's always so in books. They break the news by saying the dead are still alive."
Her tones died away in a sob. The children clustered round her. Rachel and Solomon fought for the telegram in their anxiety to read it. Ike and Sarah stood grave and interested. The sick grandmother sat up in bed, excited.
"He never showed me his tzitzits," she moaned. "Perhaps he did not wear the fringes at all." "Father, did you hear?" said Esther, for Moses Ansell was fingering the russet envelope with a dazed air. "We must go to the orphanage at once."
"Read it. What stands in the letter?" said Moses Ansell.
She took the telegram from the hands of Solomon.
"It stands, 'Come up at once. Your son Benjamin, very ill.'"
"Tut, tut, tut," clucked Moses. "The poor child! But how can we go up? You cannot walk there, and it will take me more than 3 hours."
His talith slid from his shoulders in his agitation.
"You must not walk either,"
cried Esther excitedly.
"We must get to him at once. Who knows if he will be alive when we come? We must go by train from London Bridge, the way Benjy came that Sunday. Oh, my poor Benjy!" "Give me back the paper, Esther," interrupted Solomon, taking it from her limp hand. "The boys have never seen a telegram."
"But we cannot spare the money,"
urged Moses helplessly.
"We have just enough money to get along with to-day. Solomon, go on with thy prayers. You seize every excuse to interrupt them. Rachel, go away from him. You're also a disturbing Satan to him. I do not wonder his teacher flogged him black and blue yesterday. He is a stubborn and rebellious son who should be stoned according to Deuteronomy."
"We must do without dinner,"
said Esther impulsively. Sarah sat down on the floor and howled.
Weist mir. "I didn't touch her,"
cried Ike in indignant bewilderment.
"'Tain't Ikey,"
sobbed Sarah.
"Little Sarah wants her dinner."
"Thou hearest," said Moses pitifully. "How can we spare the money?"
"How much is it?"
asked Esther.
"It will be 1 shilling there and back," replied Moses, who from his long periods of peregrination was a connoisseur in fares. "How can we afford it when I lose a morning's work into the bargain?"
"No, what talkest thou?"
said Esther.
"Thou art looking a few months ahead. Thou deemest perhaps I am already 12. It will be 6pence for me."
Moses did not disclaim the implied compliment to his rigid honesty, but answered,
"Where is my head? Of course thou goest half price. But even so, where is the 18 pence to come from?"
"But it is not 18 pence,"
ejaculated Esther with new inspiration. Necessity was sharpening her wits to extraordinary acuteness.
"We need not take return tickets. We can walk back."
"But we cannot be away so long from the mother, both of us," said Moses. "She too is ill, and how will the children do without thee? I will go by myself."
"No, I must see Benjy,"
Esther cried.
"Be not so stiff-necked, Esther. Besides, it stands in the letter that I am to come. They do not ask for thee. Who knows that the great people will not be angry if I bring thee with me? I dare say Benjamin will be better soon. He cannot have been ill long."
"But quick then, father, quick!"
cried Esther, yielding to the complex difficulties of the position.
"Go at once."
"Immediately, Esther. Only wait until I finish my prayers. I'm nearly done."
"No, no," cried Esther, agonized. "Thou prayest so much. God will let thee off a little bit just for once. You must go at once and ride both ways. How else shall we know what has happened? I will pawn my new prize, and that will give thee money enough."
"Good," said Moses. "While you are pledging the book, I shall have time to finish davening." He hitched up his talith and commenced to gabble off, "Happy are they who dwell in thy house. Ever shall they praise thee, Selah," and was already saying, "And a Redeemer shall come into Zion," by the time Esther rushed through the door with the pledge. It was a gaudily bound volume called Treasures of Science, and Esther knew it almost by heart, having read it twice from gilt cover to gilt cover. All the same, she would miss it sorely. The pawnbroker lived only round the corner, for, like the publican, he springs up wherever the conditions are favourable. He was a Christian. By a curious anomaly, the Ghetto does not supply its own pawnbrokers, but sends them out to the provinces or to the West End. Perhaps the business instinct dreads the solicitation of the racial. Esther's pawnbroker was a rubicund, portly man. He knew the fortunes of 100 families by the things they had left with him or taken back. It was on his stuffy shelves that poor Benjamin's coat had lain compressed and packed away, when it might have had a beautiful airing in the grounds of the Crystal Palace. It was from his stuffy shelves that Esther's mother had redeemed it, a day after the fair, soon to be herself compressed and packed away in a pauper's coffin, awaiting in silence whatsoever redemption might be. The best coat itself had long since been sold to a ragman, for Solomon, upon whose back it devolved when Benjamin was so happily translated, could never be got to keep a best coat longer than a year, and when a best coat is degraded to everyday wear, its attrition is much more than 6 times as rapid. "Good morning, my little dear," said the rubicund man. "You're early this morning." The apprentice had indeed only just taken down the shutters. "What can I do for you to-day? You look pale, my dear. What's the matter?"
"I have a brand new 7 and 6penny book," she answered hurriedly, passing it to him. He turned instinctively to the fly-leaf. "Brand new book, ha!" he said contemptuously. "Esther Ansell for improvement. When a book's spoiled like that, what can you expect for it?" "Why, it's only the inscription that makes it valuable," said Esther tearfully.
"Maybe," said the rubicund man gruffly. "But do you suppose I can find just a buyer named Esther Ansell? Do you suppose everybody in the world's named Esther Ansell, or is capable of improvement?"
"No," breathed Esther dolefully, "but I shall take it out myself soon."
"In this world," said the rubicund man, shaking his head sceptically, "there ain't never no knowing. Well, how much do you want?"
"I only want a shilling," said Esther, "and 3pence," she added with a happy afterthought.
"All right," said the rubicund man, softened. "I won't haggle this morning. You look quite knocked up. There you are."
And Esther darted out of the shop with the money clasped tightly in her palm. Section 2. Chapter 23, Part 2 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 23, The Hope Extinct, Part 2. Moses had folded his phylacteries with pious primness and put them away in a little bag, and he was hastily swallowing a cup of coffee. "Here is the shilling," she cried, "and twopence extra for the bus to London Bridge. Quick!" She put the ticket away carefully among its companions in a discoloured leather purse her father had once picked up in the street, and hurried him off. When his steps ceased on the stairs, she yearned to run after him and go with him, but Ikey was clamouring for breakfast, and the children had to run off to school. She remained at home herself, for the grandmother groaned heavily. When the other children had gone off, she tidied the vacant bed and smoothed the old woman's pillows. Suddenly Benjamin's reluctance to have his father exhibited before his new companions reoccurred to her. She hoped Moses would not be needlessly obtrusive, and felt that if she had gone with him she might have supplied tact in this direction. She reproached herself for not having made him a bit more presentable. She should have spared another halfpenny for a new collar, and seen that he was washed. But in the rush and alarm all thoughts of propriety had been submerged. Then her thoughts went off at a tangent, and she saw her classroom, where new things were being taught and new marks gained. It galled her to think she was missing both. She felt so lonely in the company of her grandmother, she could have gone downstairs and cried on Dutch Debbie's musty lap. Then she strove to picture the room where Benjy was lying, but her imagination lacked the data. She would not let herself think the brilliant Benjamin was dead, that he would be sewn up in a shroud, just like his poor mother, who had no literary talent whatever. But she wondered whether he was groaning like the grandmother. And so, half distracted, pricking up ears at the slightest creak on the stairs, Esther waited for news of her Benjy. The hours dragged on, and the children coming home at 1 found dinner ready, but Esther still waiting. A dusty sunbeam streamed in through the garret window, as though to give her hope. Benjamin had been beguiled from his books into an unaccustomed game of ball in the cold March air. He had taken off his jacket and had got very hot with his unwonted exertions. A reactionary chill followed. Benjamin had a slight cold, which, being ignored, developed rapidly into a heavy one, still without inducing the energetic lad to be put on the sick list. Was not the publishing day of Our Own at hand? The cold became graver with the same rapidity, and almost as soon as the boy had made complaint he was in a high fever, and the official doctor declared that pneumonia had set in. In the night Benjamin was delirious, and the nurse summoned the doctor, and the next morning his condition was so critical that his father was telegraphed for. There was little to be done by science. All depended on the patient's constitution. But alas, the 4 years of plenty and country breezes had not counteracted the 8 3/4 years of privation and foul air, especially in a lad more intent on emulating Dickens and Thackeray than on profiting by the advantages of his situation. When Moses arrived, he found his boy tossing restlessly in a little bed in a private little room away from the great dormitories. The matron, a sweet-faced young lady, was bending tenderly over him, and a nurse sat at the bedside. The doctor stood, waiting, at the foot of the bed. Moses took his boy's hand. The matron silently stepped aside. Benjamin stared at him with wide, unrecognizing eyes. "Nu, wie geht's, Benjamin?" cried Moses in Yiddish, with mock heartiness.
"Thank you, old Four Eyes. It's very good of you to come. I've always said there mustn't be any hits at you in the paper. I always told the fellows you were a very decent chap."
"What says he?" asked Moses, turning to the company. "I cannot understand English."
They could not understand his question, but the matron guessed it. She tapped her forehead and shook her head for reply. Benjamin closed his eyes, and there was silence. Presently he opened them and looked straight at his father. A deeper crimson mantled on the flushed cheek as Benjamin beheld the dingy, stooping being to whom he owed birth. Moses wore a dirty red scarf below his untrimmed beard. His clothes were greasy, his face had not yet been washed, and for a climax he had not removed his hat, which other considerations than those of etiquette should have impelled him to keep out of sight.
"I thought you were old Four Eyes,"
the boy murmured in confusion. "Wasn't he here just now?"
"Go and fetch Mr. Coleman,"
said the matron to the nurse, half smiling through tears at her own knowledge of the teacher's nickname, and wondering what endearing term she herself was known by.
"Cheer up, Benjamin," said his father, seeing his boy had become sensible of his presence. "Thou wilt be all right soon. Thou hast been much worse than this."
"What does he say?" asked Benjamin, turning his eyes toward the matron. "He says he's sorry to see you so bad," said the matron at a venture. "But I shall be up soon, won't I? I can't have our own delayed," whispered Benjamin. "Oh, don't worry about our own, my poor boy," murmured the matron, pressing his forehead. Moses respectfully made way for her.
"What says he?"
he asked. The matron repeated the words, but Moses could not understand the English. Old Four Eyes arrived, a mild, spectacled young man. He looked at the doctor, and the doctor's eye told him all. "Ah, Mr. Coleman," said Benjamin with joyous huskiness. "You'll see that our own comes out this week as usual. Tell Jack Simmons he must not forget to rule black lines around the page containing Bruno's epitaph. Bony Nose, I mean Mr. Bernstein, wrote it for us in dog Latin. Isn't it a lark? Thick black lines, tell him. He was a good dog and only bit one boy in all his life." "All right, I'll see to it," old Four Eyes assured him with answering huskiness.
"What does he say?" helplessly inquired Moses, addressing himself to the newcomer.
"Isn't it a sad case, Mr. Coleman?" said the matron in a low tone. "They can't understand one another."
"You ought to keep an interpreter on the premises," said the doctor, blowing his nose.
Coleman struggled with himself. He knew Yiddish to perfection, for his parents spoke it still, but he had always posed as being ignorant of it. "Tell my father to go home and not to bother. I'm all right. Only a little weak," whispered Benjamin. Coleman was deeply perturbed. He was wondering whether he should plead guilty to a little knowledge, when a change of expression came over the wan face on the pillow. The doctor came and felt the boy's pulse. "No, I don't want to hear that mass say," cried Benjamin. "Tell me about the Sambation, father, which refuses to flow on Shabbos." He spoke Yiddish, grown a child again. Moses' face lit up with joy. His eldest born had returned to intelligibility, There was still hope then. A sudden burst of sunshine flooded the room. In London the sun would not break through the clouds for some hours. Moses leaned over the pillow, his face working with blended emotions. He let a hot tear fall on his boy's upturned face. "Hush, hush, my little Benjamin, don't cry," said Benjamin, and began to sing in his mother's jargon. "Sleep, little father, sleep. Thy father shall be a Rav. Thy mother shall bring little apples, blessings on thy little head." Moses saw his dead Gittel lulling his boy to sleep. Blinded by his tears, he did not see that they were falling thick upon the little white face. "Nay, dry thy tears, I tell thee, my little Benjamin," said Benjamin in tones more tender and soothing, and launched into the strange wailing melody. "Alas, woe is me, how wretched to be, driven away and banished, yet so young, from thee. And Joseph's mother called to him from the grave, Be comforted, my son, a great future shall be thine." "The end is near," old Four Eyes whispered to the father in Yiddish. Moses trembled from head to foot. "My poor lamb, my poor Benjamin," he wailed. "I thought you would say Kaddish after me, not I for thee." Then he began to recite quietly the Hebrew prayers. The hat he should have removed was appropriate enough now. Benjamin sat up excitedly in bed. "There's mother, Esther," he cried in English, "coming back with my coat. But what's the use of it now?" His head fell back again. Presently a look of yearning came over the face so full of boyish beauty. "Esther," he said, "wouldn't you like to be in the green country to-day? Look how the sun shines." It shone indeed with deceptive warmth, bathing in gold the green country that stretched beyond, and dazzling the eyes of the dying boy. The birds twittered outside the window. "Esther," he said wistfully, "do you think there'll be another funeral soon?" The matron burst into tears and turned away. "Benjamin," cried the father, frantically thinking the end had come, "say the Shema." The boy stared at him, a clearer look in his eyes. "Say the Shema," said Moses peremptorily. The word Shema, the old authoritative tone, penetrated the consciousness of the dying boy. "Yes, father, I was just going to," he grumbled submissively. They repeated the last declaration of the dying Israelite together. It was in Hebrew. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad." Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Both understood that. Benjamin lingered on for a few more minutes and died in a painless torpor. "He is dead," said the doctor. "Baruch Dayan Emes, blessed be the true judge," said Moses. He rent his coat and closed the staring eyes. Then he went to the toilet table and turned the looking-glass to the wall, and opened the window and emptied the jug of water upon the green sunlit grass. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 24. The Jargon Players.
"No, don't stop me, Pinchas," said Gabriel Hamburg. "I'm packing up and I shall spend my Passover in Stockholm. The chief rabbi there has discovered a manuscript which I am anxious to see. As I have saved up a little money, I shall speed thither." "He pays well, that fool boy, Raphael Leon," said Pinchas, emitting a lazy ring of smoke. "What do you mean?" cried Gabriel, flushing angrily. "Do you mean perhaps that you have been getting money out of him?" "Precisely, that is what I do mean," said the poet naively. "What else?" "Well, don't let me hear you call him a fool. He is one to send you money, but then it is for others to call him so. That boy will be a great man in Israel, the son of rich English Jews, a Harrow boy. Yet he already writes Hebrew almost grammatically."
Pinchas was aware of this fact. Had he not written to the lad, in response to a crude Hebrew eulogium and a crisp Bank of England note, "I and thou are the only two people in England who write the Holy Tongue grammatically"? He replied now, "It's true. Soon he will vie with me and you." The old scholar took snuff impatiently. The humours of Pinchas were beginning to pall on him. "Good-bye," he said again.
"No, wait yet a little," said Pinchas, buttonholing him resolutely. "I want to show you my acrostic on Simon Wolf. Oh, I will shoot him, the miserable labour leader, the wretch who embezzles the money of the socialist fools who trust him. It will sting like Juvenal, that acrostic."
"I haven't time," said the gentle savant, beginning to lose his temper.
"Well, have I time? I have to compose a 3-act comedy by to-morrow at noon. I expect I will have to sit up all night to get it done in time."
Then, anxious to complete the conciliation of the old snuff and pepper box, as he mentally christened him for his next acrostic, he added,
"If there's anything in this manuscript that you cannot decipher or understand, a letter to me, care of Reb Shmuel, will always find me. Somehow I have a special genius for filling up lacunae in manuscripts. You remember the famous discovery that I made by rewriting the 6 lines torn out of the first page of that Midrash I discovered in Cyprus?"
"Yes, those 6 lines proved it thoroughly," sneered the savant.
"Ah, you see,"
said the poet, a gratified smile pervading his dusky features.
"But I must tell you of this comedy. It will be a satirical picture, in the style of Molière, only sharper, of Anglo-Jewish society. The Rev. Elkan Benjamin with his 4 mistresses, they will all be there. And Gideon, that Am Haaretz MP. Oh, it will be terrible. If I could only get them to see it performed, they should have free passes."
"No, shoot them first. It would be more merciful. But where is this comedy to be played?" asked Hamburg curiously.
"At the Jargon Theatre, the great theatre in Prince's Street, the only real national theatre in England. The English stage, Drury Lane. Pooh! It's not in harmony with the people. It does not express them."
Reader's note: Zangwill uses the term jargon to refer to Yiddish. End of my reader's note. Hamburg could not help smiling. He knew the wretched little hall, since tragically famous for a massacre of innocents, victims to the fatal cry of fire, more deadly than fiercest flame.
"But how will your audience understand it?" he asked.
"Ah," said the poet, laying his finger on his nose and grinning.
"They will understand. They know the corruptions of our society. All this conspiracy to crush me, to hound me out of England, so that ignoramuses may prosper and hypocrites wax fat. Do you think it is not the talk of the Ghetto? What? Shall it be the talk of Berlin, of Constantinople, of Mogador, of Jerusalem, of Paris, and here it shall not be known? Besides, the leading actress will speak a prologue. Ah, she is beautiful, beautiful as Lilith, as the Queen of Sheba, as Cleopatra. And how she acts! She and Rachel, both Jewesses, think of it! Ah, we are a great people. If I could tell you the secrets of her eyes as she looks at me. But no, you are as dry as dust, a creature of prose. And there will be an orchestra too. For Pesach Weingott has promised to play the overture on his fiddle. How he stirs the soul! It's like David playing before Saul."
"Oh yes, but it won't be javelins the people will throw," muttered Hamburg, adding aloud, "I suppose you have written the music of this overture?"
"No, I cannot write music," said Pinchas.
"Good heavens, you don't say so!" gasped Gabriel Hamburg. "Let that be my last recollection of you. No, don't say another word. Don't spoil it. Good-bye." And he tore himself away, leaving the poet bewildered.
"Mad, mad," said
Pinchas, tapping his brow significantly.
"Mad, the old snuff-and-pepper box."
He smiled at the recollection of his latest phrase.
"Those scholars stagnate so. They see not enough of the women. Ha! I will go see my actress."
He threw out his chest, puffed out a volume of smoke, and took his way to Petticoat Lane. The compatriot of Rachel was wrapping up a scrag of mutton. She was a butcher's daughter, and did not even wield a chopper, as Mrs. Siddons is reported to have flushed the domestic table knife. She was a simple, amiable girl, who had stepped into the position of lead in the stock Jargon company as a way of eking out her pocket money, and because there was no one else who wanted the job. She was rather plain, except when berouged and bepencilled. The company included several tailors and tailoresses of talent, and the low comedian was a Dutchman who sold herrings. They all had the gift of improvisation more developed than memory, and consequently availed themselves of the faculty that worked easier. The repertory was written by goodness knew whom, and was very extensive. It embraced all the species enumerated by Polonius, including comic opera, which was not known to the Danish sawmonger. There was nothing the company would not have undertaken to play or have come out of with a fair measure of success. Some of the plays were on biblical subjects, but only a minority. There are also plays in rhyme, although Yiddish knows not blank verse. Melchizedek accosted his interpretess and made sheep eyes at her. But an actress who serves in a butcher's shop is doubly accustomed to such, and being busy, the girl paid no attention to the poet, though the poet was making marked attention to her.
"Kiss me, thou beauteous one, the gems of whose crown are footlights," said the poet, when custom ebbed for a moment. "If thou comest near me," said the actress, whirling the chopper, "I'll chop thy ugly little head off." "Unless thou lendest me thy lips, thou shalt not play in my comedy," said Pinchas angrily. "My trouble," said the leading lady, shrugging her shoulders.
Pinchas made several reappearances outside the open shop, with his insinuative finger on his nose and his insinuative smile on his face, but in the end went away with a flea in his ear, and hunted up the actor-manager, the only person who made any money to speak of out of the performances. That gentleman had not yet consented to produce the play that Pinchas already had in manuscript, and which had been coveted by all the great theatres of the world, but which he, Pinchas, had reserved for the use of the only actor in Europe. The result of this interview was that the actor-manager yielded to Pinchas' solicitations, backed by the frequent applications of poetic finger to poetic nose. "But," said the actor-manager, with a sudden recollection, "how about the besom?" "The besom?" repeated Pinchas, nonplussed for once. "Yes, thou sayest thou hast seen all the plays I have produced. Hast thou not noticed I have a besom in all my plays?" Yes, I remember," said Pinchas. "An old garden besom it is," said the actor-manager, "and it is the cause of all my luck." He took out a house broom that stood in the corner. "In a comedy I sweep the floor with it, so, and the people grin. In comic opera I beat time with it as I sing, so, and the people laugh. In farce I beat my mother-in-law with it, so, and the people roar. In tragedy I lean upon it, so, and the people thrill. In melodrama I sweep away snow with it, so, and the people burst into tears. Usually I have my plays written beforehand, and the authors are aware of the besom. Dost thou think," he concluded doubtfully, "that thou hast sufficient ingenuity to work the besom in now that the play's written?" Pinchas put his finger to his nose and smiled reassuringly. "It shall be all besom," he said. "And when wilt thou read it to me?" "Will to-morrow this time suit thee?" "As honey a bear." "Good then," said Pinchas. "I shall not fail." The door closed upon him. In another moment it reopened a bit, and he thrust his grinning face through the aperture. 10% of the receipts," he said with his cajoling digito-nasal gesture. "Oh, certainly," rejoined the actor-manager briskly. "After paying the expenses, 10% of the receipts." "Thou wilt not forget." "I shall not forget." Pinchas strode forth into the street and lit a new cigar in his exultation. How lucky the play was not yet written! Now he would be able to make it all turn around the axis of the besom. "It shall be all besom." His own phrase rang in his ears like voluptuous marriage bells. Yes, it should indeed be all besom, and with that besom he would sweep away all his enemies, all the foul conspirators, in one clean sweep, down to Sheol. He would sweep them along the floor with it, so, and grin, and would beat time to their yells of agony, so, and laugh. He would beat them over the heads, so, and roar. He would lean upon it in statuesque greatness, so, and thrill. He would sweep away their names with it, so, and weep for joy of countermining and quelling the long persecution. All night he wrote that play at railway speed, like a night express, puffing out volumes of smoke as he panted along. "I dip my pen in their blood," he said from time to time, and threw back his head and laughed aloud in the silence of the small hours. Pinchas had a good deal to do to explain the next day to the actor-manager where the fun came in. "Thou dost not grasp all the allusions, the back-handed slaps, the hidden poignards.
Perhaps not, the author acknowledged. But the great heart of the people, it will understand.
The actor-manager was unconvinced, but he admitted there was a good deal of besom, and in consideration of the poet batting his terms to 5% of the receipts, he agreed to give it a chance. The piece was billed widely in several streets under the title of The Hornet of Judah, and the name of Melchizedek Pinchas appeared in letters of the size stipulated by the finger on the nose. But the leading actress threw up her part at the last moment, disgusted by the poet's amorous advances. Pinchas volunteered to play the part himself, and although his offer was rejected, he attired himself in skirts and streaked his complexion with red and white to replace the promoted second actress, and shaved off his beard. But in spite of this heroic sacrifice, the gods were unpropitious. They chaffed the poet in polished Yiddish throughout the first act. There was only a sprinkling of audience, most of it paper, in the dimly lit hall, for the fame of the great writer had not spread from Berlin, Mogador, Constantinople, and the rest of the universe. No one could make head nor tail of the piece, with its incessant play of occult satire against clergymen with 4 mistresses, rabbis who sold their daughters, stockbrokers ignorant of Hebrew and destitute of English, greengrocers blowing messianic and their own trumpets, labour leaders embezzling funds, and the like. In vain the actor-manager swept the floor with the besom, beat time with the besom, beat his mother-in-law with the besom, leaned on the besom, swept bits of white paper with the besom. The hall, empty of its usual crowd, was fuller of derisive laughter. At last the spectators tired of laughter, and the rafters re-echoed with hoots. At the end of the second act, Melchizedek Pinchas addressed the audience from the stage in his ample petticoats, his brow streaming with paint and perspiration. He spoke of the great English conspiracy, and expressed his grief and astonishment at finding it had infected the entire Ghetto. There was no third act. It was the poet's first and last appearance on any stage. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 25 for Auld Lang Syne. The learned say that Passover was a spring festival, even before it was associated with the redemption from Egypt. But there is not much nature to worship in the Ghetto, and the historical elements of the festival swamp all the others. Passover still remains the most picturesque of the 3 festivals, with its entire transmogrification of things culinary, its thorough taboo of leaven. The audacious archaeologist of the 30th century may trace back the origin of the festival to the spring cleaning, the annual revel of the English housewife, for it is now that the Ghetto whitewashes itself, and scrubs itself, and paints itself, and pranks itself, and purifies its pans in a baptism of fire. Now, too, the publican gets into himself a white sheet and suspends it at his door, and proclaims that he sells kosher rum by permission of the chief rabbi. Now the confectioner exchanges his stuffed monkeys and his bolas and his jam puffs and his cheesecakes for unleavened palavas and worsted balls and almond cakes. Time was when the Passover dietary was restricted to fruit and meat and vegetables, but year by year the cycle is expanding, and it should not be beyond the reach of ingenuity to make bread itself Passoverian. It is now that the pious shopkeeper, whose store is tainted with leaven, sells his business to a friendly Christian, buying it back at the conclusion of the festival. Now the Shalotten Shammos is busy from morning to night, filling up charity forms, artistically multiplying the poor man's children and dividing his rooms. Now is a holocaust made of a people's breadcrumbs, and now is the national salutation changed to "How do the Motzes agree with you?" Half of the race growing facetious, and the other half finical over the spotted Passover cakes. It was on the evening preceding the opening of Passover that Esther Ansell set forth to purchase a shilling's worth of fish in Petticoat Lane, involuntarily storing up in her mind vivid impressions of the bustling scene. It is one of the compensations of poverty that it allows no time for mourning. Daily duty is the poor man's nepenthe. Esther and her father were the only two members of the family upon whom the death of Benjamin made a deep impression. He had been away so long from the home that he was the merest shadow to the rest. But Moses bore the loss with resignation, his emotions discharging themselves in the daily Kaddish. Blent with his personal grief was a sorrow for the commentaries lost to Hebrew literature by his boy's premature transference to Paradise. Esther's grief was more bitter and defiant. All the children were delicate, but this was the first time death had taken one. The meaningless tragedy of Benjamin's end shook the child's soul to its depths. Poor lad! How horrible to be lying cold and ghastly beneath the winter snow. What had been the use of all his long preparations to write great novels? The name of Ansell would now become ingloriously extinct. She wondered whether Our Own would collapse, and secretly felt it must. And then, what of the hopes of worldly wealth she had built on Benjamin's genius? Alas, the emancipation of the Ansells from the yoke of poverty was clearly postponed. To her, and her alone, must the family now look for deliverance. Well, she would take up the mantle of the dead boy and fill it as best she might. She clenched her little hands in iron determination. Moses Ansell knew nothing either of her doubts or her ambitions. Work was still plentiful 3 days a week, and he was unconscious he was not supporting his family in comparative affluence. But even with Esther, the incessant grind of school life and the quasi-motherhood speedily rubbed away the sharper edges of sorrow, though the custom prohibiting obvious pleasures during the year of mourning went in no danger of transgression, for poor little Esther gadded neither to children's balls nor to theatres. Her thoughts were full of the prospects of piscine bargains as she pushed her way through a crowd so closely wedged, and lit up by such a flare of gas from the shops and such streamers of flames from the barrows, that the cold wind of early April lost its sting. Two opposing currents of heavy-laden pedestrians were endeavouring in their progress to occupy the same strip of pavement at the same moment, and the laws of space kept them blocked till they yielded to its remorseless conditions. Rich and poor elbowed one another. Ladies in satins and furs were jammed against wretched-looking foreign women, with their heads swathed in dirty handkerchiefs. Rough, red-faced English betting men struggled good-humouredly with their greasy kindred from over the North Sea, and a sprinkling of Christian yokels surveyed the Jewish hucksters and chapmen with amused superiority. For this was the night of nights, when the purchases were made for the festival, and great ladies of the West, leaving behind their daughters who played the piano and had a subscription at Mudie's, came down to the beloved lane to throw off that veneer of refinement and plunge gloveless hands in barrels where pickled cucumbers weltered in their own russell, and to pick fat juicy olives from the rich heaped tubs. Ah me! What tragic comedy lay behind the transient happiness of these sensuous faces, laughing and munching with the shamelessness of schoolgirls, for tonight they need not hanker in silence after the flesh-pots of Egypt. Tonight they could laugh and talk over Oilov Shalom times, peace be upon him times, with their old cronies, and loosen the stays of social ambition, even while they dazzled the Ghetto with the splendours of their get-up and the halo of the West End whence they came. It was a scene without parallel in the history of this world, this phantasmagoria of grubs and butterflies, met together for Auld Lang Syne in their beloved hatching place. Such violent contrasts of wealth and poverty as might be looked for in romantic goldfields or unsettled countries were evoked quite naturally amid a colourless civilization by a people with an incurable talent for the picturesque. "Hallo! Can that be you, Betsy?" some grizzled, shabby old man would observe in innocent delight to Mrs. Arthur Montmorency. "Why, it is so. I never would have believed my eyes. Lord, what a fine woman you've grown! And so you're little Betsy, who used to bring her father's coffee in a brown jug when he and I stood side by side in the lane. He used to sell slippers next to my cutlery stall for 11 years. Dear, dear, how time flies, to be sure." Then Betsy Montmorency's creamy face would grow scarlet under the gas jets, and she would glower and draw her sables around her, and look around involuntarily to see if any of her Kensington friends were within earshot. Another Betsy Montmorency would feel Bohemian for this occasion only, and would receive old acquaintances' greeting effusively, and pass the old phrases and bywords with a strange sense of stolen sweets, while yet a third Betsy Montmorency, a finer spirit this, and worthier of the name, would cry to a Betsy Jacobs, "Is that you, Betsy? How are you? How are you? I'm so glad to see you. Won't you come and treat me to a cup of chocolate at Bonn's, just to show you haven't forgot Olov Shalom times?" And then, having thus thrown the responsibility of standoffishness on the poorer Betsy, the Montmorency would launch into recollections of those good old peace be upon him times, till the grub forgot the splendours of the caterpillar in a joyous resurrection of ancient scandals. But few of the Montmorencys, whatever their species, left the Ghetto without pressing bits of gold into their half-reluctant palms in shabby back rooms where old friends or poor relatives mouldered. Overhead the stars burned silently, but no one looked up at them. Underfoot lay the thick black veil of mud which the lane never lifted, but none looked down on it. It was impossible to think of aught but humanity in the bustle and confusion, in the cram and crush, in the wedge and the jam, in the squeezing and shouting, in the hubbub and medley. Such a jolly, rampant, screaming, fighting, maddening, jostling, polyglot, quarrelling, laughing broth of a Vanity Fair. Mendicants, vendors, buyers, gossips, showmen, all swelled the roar. "Here's your cakes, all yon tovdik, yon tovdik. Braces, best braces, all yon tovdik, only a shilling. It's the Rav's orders, mum,
All legs of muttons must be porged on my licence. Cowcumbers, cowcumbers. Now's your chance. The best trousers, gentlemen, cost me as sure as I stand. On your own head, you old. Abba, Canfus, Abba. My old man's been under an operation. Hokey pokey, yon tovdik. Hokey pokey, yon tovdik. Get out of the way, can't you? By your life and mine, Betsy. God bless you, mister. 1,000 a year shall you live. Eat the best motters, only 4pence. And the bones must go with, ma'am. I've cut it as lean as possible. Charosis, charosis, morur, morur, charain, Pesach dich. Come and have a glass of old Tom along of me, sonny. Fine place here you are. Hey, where's your pluck? S'help me. Bob, yom tovdik, only a bob. Chuck steak and half a pound of fat. Slap in the eye if you... God bless you. Remember me to Jacob. Shank me a halfpenny, Mrs. Lieben, Mrs. Crine. Lord Sal, how you've altered. Ladies, here you are. I give you my word, sir, the fish will be home before you. Painted in the best style for a tanner. A spoonge, mister? I've cut a slice of this melon for you. She's dead, poor thing. Peace be upon him. Yon tovdik, 3 bob for 1 purse containing a real live tattooed Indian, born in the African archipelago. Walk up this way for the dwarf that will speak and dance and sing. 3 lemons a penny, 3 lemons. A stibber for a poor blind man. Yon tovdik, yon tovdik, yon tovdik. And in this last roar, common to so many of the mongers, the whole Babel would often blend for a moment, and be swallowed up, re-emerging anon in its broken multiplicity. Everybody Esther knew was in this crowd. She met them all sooner or later. In Wentworth Street, amid dead cabbage leaves and mud and refuse and orts and offal, stood the woebegone Meckish, offering his puny sponges and wooing the charitable with grinning grimaces, tempered by epileptic fits at judicious intervals. A few inches off, his wife, in costly sealskin jacket, purchased salmon with a maid-of-Vale manner. Compressed in a corner was Shosshi Shmendrik, his coat-tails yellow with the yolks of dissolving eggs from a bag in his pocket. He asked her frantically if she had seen a boy whom he had hired to carry home his codfish and his fowls, and explained that his missus was busy in the shop and had delegated to him the domestic duties. It is probable that if Mrs. Shmendrik, formerly the widow of Finkelstein, ever received these dainties, she found her good man had purchased fish artificially inflated with air and fowls fattened with brown paper. Hearty Sam Abrams, the bass chorister whose genial countenance spread sunshine for yards around, stopped Esther and gave her a penny. Further, she met her teacher, Miss Miriam Hyams, and curtsied to her, for Esther was not of those who jeeringly called teacher and master according to sex after her superiors, till the victims longed for Elisha's influence over bears. Later on she was shocked to see her teacher's brother piloting bonny Bessie Sugarman through the thick of the ferment. Crushed between 2 barrows, she found Mrs. Belcovitch and Fanny, who were shopping together, attended by Pesach Weingott, all carrying piles of purchases. "Esther, if you see my Becky in the crowd, tell her where I am," said Mrs. Belcovitch. "She's with one of her chosen young men. I'm so feeble I can hardly crawl around, and my Becky ought to carry home the cabbages. She has well-matched legs, not one a thick one and one a thin one." Around the fishmongers the press was great. The fish trade was almost monopolized by English Jews, blonde, healthy-looking fellows with brawny bare arms,
who were approached with dread by all but the bravest foreign Jewesses. Their scale of prices and politeness varied with the status of the buyer. Esther, who had an observant eye and ear for such things, often found amusement standing unobtrusively by. Tonight there was the usual comedy awaiting her enjoyment. A well-dressed dame came up to Uncle Abe's stall, where half a dozen lots of fishy miscellania were spread out. "A good evening, madam. Cold night, but fine. That lot? Well, you're an old customer, and fish are cheap today, so I can let you have them for a sovereign. 18? Well, it's hard, but... Oh, boy, take the lady's fish. Thank you, good evening." "How much that?" says a neatly dressed woman, pointing to a precisely similar lot. "Oh, can't take less than 9 bob. Fish are dear today. You won't get anything cheaper in the lane, by God you won't. 5 shillings, by my life and my children's life, they cost me more than that. So sure as I stand here and, well, come, give me 7 and 6 and they're yours. You can't afford more? Well, up your old apron, old girl. I'll make it out of the rich. By my life and mine, you've got a Metzia there." Here old Mrs. Shmendrik, Shosshi's mother, came up, a rich Paisley shawl over her head in lieu of a bonnet. Lane women who went about without bonnets were on the same plane as lane men who went out without collars. One of the terrors of the English fishmongers was that they required the customers to speak English, thus fulfilling an important educative function in the community. They allowed a certain percentage of jargon words, for they themselves took licenses in this direction, but they professed not to understand pure Yiddish. "Abram, how much for this lot?" said old Mrs. Shmendrik, turning over a third similar heap, and feeling the fish all over. "Paws off," said Abraham roughly. "Look here, I know the tricks of you Polakes. I'll name you the lowest price. I won't stand a farthing's batting. I'll lose by you, but you ain't going to worry me. 8 bob. There."
"Vromki, take 11 pence.
11 pence, by God," said Uncle Abe, desperately tearing his hair.
I knew it."
And seizing a huge plaice by the tail, he whirled it around and struck Mrs. Shmendrik full in the face, shouting, "Take that, you old witch! Sling your hook or I'll murder you!"
"Thou dog!"
shrieked Mrs. Shmendrik, falling back on the more copious resources of her native idiom.
"Schwarze Jahr auf thee! Mayst thy swell and die! May the hand that struck me rot away! May thou be burned alive! Thy father was a gonif, and thou art a gonif, and thy whole family are gonofim. May Pharaoh's 10 plagues!"
There was little malice at the back of it all, the mere imaginative exuberance of a race whose early poetry consisted of saying things over twice. Uncle Abraham menacingly caught up the plaice, crying, "May I be struck dead on the spot. If you ain't gone in 1 second, I won't answer for the consequences. Now clear off."
"Come, Avromkele,"
said Mrs. Shmendrik, dropping suddenly from invective to insinuativeness.
"Take 4 pence. Shma Benny, 14 stibbers a lot of gelt."
"Are you a-going?"
cried Abraham in a terrible rage.
10 bob's my price now."
"Avromka, no zog. 14 pence halfpenny. I'm a poor woman. Here, 15 pence."
Abraham seized her by the shoulders and pushed her toward the wall, where she cursed picturesquely. Esther thought it was a bad time to attempt to get her own shilling's worth. She fought her way towards another fishmonger. There was a kindly, weather-beaten old fellow with whom Esther had often chaffered job lots when fortune smiled on the Ansells. Him, to her joy, Esther perceived a stack of goonards on his improvised slab, and in imagination smelt herself frying them. Then a great shock of sudden icy douche traversed her frame. Her heart seemed to stand still, for when she put her hand to her pocket to get her purse, she found but a thimble and a slate pencil and a cotton handkerchief. It was some minutes before she could or would realize the truth that the 4 and 7pence halfpenny, on which so much depended, had gone. Groceries and unleavened cakes Charity had given. Raisin wine had been preparing for days, but fish and meat and all the minor accessories of a well-ordered Passover table, these were the prey of the pickpocket. A blank sense of desolation overcame the child, infinitely more horrible than that which she felt when she spilled the soup. The gunards she could have touched with her finger seemed far off, inaccessible. In a moment more they and all things were blotted out by a hot rush of tears, and she was jostled as in a dream hither and thither by the double stream of the crowd. Nothing since the death of Benjamin had given her so poignant a sense of the hollowness and uncertainty of existence. What would her father say, whose triumphant conviction that Providence had provided for his Passover was to be so rudely dispelled at the 11th hour? Poor Moses! He had been so proud of having earned money to make a good Yontov, and was more convinced than ever that, given a little capital to start with, he could build up a colossal business. And now she would have to go home and spoil everybody's Yontov, and see the sour faces of her little ones around a barren Seder table. Oh, it was terrible, and the child wept piteously, unheeded in the block, unheard amid the Babel. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 26. The Dead Monkey. An old Bubameister, the grandmother told her, came back to her fevered brain. In a town in Russia lived an old Jew who earned scarce enough to eat, and half of what he did earn was stolen from him in bribes to the officials to let him be. Persecuted and spat upon, he yet trusted in his God and praised his name. And it came on towards Passover, and the winter was severe, and the Jew was nigh starving, and his wife had made no preparations for the festival. And in the bitterness of her soul she derided her husband's faith and made mock of him. But he said, "Have patience, my wife. Our Seder board shall be spread as in the days of yore and as in former years." But the festival drew nearer and nearer, and there was nothing in the house. And the wife taunted her husband yet further, saying, "Dost thou think Eliyahu the prophet will call upon thee, or that the Mashiach will come?" But he answered, "Eliyahu the prophet walketh the earth, never having died. Who knows but he will cast an eye my way?" Whereat his wife laughed outright. And the days wore on to within a few hours of Passover, and the larder was still empty of provender, and the old Jew still full of faith. Now it befell that the governor of the city, a hard and cruel man, sat counting out piles of gold into packets for the payment of the salaries of the officials. And at his side sat his pet monkey, and as he heaped up the pieces, so his monkey imitated him, making little packets of his own to the amusement of the governor. And when the governor could not pick up a piece easily, he moistened his forefinger, putting it in his mouth, whereupon the monkey followed suit each time, only deeming its master was devouring the gold, it swallowed a coin every time he put his finger to his lips, so that all of a sudden it was taken ill and died. And one of his men said, "Lo, the creature is dead. What shall we do with it?" And the governor was sorely vexed in spirit, because he could not make his accounts straight, and he answered gruffly, "Trouble me not. Throw it into the house of the old Jew down the street." So the man took the carcass, and he threw it with thunderous violence into the passage of the Jew's house, and he ran off as hard as he could. And the good wife came bustling out in alarm, and saw the carcass hanging over an iron bucket that stood in the passage. And she knew that it was the act of a Christian, and she took up the carrion to bury it, when lo! a rain of gold pieces came from the stomach, ripped by the sharp rim of the vessel, and she called her husband. "Hasten, see what Eliyahu the prophet has sent us." And she scurried into the marketplace and bought wine and unleavened bread and bitter herbs and all things necessary for the Seder table, and a little fish therewith, which might be hastily cooked before the festival came in. And the old couple were happy, and gave the monkey honorable burial, and sang blithely of the deliverance at the Red Sea, and filled Elijah's goblet to the brim till the wine ran over upon the white cloth. Esther gave a scornful little sniff as the thought of this happy denouement flashed upon her. No miracle like that would happen to her or hers. No one was likely to leave a dead monkey on the stairs of the garret, hardly even the stuffed monkey of contemporary confectionery. And then her queer little brain forgot its grief in sudden speculations as to what she would think if her 4 7 halfpenny came back. She had never yet doubted the existence of the unseen power, only its workings seemed so incomprehensibly indifferent to human joys and sorrows. Would she believe that her father was right in holding that a special providence watched over him? The spirit of her brother Solomon came upon her, and she felt that she would. Speculation had checked her sobs. She dried her tears in stony skepticism, and, looking up, saw Malka's gypsy-like face bending over her, breathing peppermint.
"What weepest thou, Esther?"
she said not unkindly.
"I did not know thou wast a gusher with the eyes."
"I've lost my purse," sobbed Esther, softened afresh by the sight of a friendly face.
Thou art Schlemiel. Thou art like thy father. How much was it?"
4 7 halfpenny, sobbed Esther.
"Tut, tut, tut!"
ejaculated Malka in horror.
"Thou art the ruin of thy father."
Then, turning to the fishmonger with whom she had just completed a purchase, she counted out 35 shillings into his hand.
"Here, Esther," she
said.
"Thou shalt carry my fish, and I will give thee a shilling."
A small slimy boy, who stood expectant by, scowled at Esther as she painfully lifted the heavy basket and followed in the wake of her relative, whose heart was swelling with self-approbation. Fortunately, Zachariah Square was near, and Esther soon received her shilling with a proportionate sense of providence. The fish was deposited at Milly's house, which was brightly illuminated and seemed to poor Esther a magnificent palace of light and luxury. Malka's own house, diagonally across the square, was dark and gloomy. The two families being at peace, Milly's house was the headquarters of the clan and of the clothes brush. Everybody was home for Yom Tov. Malka's husband Michael and Milly's husband Ephraim were both sitting at the table, smoking big cigars and playing loo with Sam Levine and David Brandon, who had been seduced into making a fourth. The two young husbands had but that day returned from the country, for you cannot get unleavened bread at commercial hotels, and David, in spite of a stormy crossing, had arrived from Germany an hour earlier than he had expected, and, not knowing what to do with himself, had been surveying the humours of the festival fair till Sam met him and dragged him round to Zachariah Square. It was too late to call that night on Hannah to be introduced to her parents, especially as he had wired he would come the next day. There was no chance of Hannah being at the club. It was too busy a night for all angels of the hearth. Even tomorrow, the even of the festival, would be an awkward time for a young man to thrust his love affairs upon a household given over to the more important matters of dietary preparation. Still, David could not consent to live another whole day without seeing the light of his eyes. Leah, inwardly projecting an orgy of comic operas and dances, was assisting Milly in the kitchen. Both young women were covered with flour and oil and grease, and their coarse, handsome faces were flushed, for they had been busy all day drawing fowls, stewing prunes and pippins, gutting fish, melting fat, changing the crockery, and doing the 1,001 things necessitated by gratitude for the discomfiture of Pharaoh at the Red Sea. Ezekiel slumbered upstairs in his crib. "Mother," said Michael, pulling pensively at his whisker as he looked at his card, "this is Mr. Brandon, a friend of Sam's. Don't get up, Brandon. We don't make ceremonies here. Turn up yours. The 9 of trumps." "Lucky men," said Malka with festival flippancy. "While I must hurry off my supper so as to buy the fish, and Milly and Leah must sweat in the kitchen, you can squat yourselves down and play cards." "Yes," laughed Sam, looking up and adding in Hebrew, "Shelo asani isha, blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast not made me a woman." "Now, now," said David, putting his hand jocosely across the young man's mouth. "No more Hebrew. Remember what happened the last time. Perhaps there's some mysterious significance even in that, and you'll find yourself let in for something before you know where you are." "You're not going to prevent me from talking the language of my fathers," gurgled Sam, bursting into a merry operatic whistle when the pressure was removed. "Milly, Leah," said Malka, "come and look at my fish. Such a Metzia! See, they're still alive yet." "They are beauties, mother," said Leah, entering with her sleeves half tucked up, showing the finely moulded white arms in curious juxtaposition with the coarse red hands. "Oh, mother, they're alive," said Milly, peering over her younger sister's shoulder. Both knew by bitter experience that their mother considered herself a connoisseur in the purchase of fish. "And how much do you think I gave for them?" went on Malka triumphantly. £2.10, said Milly. Malka's eyes twinkled and she shook her head. £2.15, said Leah, with the air of hitting it now. Malka shook her head. "Here, Michael, what do you think I gave for all this lot?" "Diamonds," said Michael. "Be not a fool, Michael," said Malka sternly. "Look here a minute." "Eh? Oh?" said Michael, looking up from his cards. "Oh, don't bother me, mother. My game." "Michael," thundered Malka, "will you look at this fish? How much do you think I gave for this splendid lot? Here, look at 'em, alive yet." Said Michael, taking his complex corkscrew combination out of his pocket and putting it back again. 3 guineas. 3 guineas, laughed Malka in good-humored scorn.
Lucky I don't let you do my marketing."
"Yes, he'd be a nice fishy customer," said Sam Levine with a guffaw.
"Ephraim, what do you think I got this fish for? Cheap now, you know."
"I don't know, mother," replied the twinkling-eyed Pole obediently. £3 perhaps, if you got it cheap." Samuel and David duly appealed to reduce the amount to £2.5 and £2 respectively. Then, having got everybody's attention fixed upon her, she exclaimed,
30 shillings.
She could not resist nibbling off the 5 shillings. Everybody drew a long breath. "Tuh, tuh!" they ejaculated in chorus. "What a metzia!" "Sam," said Ephraim immediately afterwards, "you turned up the ace." Milly and Leah went back to the kitchen. It was rather too quick a relapse into the common things of life, and made Malka suspect the admiration was but superficial. She turned with a spice of ill humor and saw Esther still standing timidly behind her. Her face flushed, for she knew the child had overheard her in her lie.
What art thou waiting for?"
she said roughly in Yiddish.
"Nah, there's a peppermint."
"I thought you might want me for something else," said Esther, blushing but accepting the peppermint for Ilke.
"And I—" "Well, speak up. I won't bite thee."
Malka continued to talk in Yiddish, though the child answered her in English.
I nothing,"
said Esther, turning away.
"Here, turn thy face round, child," said Malka, putting her hand on the girl's forcibly averted head. "Be not so sullen. Thy mother was like that. She'd want to bite my head off if I hinted thy father was not the man for her, and then she'd schmull and sulk for a week after. Thank God we have no one like that in the house. I couldn't live for a day with people with such nasty tempers. Her temper worried her into the grave, though. If father had not brought his mother over from Poland, my poor cousin might have carried home my fish tonight instead of thee. Poor Gittel, alav shalom. Come, tell me what ails thee, or thy dead mother will cross with thee."
Esther turned her head and murmured, "I thought you might lend me the 3 and 7 halfpenny."
"Lend thee!" exclaimed Malka. "Why, how canst thou ever repay it?"
"Oh yes," affirmed Esther earnestly. "I have lots of money in the bank."
"Eh? What? In the bank?"
gasped Malka.
"Yes, I won £5 in the school, and I'll pay you out of that." "Thy father never told me that," said Malka. "He kept that dark. He's a regular schnorrer." "My father hasn't seen you since," retorted Esther hotly. "If you'd come round when he was sitting shiva for Benjamin, alav shalom, you would have known."
Malka got as red as fire. Moses had sent Solomon round to inform the mishpocha of his affliction, but at a period when the most casual acquaintance thinks it his duty to call, armed with hard-boiled eggs, a pound of sugar, or an ounce of tea, on the mourners condemned to sit on the floor for a week, no representative of the family had made an appearance. Moses took it meekly enough, but his mother insisted that such a slight from Zachariah Square would never have been received if he had married another woman, and Esther for once agreed with her grandmother's sentiments, if not with her Hibernian expression of them. But that the child should now dare to twit the head of the family with bad behavior was intolerable to Malka, the more so as she had no defence.
"Thou impudent of face!" she cried sharply. "Dost thou forget whom thou talkest to?" "No," retorted Esther. "You are my father's cousin. That is why you ought to have come and seen him." "I am not thy father's cousin, God forbid!" cried Malka. "I was his mother's cousin, God have mercy on her, and wonder not you drove her into the grave between the lot of you. I'm no relative to any of you, thank God, and from this day forward I wash my hands of the lot of you, you ungrateful pack. Let thy father send you into the streets with matches. Not another thing will I do for thee." "Ungrateful!" said Esther hotly. "Why, what have you ever done for us? When my poor mother was alive, you made her scrub your floors and clean your windows as if she was an Irishwoman." "Impudent of face!" cried Malka, almost choking with rage. "What have I done for you? Why, I shameless hussy! And this is what Judaism's coming to in England. Is this the manners and religion they teach thee at thy school, eh? What have I? Impudent of face! And at the very moment thou holdest one of my shillings in thy hand." "Take it," said Esther, and threw the coin passionately to the floor, where it rolled about pleasantly for a terrible minute of human silence. The smoke-wreathed card-players looked up at last. "Eh? What's this, my little girl?" said Michael genially. "What makes you so naughty?" A hysterical fit of sobbing was the only reply. In the bitterness of that moment Esther hated the whole world. "Don't cry like that, don't," said David Brandon kindly. Esther, her little shoulders heaving convulsively, put her hand on the latch. "What's the matter with the girl, mother?" said Michael. "She's sugar," said Malka. "Raving mad." Her face was white, and she spoke as if in self-defence. "She's such a schlemiel that she lost her purse in the lane, and I found her gushing with the eyes, and I let her carry home my fish, and I gave her a shilling and a peppermint, and thou seest how she turns on me. Thou seest." "Poor little thing," said David impulsively. Come here, my child." Esther refused to budge. "Come here," he repeated gently. "See, I will make up the loss to you. Take the pool. I've just won it, so I shan't miss it." David rose, emptied the little heap of silver into his palm, walked over to Esther and pushed it into her pocket. Michael got up and added half a crown to it, and the other two men followed suit. Then David opened the door, put her gently outside, and said, "There, run away, my little dear, and be more careful of pickpockets." All this while Malka had stood frozen to the stony dignity of a dingy terra-cotta statue. But ere the door would close again on the child, she darted forward and seized her by the collar of her frock. "Give me that money!" she cried. Half hypnotized by the irate swarthy face, Esther made no resistance while Malka rifled her pocket less dexterously than the first operator. Malka counted it out. 17 and sixpence, she announced in terrible tones. "How darest thou take all this money from strangers, and perfect strangers? Do my children think to shame me before my own relative?" And throwing the money violently into the plate, she took out a gold coin and pressed it into the bewildered child's hand. "There," she shouted, "hold that tight. It's a sovereign, and if I ever catch thee taking money from any one in this house but thy own mother's cousin, I'll wash my hands of thee for ever. Go now, go on. I can't afford any more, so it's useless waiting. Good night, and tell thy father I wish him a happy Yom Tov, and I hope he'll lose no more children." She hustled the child into the square and banged the door upon her. And Esther went about her mammoth marketing half dazed, with an undercurrent of happiness, vaguely apologetic towards her father and his providence. Malka stooped down, picked up the clothes-brush from under the side table, and strode silently and diagonally across the square.
There was a moment's dread silence. The thunderbolt had fallen. The festival felicity of two households trembled in the balance. Michael muttered impatiently and went out on his wife's track. "He's an awful fool," said Ephraim. "I should make her pay for her tantrums." The card party broke up in confusion. David Brandon took his leave and strolled about aimlessly under the stars, his soul blissful with the sense of a good deed that had only superficially miscarried. His feet took him to Hannah's house. All the windows were lit up. His heart began to ache at the thought of his bright, radiant girl who was beyond that doorstep he had never crossed. He pictured the love light in her eyes, for surely she was dreaming of him as he of her. He took out his watch. The time was 20 to 9. After all, would it be so outrageous to call? He went away twice. The third time, defying the conveniences, he knocked at the door, his heart beating almost as loudly. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Children of the Ghetto by Israel ZANGWILL. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 27, The Shadow of Religion, Part 1. The little servant girl who opened the door for him looked relieved by the sight of him, for it might have been the Rebbitzin returning from the lane with heaps of supplies and an accumulation of ill humour. She showed him into the study, and in a few moments Hannah hurried in with a big apron and a general flavour of the kitchen. "How dare you come tonight?" she began, but the sentence died on her lips. "How hot your face is," he said, dinting the flesh fondly with his finger. "I see my little girl is glad to have me back." "It's not that, it's the fire. I'm frying fish for Yom Tov," she said with a happy laugh. "And yet you say you're not a good Jewess," he laughed back. "You've no right to come and catch me like this," she pouted, "all greasy and dishevelled. I'm not made up to receive visitors." "Call me a visitor?" he grumbled. "Judging by your appearance, I should say you were always made up. Why, you're perfectly radiant." Then the talk became less intelligible. The first symbol of returning rationality was her inquiry, "What sort of journey did you have back?" "Oh, the sea was rough, but I'm a good sailor." "And the poor fellow's mother and father?" "I wrote you about them." "So you did, but only a line." "Oh, don't let's talk about that subject right now. It's too painful. Come, let me kiss that little woe-begone look out of your eyes. There, now another. That was only for the right eye. This is for the left. But where's your mother?" "Oh, you innocent," she replied, as if you hadn't watched her go out of the house. "'Pon my honour not," he said, smiling. "Why should I now? Am I not the accepted son-in-law of the house, you silly, timid little thing? What a happy thought it was of yours to let the cat out of the bag. Come, let me give you another kiss for it. Oh, really, I must. You deserve it, and whatever it costs me, you shall be rewarded. There, now then, where's the old man? I have to receive his blessing, I know, and I want to get it over." "It's worth having, I can tell you, so speak more respectfully," said Hannah, more than half in earnest. "You are the best blessing he can give me, and that's worth, well, I wouldn't venture to price it." "It's not in your line, eh?" "I don't know. I've done a good deal in gems, but where is the rabbi?" "Up in the bedrooms, gathering the chametz. You know he won't trust anybody else. He creeps under all the beds, hunting with a candle for stray crumbs, and looks in all the wardrobes and the pockets of all my dresses. Luckily I don't keep your letters there. I hope he won't set something alight. He did once,
And 1 year, it was so funny, after he'd ransacked every hole and corner in the house. Imagine his horror in the middle of Passover to find a crumb of bread audaciously planted, where do you suppose? In his Passover prayer book. But oh, with a little scream, you naughty boy, I quite forgot. She took him by the shoulders and peered along his coat. Have you brought any crumbs with you? This room's Pesachdik already. He looked dubious. She pushed him toward the door. Go out and give yourself a good shaking on the doorstep, or else we'll have to clean up the room all over again. Don't, he protested. I might shake that out. What? The ring. She uttered a little pleased sigh. Oh, have you bought that? Yes, I got it while I was away. You know, I believe the reason you sent me trooping to the continent in such haste was that you wanted to ensure your engagement ring was being made in Germany. It had a stormy passage to England as that ring. I suppose the advantage of buying rings in Germany is that you're certain not to get Paris diamonds in them. They're so intensely patriotic, the Germans. That was your idea, wasn't it, Hannah? Oh, show it to me. Don't talk so much, she said, smiling. No, he said, teasing. No more accidents for me. I'll wait to make sure till your father and mother have taken me in their arms. Rabbinical law is so full of pitfalls. I might touch your finger this way or that, and then we should be married. And then, if your parents said no after all, we should have to make the best of a bad job, she finished up, laughing. All very well, he went on in his fun, but it would be a pretty kettle of fish. Heavens, she cried, so it will be. They will be charred to ashes. And turning tail, she fled to the kitchen, pursued by her lover. There, to the surprise of the servant, David Brandon fed his eyes on the fair incarnation of Jewish domesticity, type of the Vestal Virgins of Israel, ministresses at the hearth. It was a very homely kitchen, the dressers glistening with speckless utensils, and the deep red glow of the coal over which the pieces of fish sputtered and crackled in their baths of oil, filling the room with a sense of deep peace and cosy comfort. David's imagination transferred the kitchen to his future home, and he was almost dazzled by the thought of actually inhabiting such a fairyland alone with Hannah. He had knocked about a great deal, not always innocently, but deep down at his heart was the instinct of a well-ordered life. His past seemed joyless and folly and chill emptiness. He felt his eyes growing humid as he looked at the frank-souled girl who had given herself to him. He was not humble, but for a moment he found himself wondering how he deserved the trust, and there was reverence in the touch with which he caressed her hair. In another moment the frying was complete, and the contents of the pan neatly added to the dish. Then the voice of Reb Shmuel crying for Hannah came down the kitchen stairs, and the lovers returned to the upper world. The Reb had a tiny harvest of crumbs in a brown paper, and wanted Hannah to stow it away safely till the morning, when, to make assurance doubly sure, a final expedition in search of leaven would be undertaken. Hannah received the packet, and in return presented her betrothed. Reb Shmuel had not of course expected him till the next morning, but he welcomed him as heartily as Hannah could desire. "The Most High bless you," he said in his charming foreign accents. "May you make my Hannah as good a husband as she will make you a wife." "Trust me, Reb Shmuel," said David, grasping his great hand warmly. "Hannah says you're a sinner in Israel," said the Reb, smiling playfully, though there was a touch of anxiety in the tones. "But I suppose you will keep a kosher house." "Make your mind easy, sir,"
said David heartily. "We must, if it's only to have the pleasure of your dining with us sometimes." The old man patted him gently on the shoulder. "Ah, you will soon become a good Jew," he said. "My Hannah will teach you, God bless her." Reb Shmuel's voice was a bit husky. He bent down and kissed Hannah's forehead. "I was a bit link myself before I married my Simcha," he added encouragingly. "No, not you," said David, smiling in response to the twinkle in the Reb's eye. "I warrant you never skipped a mitzvah even as a bachelor." "Oh, yes, I did," replied the Reb, letting the twinkle develop to a broad smile. "For when I was a bachelor I hadn't fulfilled the precept to marry, don't you see?" "Is marriage a mitzvah then?" inquired David, amused. "Certainly. In our holy religion everything a man ought to do is a mitzvah, even if it's pleasant." "Oh, then I must have laid up some good deeds," laughed David, "for I've always enjoyed myself. Really, it isn't such a bad religion after all." "Bad religion," echoed Reb Shmuel genially. "Wait till you've tried it. You've never had the proper training, that's clear. Are your parents alive?" "No, they both died when I was a child," said David, becoming serious. "I thought so," said Reb Shmuel. "Fortunately, my Hannah's didn't." He smiled at the humour of the phrase, and Hannah took his hand and pressed it tenderly. "Ah, it will be all right," said the Reb with a characteristic burst of optimism. "God is good. You have a sound Jewish heart at bottom, David, my son. Hannah, get the Yom Tovdik wine. We will drink a glass for Mazel Tov, and I hope your mother will be back in time to join us." Hannah ran into the kitchen feeling happier than she'd ever been in her life. She wept a little and laughed a little and loitered a little to recover her composure and allow the two men to get to know each other. "And how is your Hannah's late husband?" inquired the Reb with almost a wink, for everything combined to make him jolly as a sandboy. "I understand he is a friend of yours." "We used to be schoolboys together, that's all. Though, strangely enough, I just spent an hour with him. He's very well," answered David, smiling. "He's about to marry again." "His first love, of course," said the Reb. "Yes, people always come back to that," said David, laughing. That's right, said the Reb. "I'm glad there was no unpleasantness." "Unpleasantness? No, how could there be? Leah knew it was only a joke. All's well that ends well, and we may perhaps all get married on the same day and risk another mix-up. Ha!" "Is it your wish to marry soon, then?" "Oh, yes. There are too many long engagements among our people. They often go off." "Then I suppose you have the means." "Oh, yes, I can show you my—" The old man waved his hand. "I don't want to see anything. My girl must be supported decently, that's all I ask. What do you do for a living?" "I've made a little money at the Cape, and now I'm thinking of going into business." "What business?" "I haven't settled." "You won't open on Shabbos?" said the Reb anxiously. David hesitated a second. In some business, Saturday is the best day. Still, he felt that he was not quite radical enough to break the Sabbath deliberately, and since he had contemplated settling down, his religion had become rather more real to him. Besides, he must sacrifice something for Hannah's sake. "Have no fear, sir," he said cheerfully. Reb Shmuel gripped his hand in grateful silence. "You mustn't think of me quite as a lost soul," pursued David after a moment of emotion. "You don't remember me, but I had lots of blessings and halfpence from you when I was a lad." I dare say I valued the latter more in those days." He smiled to hide his emotion. Reb Shemuel was beaming. "Did you really?" he inquired. "I don't remember you, but then I have been blessed with so many little children. Of course you'll come to the Seder tomorrow evening and taste some of Hannah's cookery. You're a member of the family now, you know." "I shall be delighted to have the privilege of having Seder with you," replied David, his heart going out more and more to the fatherly old man. "What shul will you be going to for Passover? I can get you a seat in mine if you haven't arranged." "Well, thank you, but I promised Mr. Birnbaum to come to the little synagogue of which he is president. It seems they have a scarcity of Kohanim, and they want me to bless the congregation, I suppose."
"What?"
cried Reb Shemuel excitedly.
"Are you a Cohen?"
"Oh, of course I am. Why, they got me to bless them in the Transvaal last Yom Kippur. So, you see, I'm anything but a sinner in Israel." He laughed, but his laugh ended abruptly. Reb Shemuel's face had grown white. His hands were trembling. "What's the matter? Are you ill?" cried David. The old man shook his head. Then he struck his brow with his fist.
"Ach Gott!"
he cried. "Why did I not think of finding out before? But thank God I know it in time." "Finding out what?" said David, fearing the old man's reason was giving way.
"My daughter cannot marry you,"
said Reb Shemuel in hushed, quavering tones. "Eh? What?" said David blankly.
"It's impossible."
"What are you talking about, Reb Shemuel?"
"You are a Cohen. Hannah cannot marry a Cohen."
"Not marry a Cohen? Why, I thought they were Israel's aristocracy."
"That is why. A Cohen cannot marry a divorced woman."
A fit of trembling passed from the old Reb to the young man. His heart pulsed as with the stroke of a mighty piston. Without comprehending, Hannah's prior misadventure gave him a horrible foreboding of critical complications. "Do you mean to say I can't marry Hannah?" he asked almost in a whisper.
"Such is the law. A woman who has had get may not marry a Cohen."
"But you surely wouldn't call Hannah a divorced woman?" he cried hoarsely.
"How shall I not? I gave her the divorce myself."
"Great God!" exclaimed David. "Then Sam has ruined our lives." He stood a moment in dazed horror, striving to grasp the terrible tangle. Then he burst forth. "This is some of your cursed rabbinical laws. It isn't Judaism. It's not true Judaism. God never made such a law."
"Hush!" said Reb Shemuel sternly.
"It is the Holy Torah. It is not even the rabbis, of whom you speak like an Epicurean. It is in Leviticus chapter 21, verse 7. Never shall they take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy unto his God. Thou shalt sanctify him therefore, for he offereth the bread of thy God. He shall be holy unto thee, for I, the Lord, which sanctify you, am holy."
End of chapter 27, part 1.